Frame brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the Frame overall. The successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
The main team at the moment, it must be said, in Hypercar especially, is rFactor, who have won the last 3 races in the row in the Americas to completely turn their season around. They come in here with a 30-point lead over Sim from eSports #1, the reigning champions, of course, the Italian squad, but it's the Chileans that have stolen a march as we go back to Europe then. And we are set, gentlemen, for a very, very thrilling, exciting end to the season as everybody is desperate to stay in title contention.
Yeah, it should be a very exciting end to the season. Of course, 2 more rounds, and the championship isn't yet done. And if there's a poor round from rFactor, that will open up the door to a lot of the teams behind. And of course, there's not only that championship to be contested. There's the LMP2s, the GT3s. We've got a lot of cars taking to SPA Francorchamps for today's action. Pretty happy as well that you introduced me with the word that I knew, and not the word that you described Ross as. But there we go. It should be a very good afternoon to evening here around SPA Francorchamps.
That's a good point, Joe. I was trying to test Ross's vocabulary and see if he understood what implacable meant. Let's just do a quick Google search, because sometimes he says say stuff and then you figure out unable to be appeased or placated. So there we go.
Oh,
Maybe that was.
I thought it was something positive, maybe not, but I mean that kind of suits me.
Okay.
Actually,
I was going for irreplaceable, but I said implacable. So
irreplaceable. You know what? I'll take anything you say, and I appreciate it. Yes, hello and welcome to SPA Francorchamps. One thing I do want to say going into one of these, yes, obviously we're building to a very, very exciting championship, but we've got arguably the two big ones left. We've got here at Spa, 8-hour race, and then of course we've got the 24 at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Those are arguably the two biggest races of the year, especially in terms of prestige within an endurance racing series. I mean, obviously Spa, no one needs to say anything more about it. It's an incredible, incredible racetrack, one of the finest in the world. We've got the lineup.
Let's go through the grid order, Ross. So, Ground Effect are in pole position from the Sweet Force BMW. Then it's Nello Pastorino for Simfree number 1 with Mirko Lucchini alongside him in the Team Sheba. Stanislas Bajad starts 5th for Team Iris on their return. Then it's Level 1 Esports number 28 with John-Paul Van Earl at the wheel for the start here. Here's the LMP2 Pro order. Thomas Vack starts on pole position for Hyperion 44 with their rivals Go Team alongside them. Varconi will start the race there. Blackhawk Racing will be third with Mark Veit at the wheel. Then it's Pavel Andrzejewski in the second Hyperion. In fourth, Team Sheba 320 with Giuseppe Saracino at the wheel will be fifth. And then it's the Carloni Racing prototype number 15 of Riccardo Di Marchi. I believe he's starting in the middle of the Pro-Am. Speaking of Pro-Ams, here they are. It's Boyd Transport on pole position. Fantastic lap by William Snowden with Kiko Galpiatti for Simfree alongside him. Naha Racing Italia are third, and then it's Ricardo Fava in the Arms Supra 42 starting fourth. Sunset Motorsport take up fifth with Savas Unil at the wheel. Then it's Maximilian Pinto for Team Sheba in sixth for Ferry Bovo for Flying Goat. Daniel Ciccialo for Naha Racing White. Marv Donderkambi for Casatria Sim Racing in ninth. Then the Fuel Savers with Arco Hollistel rounding out our LMP2 field. GT3 Pro, it's Tameli ERT on pole position from the Simfree Junior team. Great lap by Pagani then. Then it's Marco Santoni in third with Michele D'Alessandro fourth for Pescara SRT. Caspian Motorsport, who won last time out, they start fifth. Then it's Carlo Diander and the Virtual Drivers Alliance in sixth. Sebastian Zico in seventh for La Casacu. Then it's GR Simfrust in eighth with Luca Martino and the Arp Super number 41 in ninth. And Team Sheba number 13 in 10th. Marco Lodi Rosini got the Carloni Racing onto pole. No, he didn't actually, because Boyd Transport 206 were in the middle of the GT3 Pro field. So great lap by Guido Verhelpen from Carloni Racing 82 in second. Virtual Drivers Alliance 113 in third. GR Motorsport in fourth. Then it's Team Sheba in fifth in number 67 with the two Rookie Monsters teams in sixth and seventh. The 62 leading the 63. Boyd Transport 306 in 8th. Then in 9th, it's Grove Racing team with Lucrezia Milanese in 10th for Simfree Esports Pink. Davide Ragni is 11th on the grid for MR Motorsports 66. Then it's Andre Setiawan rounding out the field for Casatria Sim Racing 88 then. So, as our classes split apart into little silos here, it's all looking very, very exciting. Callas, exactly where he would want to be in the Ground Effect car. And as we look at Thomas Vack with, of course, their old rivals, Go Team, and even the Blackhawk squad, who have been sort of there and thereabouts, threatening them at various points in the season in third as well. LMP2 Pro and Pro-Am as well are going to be very, very exciting, mixed up, and interesting. And not least, of course, our GD3s. You just see in the background Pagani taking an unexpected pole position. So the BOP very much doing its job then. A reminder, it's going to be a rolling start once we get to the start-finish line at the exit of the bus stop chicane. So that's where you're going to see the race go to green flag.
Absolutely. And on lap one as well, yes, the classes are split, but out of the gate on the opening few minutes, the main goal is survival, really. As always in any race, you've got to make it through the opening turn. You've got to make it through Les Cons. Once you're through those two heavy braking, very tight corners that are very tricky and can cause a lot of chaos, then you can start to settle in and find your rhythm, find out where your pace is going to be. Obviously, we've got the classes split up a little bit. That's going to just help bring down the chaos a little bit, make it a bit easier for everyone to get around in one piece. But of course, you can't win an endurance race on the first turn on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. So it's important you stay out of the chaos, stay out of the trouble, and just settle in as quickly as you can.
And another interesting point is for Guido Verhelpen, the GT3 AM, they're on pole position in AM, but they are ahead of all but 2 of the GT3 Pros. So Boyd Transport in a lofty, lofty position that they probably wouldn't expect the AM 206 entry to be in. And it's going to be quite mixed up. They're sort of not going to want to fight at the start here, the GT3 Pros, too hard. But at the same time, they don't want to lose all that ground and then suddenly find Marco Lodruzzini in the Carloni in second position right behind them. So there's definitely a balance to be had. And you can see Boyd Transport on the screen with the red and white livery with the yellow JCB logo on the on top of the roof there, essentially. So that's a distinct feature of all Boyd Transport cars. Of course, the team, a British team run by a Dutchman, Roy Ton, of course. Used to be called Roy Ton Racing, I think, several years ago. And they, of course, changed the name, and Boyd Transport became a regular fixture of rFactor 2 endurance racing. So they haven't really had a whole lot of success in the AM class this season, I don't think. I'm pretty sure they're a long way down the standings, in 11th. So 206 desperately needs a good result here to at least end the season on a high. But yeah, Boyd Transport is the little team that can, punching well above their weight, Joseph.
Yeah, at the moment, it's not often that you see a GT3 AM or any AM, to be honest, right so high above everybody else, with Verhelpen even third place in all GT3s, ahead of, as you say, 7 of the GT Pros, so GT3 Pros. So he's going to try and now hold on to that position as much as he can. There's also, as well, to mention another driver out of place, Riccardo De Marchi in the number 15 CR prototype. He's down behind 6 of the AM LMP2s, but yeah, he's going to try and fight his way up the field. There's a couple of drivers out of those positions who are going to be trying to fight their way all the way back in. But of course, Sander Callas will be leading us away here for the 8 hours of Spa. We've got 7:55 on the clock, and we're about to go around the final corner and begin their first charges around Spa Francorchamps.
Yeah, Camille Stencel, the Sweet Force number 37 BMW, benefiting a little bit from the BOP as Callas starts to get very excited on the entry of bus stop. Is he going to try and make a break for it before Stencel, the Polish team, can realize what's happening? We go to green. The 8 hours of Spa Francorchamps is underway, and Nello Pastorino immediately tries to jump around the outside at the La Source hairpin. Is there enough room between the wall and the Sweet Force car? Pastorino goes round the outside. That's exactly what he would have wanted to do there, and that's keeping their title rivals in sight then as Go Team. It looks like Varconi is going to try and do the same for the lead on Thomas Vac. There has that one played out there. The LMP2's just leaving enough room as sparks fly as they hit the under tray at the apex of La Source, and Varconi has taken the lead, but now this is where Thomas Vac will get right into the slipstream as it looks like Pastorino has hit trouble. Oh, and we got the Team Shiba 288 going slowly. That's Lucchini. Of course, the 288 had just signed up for this race. I think they must have come together with Pastorino, and now he's going to get swallowed up potentially by the LMP2s, who are all jostling for position into Lecom.
Yeah, sorry, yellow flag in Sector 1 very briefly. As another car off the road there. That's one of the LMP2s, one of the back markers getting spun round at La Source as the GT3 Pro field gets underway. And I was going to say we had a yellow flag out very early doors in Sector 1, so there must have been a coming together. Should have roughly been down into Eau Rouge or Radion, especially looking at where they were when the camera cut to them. Here's what happened in the GT3 Pro start as they come round. Wow. The Simfrim car leading the way. There's the, as we then jump back just a little bit. So it
was the Tamelli ERT on pole, so Simfrim Junior team must have got the mother of all getaways here when it went to green.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to wait and see what happened here. Must have just got the, nailed it as the green flag dropped and they got underway. So let's see what happened for Riccardo Corazzari.
Yeah, there we go. Up the inside into Blanchimont. That is bold. But very, very on it was Corazzari, and Pagani caught napping there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mean, take it when you get it. If there's a gap open, you may as well go for it. Coming to the end of the opening lap now. Looks like we've all made it through clean, apart from those couple of spinners. As, of course, Sander Callis leads the way in the hypercar field to complete lap number 1 in the ground effect car. Already got a lead of a couple of seconds by the looks of things, according to our live timing. So it looks like they're trying to bolt away early at the start and build up a little bit of a gap and control the pace. Meanwhile, it looks like Mirko Lucchini starting to carve through a couple of the LMP2s, trying to work his way back through, I believe. Hopefully not too much damage on that car, but lap 1 done and dusted. Not too much chaos, thankfully. Now it's all about settling in as soon as you can and just finding your rhythm, starting to run your own race. Long way still to go. 7 hours and 50 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and I think it's for Sander Callis at the moment. I was going to say that a 58.2 was a very quick lap as he slaps that in for the fastest of all. I was going to say that was a rapid lap from him early doors, and now he's opened up a gap of 3.6 seconds to Sweet Force in second. So he's clearly trying to take that advantage early on and try to build up the gap. We're watching the Team Tamelli ERT as they head up Eau Rouge now for what was the second time, and he's now being closed in, or he is closing in even on the car in front. This is for the class lead, looking down the inside as they head into the chicane. Is he going to chance it within 10 minutes of this race? Yes, he is, and he's managed to hold on to that move down the inside, so a good one there, and he moves up to the class lead.
Yeah, BOP definitely in full effect there because, of course, Simfrim Junior Team number 99 are our championship leaders, whereas Tamelli ERT much further down the field. They have got a much lighter, more nimble car, inferior at least, but Pagani's nevertheless getting the move done, retaking that lead. Also, interesting story in terms of the championship. We just saw it there. Ilko Busing has got the Rookie Monsters number 62 from 6th on the grid up to 3rd, and he's got his teammate Robin Mulling in the 63 right behind him as well. Let's see a replay then of that move, and it looks like Pagani just pulls out from the slipstream, gets alongside, and there's nothing really that Kurosari can do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the textbook overtake, isn't it? Just use the slipstream up the Kemmel straight as trying to glitch into the ground there for a moment, it looked like, but hopefully no damage to the car. But yeah, very, very well done back into the lead after getting caught napping at the start. There is the Team Shiba car still in the midst of the LMP2 field. They've made up a couple of places.
Whoa!
Since all the Simfrim cars gone round. What's happened there? The Porsche going round at the top of Radion,
and he's badly damaged too.
Damage on that car. Let's see what happens. So this is coming into the bus stop.
So he's in 4th at this point, right behind Stanislas Pajod in the Team Iris number 77. And it's going up Rouge and Radion, isn't it, where he drops it. We saw there was a moment on the first lap, wasn't there, potentially involving the Team Shiba 288, and who's actually Lucchini's continuing to lose some ground here, so maybe he's hit more trouble as well. It seems to be, we often think of it as just a flat-out corner, not the challenger that it used to be, but in these hypercars, this is not proving to be the case. This is going to be a shut-your-eyes moment at the top of the hill here. Yeah, you can see he just gets loose. Oh, that's very odd to hit the inside like that. I wonder if there's some sort of steering failure.
Yeah, that's...
It looks as though, there might... Oh, it's because you don't kink that far left with that sort of steering input, as we're getting a good replay here as just a loss. It must have been something to do with the steering and the Simfrim going round now, and that's really not ideal.
Yeah, this actually caught them out the last race at Sebring as well, going into the final corners. We are under code 80 now, so that means full course yellow. All teams and drivers have to stay in first gear at 80 miles per hour, and they cannot exceed that. So this is sort of effectively anybody near the pit entry could get a free pit stop here. But of course, this is to allow Nello Pastorino to nurse this wounded car back to the pit entry. We believe Lucchini also hit trouble as well on the same lap because he dropped all the way down to 17th. So he was just about to clear all the Pro-Ams in LMP2 in his hypercar, and then he dropped back behind most of them again. So yeah, I suspect both of them may be heading to the pits, and this is certainly it's a bit of a sigh of relief for Pastorino. For Callis, though, interestingly, Camille Stenzel with the BMW hypercar, of course, benefiting from being lower down the championship, getting a much more favorable BOP. They're clearly a lot faster down the straight, so it was so crucial that Callis got the gap that he did, because Stenzel has halved it now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as the Simfream guys, they'll be crawling their way back to the pit lane. Of course, I'm sure
Not a great title defense for the reigning champions, is it, so far?
Yeah, no, not been the greatest showing so far here at Spa. I mean, it's only been a handful of minutes, and they've already met the barrier in a bizarre instant and mirrored earlier moments in the season. So that could be quite a little bit of time sat in the pit lane getting repairs. I mean, we saw when they started coming out of Rally and rejoining the circuit. Of course, yes, there was a lot of LMP2s coming through at full racing speed, so they got out of the way. But they were definitely crawling, and well, Nello Pastorino was well off of the racetrack as well. So I think that car certainly has a bit of damage. That was a big hit to the inside wall at Radion as well. And again, just a very bizarre place to hit the wall there if you're not already halfway off the racetrack and having an accident as it is. So that's a strange one. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from the Simfrim guys at some point, and they can let us know what's happened. But yeah, very bizarre. And that'll see them drop down the order. That'll see Mirko Lucchini as well surely leapfrog up into 5th place after their moment at the start if they don't come into the pits, which they may do, to be fair. They're still struggling. Currently P18 overall. They're actually back in the midst of the LMP2 Pro-Am cars. At the moment, they're sandwiched between the Naja Racing 58 and the Boyd Transport number 40. So I wonder as well if Chini's got some damage on that car, and they'll be bringing that one in as well for repairs. Of course, the Code 80 will be ending pretty quickly once they get into the pit lane, but may as well take the couple of seconds that they'll get as a leeway as they're heading in.
Yeah, and only one of the other hypercars comes in, and that is John-Paul Van Earl from Level 1 Esports, of course. So Van Earl, who, of course, he was driving with his son, wasn't he, who did really well at Sebring. As we see, the Code 80 is about to end then, and Santa Callis goes back up to racing speed. But yeah, John-Paul Van Earl had an engine blowout, which was really big shame while Level 1 were looking for what would have been only their second ever podium. They were on the podium. They actually beat Simfrim to the second spot on the podium at Daytona in Hypercar. But podium chances don't come. They don't just hand them out, even though there are only 6 hypercars, admittedly. As we go back to the GT3 Pro lead, Pagani holding off Corazari in the Simfrim Junior team. Then Marco Santoni in the MR Motorsport McLaren number 71. Oh, getting a lovely little bump there for the bus stop from Michele D'Alessandro. And you can see there's a bit of a gap forming to Verhelpen, who is under attack from the rest of the pro field. But these top 4 crucially breaking away at this phase, as we also saw Fieri Bovo being serviced in the pit lane in the Flying Goat number 95 with their sort of purpley pink livery. They are pretty easy to spot from a big distance away. But now here comes the slipstream. Which of these cars is going to have the BOP to get ahead? The Simfrim Junior team with all that ballast in second position. They look a bit vulnerable. MR Motorsport all over the back of them.
Yeah, at the moment it's looking very close at the top of that field as well we switch back to the LMP2s and towards the top of that field. This is Mark Vates in the Black Hawk number 30 in 3rd place at the moment, trying to close in on Tomasz Wash ahead of him with, well, Zoltan Vakonyi, who's built up a 4-second gap on this pack. So very good stuff early on from him to just build that one up, as that was a penalty coming in, I believe. There we go, yeah. A penalty coming in further back. But
yeah, a lot of the Pro-Ams getting penalties there in LMP2.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where they're trying to keep up with the LMP2 pros. And, of course, Riccardo De Marchi in the middle of that field. John-Paul Van Earl coming out as well in the middle of that field. This has worked perfectly, in fact, that...
That's a penalty for the class leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, Kiko Galbiati in the Simfrim Esports number 47, the championship leaders. We also now see Francesco Bernardi getting a penalty, so I think these are carried over from the previous race at Sebring then, so they're finally being applied mid-race, effectively. And I think there might actually be, to add insult to injury, also a penalty coming the way of Nello Pastorino, but I believe they've not left the pit lane yet. That's a very bad sign. I think Simfrim Esports number 1 might be out of this race already, and that potentially could might hand the championship to Ground Effect number 27. We'll have to figure out the maths later, because Serpra 41 absolutely under attack as they try to fight to hold on to 6th in the GT3 Pro class. That's Luca Martino being assaulted almost there through Blanchimont by Giancarlo Rossi, and then there's Carlo D'Anda in the virtual drivers line 74 for good measure. You can also see the lime green and blue La Casacu of Sebastian Zico joining the party as well.
Right.
All 4 or 5 of these drivers stuck behind Verhelpen in the GT3 AM.
Yeah, getting very, very tight out there. Let's follow them now as they bomb down into Eau Rouge. Of course, part of the joys of being in a GT3 car, not as much downforce, so you can follow just that little bit closer through here and potentially get a bit of run as we go on board with the number 71 MR Motorsport car. Marco Santoni at the wheel at the moment. He'll pull out and try and get a move done. If he can, gets dummies. Oh, that's a little bit interesting. Just about stays in position. Looks like Riccardo Corazzari got a little bit defensive, wobbling this way and that way, then gets very, very sideways. Goodness me, almost power sliding there through that corner. Another yellow flag out in Sector 2. That's been around for a while, so I wonder if someone's gone around maybe, but all looks okay for the time being as they continue to push on. And oh, there we go. That's what's happened. The GR Simthrust E-Racing team, they've gone off. They were in P9. Hopefully everything okay there for them as they come back onto the racetrack. That's Giancarlo Rossi at the wheel. So let's have a look again, joining as they head out of La Source on the rundown into Eau Rouge. So they were right in the midst of the GT3 Pro pack. They've now fallen back to the back of the GT3 field as a result of going off the racetrack there. So all looks fine coming out through Radeon onto the Kemmel Straight. Get a great run here, so they're going to try and go to the move up the inside, which I'm sure they'll be able to achieve that. So has a look, was there a bit of contact maybe coming into Lecom? Oh, and yeah, there was. Ooh. Wow, that's a weird incident. Yeah,
Rossi wasn't clear. Rossi thought he was clear, but Martino was still there in the arm Cerberus, and it's a big hit with the wall. He's sent into it. I think I remember, was it 2011? Lewis Hamilton did that when trying to overtake Kamui Kobayashi in the Sauber, and similar consequences. Luckily, though, Rossi didn't pinball back onto the track just before Malmedy there. That could have been absolute disaster if he had, but a good presence of mind there to get on the brakes in time. But yeah, that's really, really unfortunate, because the one word that was flashing through my mind was that was a very avoidable and unnecessary incident, especially so early in the race. Luckily, Martino didn't seem too badly affected, but the same cannot be said for poor Giancarlo Rossi and the GR Simfrust team. And that's going to be a big blow potentially on their title hopes. But speaking of title hopes, of course, Simfrey number 1. Oh, as we see an LMP2 spun at the top of Radeon, and just is that the Cassandra Sim Racing car then?
It's the number 23.
Yeah, well, they get going again. Don't look too badly damaged, so let's hope they didn't hit the wall there. But yeah, that's scary, scary times then for the 888 then. So that's Marv Donderkampi, who I believe has just come out the pits to serve a penalty as well. So yeah, definitely a lot of work for him to do as we ride on board with the Grand Effect trying to lap. Is that the 888 he's trying to lap along with the GT3 pack as well. So yeah, Sander Callas now finds himself in a position where he needs to make sure he's not held up too much, because that 6.6 second buffer he's built up to Sweet Force could well evaporate if he has to spend a lap behind some of these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely not ideal. Just looking down on the live timing, Nello Pastorino has left the pits. He's 2 laps down, a lap down further than everyone else. Francesco Bernardi, Giancarlo Rossi both coming in. Of course, we saw Rossi have that incident, Bernardi in the Team Sheba 13. We also saw Amanda Ortenzi just come into the pit lane as well. So in terms of hypercar, we've got 4 cars on the lead lap, and well, 2 that have been in the wars, and then of course the Level 1 eSports car, they've come into the box. They've just come into the box actually, so they may be going a lap down. They come into the pit lane earlier on, so maybe problems there for Jean-Paul Van Erle in the number 28. So currently we've got 3 hypercars at the front of the pack, and then everyone else is just mixed up. The GT3 and the LMP2 fields, they're all, hello there's a hypercar going through, speak of the devil. Yeah, they're all making their way through okay, but yeah, hypercar been a bit of chaos in the top category at the moment. Yeah, that was a bit of an outside dive bomb there from one of our faster cars. Again, of course, when you're lapping a different class than your own, they have no obligation to get out of the way. Part of the beauty of endurance racing, you've got to make your own way through them. Yes, sometimes they will let you through little fuss. But when they're fighting for position, as we see now still early in the race, all the GT3s, all the LMP2s, they're still very, very close together out on the racetrack. So you really have to force your way through. Sometimes can cause a little bit of chaos. Sometimes the faster cars can get a little bit upset because they think they should have gone through and feel like they've been unfairly blocked or something like that. But again, it just adds another little factor to the race. How well can you make your way through the traffic?
Yeah,
interesting to note as well that that Nello Pastorino has actually come out of the pits. He's 2 laps down now on the lead car, and he's now going to try and come back in. But he's not out of the race, as that was a very close battle there. That is some of the GT Pros, GT3 Pros.
Kuka
That's it.
Trying to overtake Martino, isn't it? Oh,
yes.
Downhill into Brussels, but good defense from the Arm Supercar. Already had that collision with Rossi, didn't he? He doesn't want to have another unnecessary one. But this is basically the wooden spoon fight of near the back of the GT3 Pro Pack for 7th position in class, essentially. So Carlo D'Anda has got the Virtual Drivers Alliance 74 about 2 seconds up the road. Is everybody trying to figure out where they should go? As 5 different classes trying to negotiate the same piece of racetrack, it seems. Here comes the Team Shiba number 288 that's had a fair bit of problems in this race. Federico Russo actually about to clear. Yeah, there we go. Francesco Tontara in the sister Team Shiba GT3 AM for overall position there. So that puts Russo up to 31st overall. But that's, of course, still 4th in the hypercar class, such as the issues that John Paul Vanel and Nello Pastorino have had. So Pastorino would be 6th at the moment in hypercar class, and I think he needs 5th minimum to make sure that Sander Callas does not escape beyond the sort of 20-point window that he needs. If they go in about 50 points apart, it's game over, because it's 50 points max for the win that you can get at Le Mans in a month or so's time. As the Lecassi Kuka trying to regroup, but it's so difficult to plan a move when you've got to obey blue flags at the same time. As you see a visual illustration of that into the last source hairpin. Lots of drama, yellow flags at the final sector there, but they do seem to have cleared, at least for the time being, and everybody continuing on their way. But interestingly, looks like Varconi has hit trouble, because the Goatee number 7 has dropped out of the top 5 from what was a dominant lead. And there's the Sunset 83 car stranded in the gravel at Paul Frere corner there, just after Stavolo. So that is absolute disaster there for Savasuno.
Yeah, it's all getting a bit crazy early doors here at Spa. Lots of people just finding themselves in their own little instance. Maybe they're just not quite in the rhythm. Oh, that's a wheel failure if I've ever seen one. That thing just went straight on mid-corner. What a shame for the number 83 car there. Of course, they'll be tumbling down the on. I think that they still stuck there at the moment is the Sunset Motorsport car. So hopefully able to get going. Savasu now at the wheel at the moment. But yeah, dropping down the order as it stands. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to fix whatever issues. But that absolutely, to me, screams of a steering base failure of some description. The thing was turning beautifully and then suddenly wasn't, as there we see more of the LMP2 drivers cutting their way through the traffic. Some of the hypercars getting through as well. Sander Callas, now the fastest lap of the race. He's now got a 14-second advantage up the front of the pack. He is really, really pushing hard, and still that car beached in the gravel there down at Stavolo. But yeah, again, I know we spoke about it on the opening lap when Sander Callas really tried to bolt away. To me, it seems like the ground effect game plan is just get as far ahead as we can early doors. It doesn't matter if we use up a bit more tyres and fuels. We can deal with that later. If our pace on track is really, really strong and we stay out of trouble, no one's going to be able to catch us. I think what they're trying to do is almost get a pit stop ahead of everyone else, essentially, and just cycle through that phase. For them, it's all about being quick on the track rather than getting their strategy correct.
And you can see on screen their penalty for Giancarlo Rossi. I wonder if that might have something to do with the incident we saw early on. Nicola Pagani in the Tamelli ERT, funnily enough, has gone into the pits there from the GT3 Pro lead. So this is a very early stop then, as it looks like Savasuno has got his wheel working again and is trying to extricate himself from the gravel there. So luckily that should hopefully clear the yellow flag, although now it looks like Savas is coming to a stop yet again, flashing the lights as if to say, come on, old girl, we can still get to the pit entry here. But for Sunset Motorsport, this looks like a lot of early problems that they really didn't need, and sadly that's not the first time that's happened to them this season, as we see the Team Shiba LMP2 just cutting out past the Arms Supercar, and now Sebastian Zico trying to take advantage. That was really opportunist there, and the French squad goes up to 6th in class past Luca Martino, but Martino trying to get up the inside into Malmedy has to back down.
Yeah, those cars trying to come through to lap now, looking as though they're going to start causing some chaos in these classes now, as car behind is flashing to make sure that those in front let go, and they have done indeed, which could just spice up this battle here between the 94 and the other car around the outside, the 41. And the 94 getting through as well. There could be now an inside move, as that was the replay then of what we've just seen there, as there's yellows in sector 3. Not sure why that is, but these cars, they look as though they're trying to lap so aggressively through this section. I think they might just be struggling to actually get through on these cars ahead. Not so many overtaking opportunities as there were at Sebring. And they're getting very, very aggressive behind the rest of the cars.
Yeah. As we see, is that the Sunset car desperately trying to stay out of everybody's way and not cause a code 80 by taking as much grass as he can get away with. But another thing that's happened in GT3 AM, Guido Verhelpen, who got on pole position, was in the middle of the GT3 Pro pack. Sadly, he has come to grief and is now 2 laps down. And that, of course, means it's our championship rivals now. Colony Racing 82 have taken the GT3 AM class lead with Lodi Rosini at the wheel, and then it's Ilko Busink right behind him, actually, in second position in the Rookie Monsters number 62, our championship leader. So 25 points between those two, but just 4/10 on the road. Massive drift there for the Tamelli ERT car. Having just come out the pits on fresh tyres, they're certainly warming them up through the bus stop there.
I mean, that's one way to get your tyres warm, isn't it? Scrub off a bit of that outer layer, get the heat cycle working. I mean, putting on a show for the crowds, definitely. Lovely stuff there. Looks like that that car, the Sunset Motorsport with Savas Unal at the wheel, will be making it into the pit lane. Let's just have a look here at what happened once again. So coming in, touch of the grass. Whoa. That was...
It's like you got distracted by the Sunset car, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't even think that was avoiding action either from the Aston Martin there. I think there was no time. There's just suddenly a BMW in front of them. Yeah, well done there to the number 69 BMW for keeping that thing pushing and keeping it going. Incredible. Well, I mean, that's a screensaver if I've ever seen one.
Lead change in GT3 AM. I was just talking about this. Ilko Busink snatched the lead out of the fingers of Marco Lodi Rosini. So Rookie Monsters number 62, championship leaders despite all the ballast. They are in the lead, and there's their teammates, Robin Mulling at the wheel of 63, under attack from Thomas Sabansky from GR Motorsport number 18 there. Both in the Porsche 911, of course. You can just see their teammates squabbling away. John Paul Van Earl, frustrating, is in between Busink and Lodi Rosini in that hypercar that's recovering from early damage, effectively. So there we go. The battle has rejoined now that Van Earl has cleared both of them. But the sort of middle final sector through the pit path and Fanier chicane is not really where you want to be lapped, is it?
No, to put it bluntly, that's not really the place where you want it to go down. We're half an hour through this race now. So looks like it's coming along okay so far. Again, we've had a little bit of chaos, but nothing too out there. No major incidents with multiple cars. It's mainly just people kind of encountering their own issues and having their own problems, which is to be expected, to be fair. If you are just joining us, we are in the throes coming to the end of the opening stints now, I believe. We had a couple of pit stops already. But those are for drivers with issues, the likes of Giancarlo Rossi, Nello Pastorino as well in the Simfree number 1 Porsche up in hypercar. And looking around as well, I'm still a bit confused about Jean-Paul Van Earl. Look, yeah, they're a lap down now, currently P5 in hypercar, that 28 level 1 eSports car. Yeah, boxed twice. I'm not entirely sure if they've had problems or maybe that was a strategic decision. We'll have to wait and see. Sander Callas, though, the pace starting to drop off just a little bit. They're now lapping similar lap times to Camel Stencil in the Sweet Force 37 behind. So both of them running in the 157.6 range at the moment. So I think we'll expect that gap to stick around about 13.5, 14 seconds up the front of the hypercar field. At the front of LMP2, Thomas Vac only leads by 1.3 seconds from Mark Vaid. That's the Hyperion eSports 44 ahead of the Blackhawk number 30. Then they've got a bit of a gap back to Pavel Andrzejewski in the Hyperion number 45. So double podium at the moment for Hyperion. Let's see if they can hold on to that one. And then in LMP2 Pro-Am, it's the ARM Cyber number 42, Ricardo Favre at the wheel. He's got a bit of an advantage ahead of Maximilian Pinter in the Team Sheba number 10 and William Snowden in the Boyd Transport 40. And then, of course, down in GT3 Pro, the Simfrim Esports JT number 99, Ricardo Corazzari. He leads by a second from Marco Santoni, the MR Motorsports 71, who himself has a second ahead of Michele De La Sandro in the Pescara SRT number 4 car. As we're all getting a little bit boxed in here, some of our hypercar action. This is the GT3 AM battle for the lead that we're looking at the moment. So it's Elcho Busing in the Team Rookie Monsters number 62, just ahead. Oh, we're currently on board with the Carloni Racing 82, Marco Loda Rizzini. And then just in front of them as well, actually, I believe. And yes, they are there. That's the Arm Cyber Luca Martino, number 41 car there, a mid-pack in the GT3 Pro field. But of course, all these guys are going to be fighting out on track as we head now down into the bus stop. And getting a very, very close for comfort at the moment. It looks like they're going to be able to come back in. But yeah, very tight racing in GT3, as we expected so far. It's all been very, very clean. Again, we've had a couple of incidents, but the racing not been too hard. It's just everyone's still testing the waters, still quite early in this race. Still plenty of time for strategy to develop and true pace to show itself. And of course, got to think about driver swaps as well.
Absolutely then. I think Joseph has just rejoined us then, so I'm going to try and hope we can fill in Joseph on what all the action he's missed in the last couple of minutes. But this is, as Ross was just saying, that GT3 AM lead, not just for the race lead, but for the title fight as well between Ilko Busing and Marco Loda Rizzini, with Busing having just sort of made his way through in the middle sector. I think he actually may have gone round the outside of Marco Loda Rizzini. We didn't quite see it on stream because we were looking at a replay of something else, such as the pace of action here. But yeah, Rizzini, the Carlini Racing 82, Audi R8, you would think very, very quick in a straight line. And it seems to have been set up to the point where Loda Rizzini is having to hang on through the corners, whereas the Porsche 911 BOP'd quite a lot, would otherwise be pretty decent everywhere, but he's having to make up all that time in the corners to make sure that Loda Rizzini's not close enough down the straights. As now we're watching Carlo D'Anda in the Virtual Drivers Alliance number 74, closing on our winners in Sebring, of course, which are Caspian Motorsport. Had a real it looked for a long time in Sebring, like Pescara SRT had it pretty much sewn up, and then they hit trouble literally in the last 20 minutes or so, and that allowed Caspian Motorsport, who had a horrible start to that race, to sort of fight their way back through and retake the lead and just about hold on in the dying moments of the race then. And Virtual Drivers Alliance 74, of course, who had a very strong start to the season, but they've only scored a handful of points in the last 3 races, including, of course, retiring at the 12 Hours of Daytona. That was a big, big blow for the French squad, or the Italian squad, rather, as you can tell by the massive Italian flag on the top of the roof of the car. So, yeah, Carlo D'Anda now using the strengths of that Ferrari against the Mercedes here at SPA Francorchamps, but the Mercedes has proven to be one of the cars of choice in GT3 Pro, certainly, and they've been able to get good lap times out of it. It's just then at this point in the season, the BOP is so high that you've really got to do all the defensive work from, say, the Ferrari that's much lower down in the points. So, yeah, D'Anda, you can see the lights on full blast on Ahmet Demirkan's Caspian Motorsport car, but the Ferrari yet to turn the lights on. It's going to save them in reserve for later.
Yeah, and I think that's fair enough because, well, it is going to get darker and darker as we go later and later on in the race, as D'Anda now could switch them on in a tactical sense to try and put off Demirkan ahead potentially, but not quite yet doing that. They haven't caught up to the top pack, but they could do very soon as This is the number 2 in that pack. Marco Santoni is 22nd overall, second in the GT3 Pros, and is just chasing down now the man in the lead of the GT3 Pros, Riccardo Corazzari, in the Simfreem Junior team, 99, who's done well to get up there. And well, there's the top 3 separated by about 3 seconds overall. You can see in the background there, that is the Pescara in 3rd place. So you've got the top 3 split by not much, then Demirkan 5 seconds off them, so they can just focus on each other for the time being, at least, until Demirkan and Deanda, who could potentially drag each other along back into this little fight for the top podium positions here in GT3, as it is at the moment. But they head through the final sector, not quite close enough for Santoni to make a move. But on this last lap, he's been about 3/10 quicker, as Sander Callas goes quickest of all with a 55.8. And he's really just setting the pace ahead of the rest of the field. The only driver even vaguely near him on pace is Cameron Stenzel in second, who's gone 2/10 slower. But a 55.8, that ground effect car is really desperately trying to break away from the rest of that field.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because actually you've got a couple others that are lapping somewhat similarly. I think the closest, actually, as you say, is Federico Russo, 157.7. Stenzel, Peugeot, and Pavanil and Pastorino, all the other hypercars, are lapping significantly slow. Oh no, Pastorino's set at 157.3, so he's at least got things under control there. But yeah, ground effect in very much a league of their own. It's interesting, Ross, watching the GT3 Pro lead fight between Santoni and Corazzari, because Santoni, to me, has looked a bit frustrated in this opening stint, because he seems a little bit faster, but he just can't make an impression on the race and championship leaders, the Simfreem Junior team, because they just keep not making mistakes. There was a couple of times where he was able to get close early on when they were bunched behind the Tamelli ERT, but now Pagani pit and is now spinning up those fresh tyres much further down the pack. It sort of released Corazzari into some clear air, and he has made good use of that as we continue to watch Caspian Motorsport under attack from Deanda here.
Yeah, I mean, it's still quite early in the race, so I'm sure if there's any frustrations, the team will be on the radio telling, look, just keep calm. If you can't get through them, it's not the biggest issue right now, just as long as you can stay with them. That is what matters at this phase. It's not about, doing a Sander Callas and being, 20, 21 seconds up the road straight away. I mean, if that's your strategy, great. But for 9 teams out of 10, it's all about just being in the right positions early doors and just staying with the leading pack. As we see there, one of the LMP2s getting a little bit caught up there. Doesn't look like it's going to cost them too much time. That, of course, is Amit Demirkan in the Caspian Motorsports 75.
Oh, dear.
Going off the track there. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Getting a little bit squirrely. One of the hypercars coming through now as well. Goodness me. And flashing the lights as well, getting frustrated. And, well, that is a moment where I think it's fair enough to get frustrated. No one really in the fault there. Just a racing moment that you get in endurance racing. It's just sometimes a bit chaotic when you catch traffic at the wrong time. You've got a faster car coming through as well. There's a slower car holding you up at an awkward point on the racetrack. It just all gets a little bit chaotic. Sometimes you just need to take a step back and breathe and just relax yourself, calm down, focus back in. As we see here, this is a battle in the GT3 AM class, the Grow Racing team. Number 289 chasing down Thomas Sabinski in the GL Motorsport 18. That's Bruno Reno at the wheel at the moment in the BMW. And then here we've got some LMP2 Pro battles going on. The Boyd Transport team currently in P3. William Snowden at the wheel. He is right on the tail of Maximilian Pinter in the Team Sheeb at number 10. Maybe a little bit of a move into the bus stop, looking to the left. We'll have to go the long way around, and that gap is disappearing very, very quickly. Goodness me. Fantastic job not to come together there, but still close. Still potentially with the slipstream, an opportunity into Lake Com may be the one to go for if they get a good exit from Lake Com and get the run up through Eau Rouge and Radion. So let's see what Will Snowden can do as they head out of Lake Com. Oh, just gets caught on the curb a little bit. Will still have the slipstream though. Of course, no hybrid in the LMP2 cars, all naturally aspirated engines underneath here. So you're all just driving with manual power, no assistance whatsoever from the likes of Push to Pass. There's a BMW going very slowly on the exit there. And oh, that's the Team Iris Porsche going round. That's coming down to the bottom end of the racetrack. What's happened there for the 77? Stanislas Peugeot currently at the wheel.
Yeah, he's had to do a 180 to recover that out of the Fania chicane. Sander Callis has come in for a very early stop, interestingly, just now. And all of the top three in Hypercar were on the hard tyres then, so Peugeot gets a little bit too wide. There we go, out of Fania, taps the wall as well, and then gets sent back onto the track, facing exactly the wrong way. So luckily nobody was in the vicinity there, but a little bit of an embarrassing moment for Peugeot there. And now Camille Stenzel, so Sweet Force, for the first time in their career, the Polish team takes the lead. So if nothing else, that's a historic moment for the chocolate car there. Finally, the 37 gets the lead overall for the first time in their career. But you would think now Callis, presumably going for an aggressive strategy here, getting some fresh tyres on, they're going to be very, very quick, and they're going to have to deal with them again in the near future once Callis gets back on track. Peugeot also going through, unsurprisingly, but he is 27 seconds behind Sweet Force. So there's never been a better time to be a Sweet Force fan than now, it must be said.
Well, to be fair, I think there's not going to be much pressure coming from behind, of course, Sweet Force taking that lead, but all the other hypercars having issues at some point in this race has really thrown something into the mixer, and means that Ground Effect can now make that early pit stop with no pressure. That pushing forward that Callas did at the start of the race has really benefited them, and now they can pit with no pressure. They can come back out of the pits. They won't be fighting with anyone from the hypercars because, of course, Stenzel's in the lead. I'm not sure what Peugeot in the Iris is going to do, but we'll have to wait and see what he does. But that was a big mistake there, and just something's in the water in the hypercar garages at the moment today, and we could be seeing Ground Effect and Sweet Force hit by the same things, or we could be seeing them just flying away in the lead of this one.
Yeah, Callis has actually come up behind Thomas Vack by 0.3 of a second, so that shows you how well the Hyperion 44 has done to stay out of trouble. And now Will Snowden dives for the outside on Maximilian Pinter, trying to get the Boyd Transport into second position in the LMP2 Pro-Am class. That's super brave. Will Snowden, he's not been shy about showing his nose, about putting a brave move in, but Pinter extends the corner downhill into Bruxelles. And Will Snowden does not seem impressed there. But when you put yourself out there, sometimes it's not always going to work out there. They lap the car, Loney Racing, number 82, and Will Snowden, surely not going to try and move around the outside into Pouhon, but he might set himself up for the run into Blanchimont. Oh my goodness, that's opportunist there, around the outside of Ilko Busing, and Snowden has made it through. Well, how on earth has he done that, Ross?
Unbelievable move. I mean, you talked about Snowden liking getting his nose out and getting aggressive. Bit of elbow barging perhaps, but that was superb bravery and superb racecraft to go through. I mean, great respect shown by both of the teams, both of the drivers there. Of course, hard racing, but very, very fair racing. But Snowden comes out on top in the end. Here we go, just watching that again, side by side, coming through Les Combes. I mean, that already is brilliant in itself. And then look at that, they're just inseparable, banging wheels on the run down to Bruxelles. Bruxelles, of course, this is a corner where you've got one defensive move in, it is extending the corner. The car's always naturally going to understeer through here just because of how the corner lies. Bit of a flash of the lights there through Snowden. Maybe going, okay, fair play, game on. And then you just get this gaggle of GT3 cars as they push down into Pouhon. Of course, not flat out in an LMP2. But then you look here as they're coming through. Snowden just smells the opportunity, gets the run. And as they split the GT3 traffic, man, oh man, what a fantastic move that was. And flying.
Kept two wheels on the curb, did Will, as well, without going off track. That could have been a bit awkward for him if he had gone a bit wider there.
Yeah, just a bit perhaps, but yeah, incredible, incredible move to make his way through. And I'm sure he'll continue to push on ahead now, as again, we're getting to that stage where everyone's starting to lap everyone once again. We're also continuing to hit the hypercar pit window. In fact, I think it may be done. Sander Callis back in the lead. Camille Stenzel's actually just come in for the Sweet Force 37 team, so he's back out.
Peugeot as well.
Yeah, so the hypercars all starting to come into the pit lane. And then, I don't think we'll be far off either from seeing the LMP2s coming in. The GT3s can go just a little bit longer. Their tyres a little bit harder than the prototypes, so they can typically run a bit extra. They'll use a little bit less fuel as well, so they'll be a little while before they start coming in. But for now, yeah, I think we're not far off of the LMP2 guys coming into the pits.
No, certainly not, and we're not far off the end of the first hour as well. So we will be, of course, handing over in the commentary box to Ewan O'Leary, and Ross will stay, of course, and of course Amir Oates will show up for his first stint as well. So it's been very exciting so far. I wonder how many more twists and turns there are left to go, as Mark Veit is the first of the LMP2 pros to blink. So the Black Hawk car goes into pit lane, and that is going to allow Camille Stenzel back on the overall podium. But of course, Thomas Vack doing Thomas Vack things, just loves to extend, as we see the level 1 eSports hypercar going through, and there goes the Go team as well, deciding to follow Riccardo Di Marchi into the pits. So Falcone, who led the early phase of the race, then hit trouble. Go team sort of really need to keep the pressure up on Hyperion if they want to take this championship fight to Le Mans, or get themselves into a better position going into the 24 Hours of Le Mans, because at the moment, last 3 races, Hyperion have walked it, and Go team have found themselves with luck very much going against them at the present moment. Then lots of activity with the LMP2s in the pit lane now, as a whole host of cars are being serviced, including Will Snowden, who we just saw pull off that very opportunistic move on Maximilian Pinter. Where is Pinter? I think Pinter pit the lap before, so they could be quite close on the pit exit here as we ride on board with, this must be the Sweet Force car, a Stenzel, I believe, because I can see the chocolate orange. It is very Easter themed, appropriately enough, isn't it, this car, with its Sweet Force chocolate livery. Yeah, let's see if there might be a little Easter surprise for them waiting at the end of this race. But anyway, Joseph, is there anything you've noticed that I've missed while I've been rambling on?
Well, I mean, it's just been it's one of those things where they are starting to split now. All the pit stops have been made in terms of the hypercars, apart from, of course, Stenzel came in, so I'm completely wrong in that one. But the pits have been done. Look, listen, I'm doing my best, and look, the pits have been done now, and they are all back out now, and the hypercars pretty split. There's about 30 seconds between Callas and Stenzel, so I think for the top pack, it's not quite as close as some of them would have been hoping for. I think the GT3 Pros and the LMP2 Pro-Ams, those battles are still very much on as we head through, of course, the top 3 GT3 Pros. I said they were split by 3 seconds when we last cut to them, and they're now split by just 2.5. So those gaps not building at all, and that should be a very, very interesting battle as we come towards the end, as you mentioned, of that first hour of 8. And it's all cooking up, and the next 7 hours should be very, very intriguing.
Yeah, so just before we hand over, let's recap the top 3 in each class. Then there's a few more pit stops going on in the background. Sander Callas leads Camille Stenzel by 30 seconds. So Grand Effect looking to consolidate that lead in the championship. But of course, Nello Pastorino, all he has to do is really finish the race to keep their title hopes alive, because Grand Effect would need a 20-point swing to get that 50-point margin they need, which is, of course, the maximum number of points you can score for winning a 24-hour race in EES at Le Mans in the next round in a couple of months' time, as we see the Grow Racing team trying to go round the outside of the GT3 Am Porsche. That must be the Thomas Sabansky on Sabansky's round. Oh, and collects the Team Sheba. Oh, is that Maximilian Pinto? I think that's just been collected in that. That was absolutely disastrous at Blanchimont there. And I think Bruno Reino and the Grow Racing team is thinking, what on earth happened there? Did not mean for it to go that way, but it has gone that way. Absolute disaster for poor Thomas Sabansky.
Yeah, let's just get a replay of what's happened here. So coming up to Blanchimont side by side. I mean, that's already a recipe for disaster. And just the lightest of touches.
Look at the Go team. Had to just avoid it.
Yeah, great avoiding action from the first car. And then the second car just piles on in. That's a huge, huge hit there. And, well, hopefully everything's okay and nothing's broken. But, yeah, that's a disaster there for Team Sheba by the looks of things. But, yeah, I mean, just the lightest of touches.
He's coming in for another stop.
Yeah, so that could be a little while in the pit lane. I mean, it was a very, very big hit. Yeah, I don't think they'll be out of the race, but yeah, could be a long way back to the top for the Team Sheba car.
Oh dear. Well, he's just coming in. Of course, remember it's the endurance pit lane where all the garages are. So he's gone past the Grand Prix pit lane, nudging the wall. And yeah, Maximilian Pinter, after being bested by Will Snowden in traffic there, now finds the traffic once more, the GT3 becoming his undoing there. as he comes in for a new rear wing, and I imagine significant repairs to the steering and suspension as well will be needed, because that was a huge impact, as you say, Ross. But anyway, just to finish off then, in third in hypercar, it is Stanislas Peugeot, who's 34 seconds down on Camille Stencel after having that spin at Fagny, and another hit just out of Blanchimont between that looks like the Fuel Savers car and the NAR Racing Italia car in LMP2 Pro-Am. So yeah, just as I'm trying to get through the order, they cannot stop hitting each other. Pavel Andrzejewski, he's pitting from the lead in LMP2 Pro. So Thomas Vack in the championship leading Hyperion 44 is about to inherit the lead. We think Mark Veit is going to go up to second, and Andrzejewski should emerge in class in third, a couple of seconds down on the Black Hawk car. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it's Ricardo Fava for Armsober 42 that's avoided the chaos to get into a pretty confident lead here, about 14 seconds or so ahead of Will Snowden from Boyd Transport. Then now in third at the moment, it's the car we just saw making contact there on screen. That's Giacomo Lapadula for the NAR Racing Italia 33 that wasn't fighting the Fuel Savers car for position, but certainly for actual space on the road. Then GT3 Pro, it's Riccardo Corazzari still holding on to lead by a second from Marco Santoni. So the championship leaders surviving in the lead despite the heavy ballast, with Michele De La Sandra another second and a half in arrears, keeping them very honest. Finally, GT3 Am, it's Ilko Busing for Rookie Monsters that's sensationally still holding on to the lead, the championship leaders from their rivals at Car Loading Racing 82, 1.4 seconds in arrears. Robin Mulling in the second of the Rookie Monsters is in third, about 8 seconds down the road. He's successfully held off the challenge from the likes of Thomas Sabansky, who we saw get into that massive incident just now. So there we go, end of the first hour. It's time to hand over. So you'll be hearing from myself and Joseph a little bit later on. Ross will be carrying on, and he's going to be joined by Amir Oates and Ewan O'Leary, who I'm going to allow to continue the commentary. So thanks for joining us for the first hour. Still 7 more hours to go, and plenty more action coming your way.
Thank you very much, Ed and Joseph, for joining us. Of course, they'll be back a little bit later on. You're still stuck with me, unfortunately. But Ewan O'Leary and Amir Oates joining us, and hopefully they'll be alongside us very shortly. Just getting ready to go go live in just a moment. We've got a replay of something happening here. This is the Boyd Transport 206 car coming into the pit lane. What's happened to them? Everything looks okay. Car looks straight. So is this just a pit stop for them coming in? It's Guido Verhelpen at the wheel. So coming in, pulls into the pit box, and does he go for a stop? Yes, he does. All looks okay for the time being. It's saying, however, DNF on our timing screen. So what's happened there? Yeah, Boyd, the 206 car down and out. Bizarre stuff. Well, we've got Amir Oates in the commentary box with us now. Amir, hello, how are you?
Hello, Ross. Good to be here. It was absolutely incredible how in the closing stages of our stint, there was so many collisions that's happened. And now our second retirement in the GT3 Am car, which is pretty surprising there from Guido. I think it must be something internal with the car, but very long roads ahead of us. Here's a replay involving the prototypes action, but 7 hours left to go. It's been very exciting for the first hour, so I'm looking forward to see how the rest of the action pans out here in SPA Francorchamps, which is, accordingly, the most beautiful circuit in the world.
It's got to be up there. I mean, if you see it in person, it's an absolutely fantastic view. And of course, the racetrack's not too bad either. Of course, that was our second DNF with the Boyd Transport 206 GT3 Am car. We have also lost the Sunset Motorsport 83 LMP2 car. Of course, we saw them have that wheel failure earlier down coming through Stavolo, or what we assume was a wheel failure based off the incident, but they are now down and out of the race. A real shame for them, as we've lost. Is that another car gone? I believe it is. That's the Simfream eSports pink car, also gone. That was Lucrezia Milanese at the wheel of the number 17. And yeah, they've also gone down and out of the races. Suddenly, they are dropping like flies. What has happened here? Let's have a look. Follow the Aston Martin car, and already sparking in and out a little bit. So is that a potential connection issue, or is this an incident? Let's have a look. And all bottomed out. Oh, dear, that's a big one. bottomed out a little bit coming through through Eau Rouge, and well, yeah, that's a hard impact, and that's them done for the day. And we've lost
If you're lagging that much, going through Rouge, then I wonder that if it's a lag issue, and not having that good of a stable connection from a high-speed corners like that, it's very, very easy to lose it there. So I think it might be a combination of the two, I feel.
Yeah, it looks like we've also lost another car as well just now. We've also lost Andre Saitouan in the KSR 88 GT3 car. So, yeah, definitely dropping like flies. We see some more cars coming into the pits now. So it looks like we're in the LMP2 pit stop window. So that should be very interesting. Believe as well that Ewan has arrived. So hello, Ewan O'Leary.
Good afternoon. Good to be here. And yes, I have arrived a couple of minutes late. But yeah, I'm here. 7 hours, 3 to go. Still a long way. And yeah, looking forward to being here again. It's always exciting at Spa, so looking forward to this. Although, having said that, I do feel slightly responsible for the retirements, because as soon as we've arrived, the retirements have started to tumble, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit of a, well, maybe not quite commentator's curse, but bringing a bit of a black mark maybe to the circuit to Spa Francorchamps. Hopefully we'll see no more in the next couple of minutes, but we'll wait and see. Let's get back to the racing action. We're just about to hit 7 hours left on the clock as the car's pushing around. Here we're seeing some battles in GT3. This is the battle for third place at the moment. Robin Merling in the 63 Rookie Monsters car, just ahead of Davide Ragni in the MR Motorsports 66. Again, we've seen some fantastic GT3 battles all the way through this race. They've been really, really close together. And of course, I guess it's a circuit that just lends itself to GT3 racing. But of course, fantastic hypercar action for you going on as well. Up the front, it is, of course, still Sander Callas, a 36-second lead now in that ground effect number 27. He has rocketed away at the front from Camel Stenzel in second and Stanislav Peugeot in P3. LMP2 Pro is currently Thomas Vach in the Hyperion eSports 44, leading Mark Vate by 7 seconds in the Black Hawk Racing at number 30, and then Pavel Andrzejewski in the Hyperion eSports number 45, 22 seconds back and currently a lap down as well. So only 5 cars that haven't been lapped at the front of the pack at the moment. LMP2 Pro, and they're all a little bit split up. There's Ricardo Fava that leads in the Arms Cyber, number 42. From Will Snowden, who's been on an absolute monstrous charge at the moment in the Boyd Transport number 42. Actually, we're just seeing it flying on by there, lapping some of the GT3 cars. And then Giacomo Lapadola in the Naja Racing Italia number 33. But he's only just ahead of Kiko Gabialti in the Simfree eSports 47. So a bit of a podium battle there in LMP2 Pro-Am. And down to GT3 Pro, we've got the Simfree eSports number 99, Riccardo Corazzauri, leading the way, again, just ahead of Marco Santoni in the MR Motorsports number 71, and then Michele D'Alessandro in the Pescara number 4 car in P3. They're all really close together. The top 3 in Pro covered by around about 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds. So getting very close. I mean, we're on board with Santoni right now in PT. He's right on the tail of Corazzauri. So that's getting very exciting. Then down at GT3 AM, the last of our classes, it's currently Elko Busing leading the way in the Rookie Monsters 62. He's got a little bit of a gap back to Marco Lodi Rizzini in the Carloni Racing 82. And then it's Robin Merling in the Rookie Monsters 63, just ahead of the MR Motorsport 63. So that's a little bit of an update for you to get Amir and Ewan just in the zone as well as, oh, there's a problem there for the KSR car. That is a BMW without a rear wing and going into the wall at no name. Very, very bizarre. I mean, Amir, it's easy to lose the car here, but that's, yeah, I mean, it's a long way back to the pit lane for starters, and that car doesn't look very healthy. Yeah, losing rear wing, not ideal.
Struggling. It's actually struggling. Maybe it might be a bit of a problem with the suspension, but maybe because the BMWs are notoriously heavy as well, it's hard with the gravity to like keep it onto the track, and with the elevation that Spa has, might be a bit of a problem to like navigate for those corners. But it's a long way back to the pit road, and that KSR driver is extremely struggling. He even has to cut for the grass to get out the racing surface.
I mean, that is Andre Saitouan in the 88 car. That is the last of the runners we have that are still going around at the moment. They're 6 laps down. They've been in the wars all throughout today. And yeah, more problems for that BMW squad. A real shame there. But, you know, kudos for them to still going. I mean, Ewan, obviously, sometimes racing, it doesn't go your way. But, you know, they're still pushing and still giving it a good go. And I'm hoping they won't retire when they get back to the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm hoping the same as well. I think they have made it this far, I suppose. If they're put it this way, if they're driving back to pit lane with no rear wing, I think they are going to try and at least carry on. If you had no intention, you just retire by the side of the road, because this has been a very long road to recovery here with no rear wing. And it appeared at a stage earlier in the lap that maybe they didn't quite realise that they had no rear wing, but they certainly know about it now. That's what the yellow flag will be about in Sector 3 for the next few moments. So fair play to them, as you say, for carrying on. They're actually now 7 down on the field, on their class leader. That's 4 laps down. So they're going to try and continue on, I think. There are positions for them to grab if they continue on. Boyd Transport Racing and also Super Free eSports Pink and number 17 are already out the race. So even if they carry on for only a few more laps, they'll get a few more positions. So they it's already proved that it is worth carrying on. They will get more positions if they come out the pit lane again in a few moments' time.
Absolutely. So we'll wait and see. 6 hours 57 left on the clock, first hour done and dusted here at Spa. And boy, oh boy, have we got a race in our hands, especially in the GT3 classes where it is oh so close. So the MR Motorsports 71 still right on the tail of the Simfream 99. That's Santoni chasing Corrizzari at the moment. Aston Martin against McLaren. Yeah, these guys have been inseparable pretty much the entire race so far. So going to be interested to see if they're still able to follow. And then up into LMP2 Pro, that's the Naja Racing Italia car, currently in P4. That's Giacomo Lapadula, right on the tail of Kiko Galbiati in the 47 Simfream car. Again, very, very close. But we're at that stage of the face of here where there's a couple of pockets of action. Most people have kind of spread out and are starting to kind of find their own rhythm and run their own race. There's still a fair few very, very strong battles early doors. These will eventually filter out in the midpoint of the race. Obviously, a strategy comes into it. But the fact that they're so close now puts us in good stead, hopefully, for right at the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also a good thing as well for the podium contenders and for the leaders that they're, the fact that they're still being pressured this stages into the race means that it's more than likely we're going to maybe see this carry throughout midway through. So you see a bit of action here going on with the MR Motorsports. I think he's chasing up for third, going through the final sector now. Might be maybe able to make a move for the chicane.
Have to wait and see. Doesn't quite bite for it. Maybe gets a good run out of here for a go into last source, or maybe a good run out of last source for a go up into Lake Como. We go on board briefly with the sister car in LMP or GT3 Pro, should I say. And now back to the other MR Motorsport in GT3 AM. Hello. That's a suddenly appearing LMP2. And there's another suddenly appearing LMP2 as well. It's all getting a bit sketchy, trying to force his way around. I mean, you and Beauty of Endurance Racing. Goodness me, that was a bit close on the run out of Bruxelles into No Name. Yeah, Beauty of Endurance Racing. I mean, sometimes you just get faster cars appearing out of nowhere, and more often than not, it's their decision and they're coming through whether you like it or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's brilliantly. Sorry to cut across you. Brilliantly entertaining. Exactly as you say. Exactly what endurance racing, multi-class racing, is all about. These LMP2s and hypercars just popping through in the middle of these battles. It looks like for the moment these two are not quite, I'll say, they are battling because they're close together or whatever, but they are not properly fighting just for the moment. You're more likely to see action down here for third place, I feel, because up front it very much seems like there might be a fuel-saving game going on in GT3 Pro. Very much what you see in the opening few hours. It might be close on the racetrack, but in terms of side-by-side, it's going to be difficult to... or rare to see that at the front of GT3 Pro. More likely back here, as I say that, further down the field in GT3 Pro, side-by-side between Caspian and the Virtual Drivers Alliance as well on the run-up towards Blanchimont, and that's straight through for them in the Ferrari. The Virtual Drivers Alliance, they're through into fourth place. Rather strange place actually to get such a good run, but they've made the move work anyway, and they are moving on up into fourth. We'll see if they can hold it into the bus stop, and they do.
Yeah, nice little move there from Carlo Dianda, but of course, the Caspian Motorsport car still going to be pushing, and look right behind them. That's the 94 Lacascu sim racing car, Sebastian Shizko at the wheel. So very, very close in this battle as well. Yellow flag out in Sector 2. Hopefully everyone's okay. And it disappears as quickly as it arrived. So sure, someone just having a little bit of a moment, but able to keep on pushing. There's the Boyd Transport 306, and there is the Boyd Transport number 40, currently P2 in LMP2 Pro. Will Snowden, he's been doing a fantastic job so far. A little bit of time to make up, to catch up to Ricardo Fava in the lead of LMP2, but Snowden has been ripping his way through the field and really sticking his elbows out. It's been some fantastic racing, trying to break the toe now in this battle for fourth in GT3 Pro to the inside on the Caspian Motorsport car. A little bit of contact there. Oh, and big contact, and that is going to be the Ferrari. The 74 will meet the wall. Hopefully everyone's okay. That's Carlo D'Anda who's just gone round there. So that'll be Michele D'Alessandro, I believe, going through. Oh no, apologies. That's Amit Demirican and Sebastian Shizko who's come through. So Shizko coming up there, and that, it looks like, Amir, is a very broken Ferrari.
Hit the bars very hard. It's just, again, whenever you hit it so hard, it's just so hard to keep the car on track with that damaged suspension. And again, another long way back into the pits for another damaged car. It's just, he's notoriously hard to try to keep on track. But have a look for a replay and see exactly what's happened.
Yeah, so this is a little bit earlier on in the lap. So this is the initial move that we saw. So on the run now into Blanchimont. So side by side, and getting the move done just before, that's good, because side by side through Blanchimont in a GT3 car can be a little bit sketchy at the best of times. So that all works out all the way. There's a bit of a move to the inside there from the Mercedes. Decides against it, just tries to fill the mirrors, maybe try and force a mistake from the Ferrari. But it's all clean racing so far. Of course, we got to talk about Sebastian Shizko. He's the big benefit here in the Cascu car. Just got 2 free places out of that one, essentially. So I'm sure that he'll be delighted. Up to P4, the 94 car moves as a result of that incident. So gets there's not really a real run out of La Source as they blast down past the pit lane. Coming into Eau Rouge, is there a better run maybe for the Mercedes coming up through Raidillon? Yeah, looks like the Mercedes slightly tidier through Raidillon, then obviously tucks into the slipstream. May have been a slight lift there for the Ferrari as well. And, well, let's have a look. So coming down, trying to break the toe. The Mercedes will move to the inside. And is that a gap that just disappears? Yeah, I mean, I think the 75 got squeezed there. I think, unfortunately, the Virtual Drivers Alliance 74 brought that upon themselves. Carlo D'Anda didn't really leave any space. I mean, you can say that I'm wrong, but to me, that looked very much like D'Anda really undid himself in that situation.
I think it's difficult to see from there. I think, you know, from what I saw there, Ferrari may have already been, maybe not spinning around, but certainly already sliding when there was contact made. So that's whether that was the actual cause or not, I don't know. But that certainly didn't help, I wouldn't imagine, if they got a little bit sideways on the way towards the com there. It's obviously difficult to see quite what room was given where, but it looked to me like the Ferrari actually having a slide played more of a role, and then obviously it just slows them up a little bit. Lets them, or sort of helps the Mercedes get into the side of it a bit quicker than you might expect, and suddenly you've found yourself around and into the wall relatively hard. Wasn't a huge hit on the wall actually, but it was just in the wrong area, and the suspension pretty badly broken after that. It's a long trip back to pit lane as well that we just saw the end of. They've only just made it back, and they'll be dropping down the field quite considerably after that, unfortunately. Good job to get it back though, and they will now get the repairs done and get back out onto the circuit hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully everything will be okay. We've had a few cars in the wars today, to put it politely. 3 DNF so far. We lost the Sunset Motorsport 83. They, of course, had a wheelbase failure, we suspect, coming through Stavolo. Were able to get it back to the pit lane, but they've called it a day. We've also lost the Boyd Transport 206 and the Simfream eSports number 17. So 3 DNF so far. Hopefully we won't have any more. A few drivers, of course, in the wars with the KSR with PEA number 88, Andre Saitowan at the wheel. They're 2 laps down more than anyone else. They've been in and out of the pit lane with problems essentially the entire race so far. Up the front, though, Sander Callis now has a 50-second lead in the ground effect number 27 car. I mean, Amir, he's just bolted away at the front, essentially. He had 3 seconds at the end of lap 1. I mean, it's clear that ground effect, not only do they have the pace to, you know, just be up the front and controlling the race, but their game plan for today is clearly just run away at the front as fast as you can. So if we have any problems, we've got the time behind us to deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to push as early as they possibly can. I know they ground effect that car definitely wants to try and make it 4 consecutive wins in a row, and then have that big deficit to go into Le Mans, which more points are going to be awarded. So if they can get the maximum results here, then they come into Le Mans, which is a more grueling race where more stuff can go wrong with a bit of a cushion. And I think that's what ground effect's trying to achieve, and it might actually work, but it just depends on the landscape of the rest of the Spa race on how it goes.
Wait to see. Oh, and the 74 coming out of the pit lane. More problems, touches the grass and goes straight on over Lecom. Yeah, that's definitely not the racing line, unfortunately, for Deander. But looks like their backers, have they missed it? They've missed the pit lane.
Oh, did they not get it repaired? Did they not take repairs properly?
Yeah, I mean, unless they've had another incident on the way out of the pits, because that Ferrari's still at an angle. So what's going on there with the 74?
I mean, they definitely came in. We saw that. Well, I did anyway. I'm absolutely 100% sure they came in, but whether they got the damage actually repaired the proper way, I'm not sure. Now we're under caution now, so thankfully this is not going to be quite such a nerve-wracking run back to pit lane.
Yeah, code 80 now out, so that'll save them a bit more misery. But yeah, if they came into the pits, they've either just missed the repairs, which obviously is a bit of a schoolboy error, but one that really anyone could do, and I feel like everyone has done at some point in their sim racing career, or they've had another incident in between coming out of the pit lane and where we join them at Lecom, which would just be unbelievable if they have. And well, Deander's day goes from bad to worse in a very, very short space of time. Here we see 5th place, and just in front of them, actually no, not just in front, so that's 5th place. That's is that a battle? That is a battle, I believe. No, it's not. That's just 2 LMP2s that are very, very close together on the track there, on different lapped planes, shall we say, just going nose to tail. But yeah, that's bizarre. Yeah, I mean, I guess that they just didn't get the repairs done in time, and the 74, yeah, not the best thing to do, unfortunately. So they'll make their way back to the pit, and that's going to cost them, of course, even more time. Luckily, the code 80 coming out to help them a little bit, so that'll allow them to crawl back to pit. And of course, everyone has to put the pit limiter on 80 kilometers an hour for everyone on the track, and of course, you get a penalty if you don't stick to that speed. But yeah, bizarre. I mean, Amir, it's is it something you've ever done? I know I've done it before. It wasn't a nice feeling when I did it, so.
I don't think I've raced long enough to have made that mistake, but I can definitely relate. I can definitely relate, though, to having that sort of situation. But what we've seen before with the 88 car early on, and how they're still competing and they're still driving. I mean, the fact they haven't retired is a good thing, because a very long race, again, still about 7 or so hours left remaining. So if they can still just try to keep it in and try and get the repairs done, hopefully they might be able to do it before the code 80 is done. But the important thing is just to, as long as the car is repairable, just keep it on track as long as possible, because there's still valuable points to be had here in the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. So they'll be coming into the pits at the end of this lap then, or just in a short moment's time as they come into the bus stop. And then that'll be the end of the code 80. But again, long old pit lane here as well with the endurance pit lane. So you've got to trundle on round. And that's something that a lot of people I don't really think about. Is the fact that it's such a long pit lane here. You can lose a lot of time with issues like that. It looks like the Sweet Force number 37, the Camel Stencil's coming to the pits in Hypercar. I've also got a few of the LMP2s taking the opportunity with the code 80 to come in. It's not quite a free pit stop, but it certainly saves you a little bit of time. We go racing once again. 6 minutes 44 left on the clock now, as the Naja Racing white car gets out of the way. Looked like that was a bit of a traffic that was coming through. And they'll get back going again. Again, you're in that weird phase in the race where you're not really sure if you're racing the people around you, or are they lap cars coming through? Maybe even if they are lap cars, you might be a bit quicker because you've had a pit stop. It's part of the beauty of endurance racing, but it causes a bit of head scratching sometimes.
Quite some awkward moments. There'll be one here as well. This is Team Sheba trying to unlap themselves. Number 10, that's actually the last running LMP2 car. The Sunset Motorsport team are already out, but that's the last running of the cars, and that was an unlapping. as was the one before, I think, although I didn't spot the number for who that was. It certainly wasn't any battles for position, but yeah, it does create some awkward moments. And we just saw a couple of them there. This is Grow Racing Team, who were leading by 30 seconds in GT3 AM. Didn't quite see whether they came in under the code 80 or not. Where they are, given where they are on the racetrack, I'm going to suggest maybe they didn't. They've got quite a large lead, though, at this moment, and that last code 80 wasn't especially ideal for the GT3s to want to come in, really. You want to be keeping around the hour mark so that you can line up with the end of the race more nicely. In Hypercar and LMP2, because they can't go an hour, it doesn't matter so much, and that's why you saw Sweet Force, for example, coming into the pit lane, taking advantage. They have got a very big deficit at the moment, but they'll be hoping that they've gained time once the ground effect team have to make their stop as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold with the strategy battles and that. So as a result of that Sweet Force 37 coming in Hypercar, Sander Callis now has a 94-second advantage. There's only 2 cars that Sander Callis hasn't lapped as it stands out on the racetrack, and that is second and third in Hypercar with Cameron Stenzel and Stanislas Peugeot behind. Yeah, that number 27 is quick, and we know that Sander Callis certainly is no slouch behind the wheel, as well as we go on board with the Carloni Racing number 82, currently P4 in GT3 AM, with Papello Di Maria at the wheel. There's been a driver change there for the 82. That's quite early for a driver change, but again, some teams like to shake it up a little bit. Robin Merlin just ahead of them out on the racetrack, and the Rookie Monsters number 62 doing a good job so far. Is the Rookie Monsters squad, number 63, apologies, and they'll be pushing round still. The 62 currently in P5, they're a little bit further back on the racetrack. That's got Elko Busink behind the wheel as they push through. So yeah, maybe a little bit too far back for a launch into the bus stop, Amir, but again, maybe just close enough to fill the mirror stop, putting some pressure on Merlin in front.
Yeah, I think the driver change is just more so because they know Mulling has been doing a very long stint than Di Maria. So the plan, I think, for Coloni is just whenever you've got a fresher driver, it'll be able to push a bit more than Mulling does. I think Mulling might have a driver's, well, Ricky Monsters will probably have a driver's swap maybe in about 15 minutes or so in order to combat that, but I think for Coloni it is strategical. I know it's early for it, but it's definitely strategical to get that P3 back from the Rookie Monsters car.
Absolutely. Up to LMP2 we now go, and here we see in a very tight battle for the lead, Thomas Vack and Mark Veit. Yeah, getting a bit close, actually not as close as I originally thought, but there is 2 seconds separating them, so not too bad. Again, similar thing. Oh my goodness me, that's a whole lot of race cars out there coming out of Rallion and onto the Kemmel Straight, but all looks like they're going to get through okay. GT3 is getting out of the way very, very politely. Of course, not something you have to do. I mean, that's something that always intrigues me. You know, I'll put this as an open question to the floor, but I always get very confused when, you know, prototype drivers, they often get frustrated at the slower classes. And yes, sometimes it is justified if they are very much getting in your way, but they've got no obligation to get out of the way. You know, you've got to get through on your own. And it just, when you get moments like this, yeah, obviously it can be frustrating, but you just got to make your way through it. It's part of the racing, is it not? As someone, oh goodness me, that was a bit too close for comfort. But yeah, I mean, yeah, moments like that, I get it can be frustrating, but that's just how racing is. Sometimes it's a bit chaotic.
Yeah, I think it is slightly illogical and unreasonable sometimes, but you know, if we only got annoyed when things were actually against us, then we'd be annoyed a lot less. I think as racing drivers that we do get very frustrated sometimes about things not going your way, even if it's nobody's fault in particular. You know, even if it's your own fault, whatever, it's still frustrating. So I can understand, especially when you're in a high intensity situation like this and you're flashing your lights, you want to get through, especially if you're in this situation, for example, for Black Hawk Racing as well. And losing 2 seconds basically through no fault of your own. The Hyperion eSports car was able to get through a lot of those lapped cars on the Kemmel Straight. Black Hawk Racing not quite able to do that. Now they're going to catch up a little bit because they're negotiating some of these guys on the straight now. But yeah, you can totally understand in these high intensity situations why they get so frustrated, even when it is nobody's fault in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just a bit of a weird one, I think. But I guess we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be any more frustration from any of the drivers out there. As Camel Stencil currently got the fastest lap of the race, just letting you on 55.410. And last lap, we did see Sander Callis come into the pit lane, and that was a long old stop, so I think it was fuel and tyres, as that's the Grow Racing Team car. Stopped at the pit entry.
Oh dear.
That's not ideal.
Oh,
Sorry, they were quite slow on the way in. I wonder whether they've run out of fuel. But do you remember the real life Spa 24 Hours last year? This exact thing happened, and it cost the race leader at the time the race win. I wonder how they're going to get themselves out from there.
Yeah, of course. I'm assuming they can't escape back to the pit lane because that'll be a DNF. So I think they're basically hoping that someone's going to come along and push them in the next couple of minutes. I think that seems to be the only option, but it's a long way to go as well to get down, because obviously it's the endurance pit lane that we're using here today. So it's round on the other side of last source. So yeah, I think they have just run out of fuel. Oh, that's not ideal. A little bit embarrassing. That's got to hurt and be frustrating for sure.
they're blocking the pit entry though, so they... Oh no, he's reversing.
Is that reversing or is that rolling back? Because it is on a slight
Yeah.
incline pit entry.
That's gravity. That's not reversing.
Yeah,
He's
that's
just
clutching in.
but it needs to be very careful about that. And there you go.
Ah.
He's gone straight back to pit lane. That might be the end of that.
Yeah, showing us a DNF on our timing screen. Bruno Reina behind the wheel. So I'm not sure if they'll have a chat with the race stewards and ask if they can maybe be let back into the race and have a couple laps penalty or something. But yeah, Bruno Reina, that is potentially the end of Grow Team the 289's day, and that is, yeah, that's a heartbreaking way to run out of fuel as you're coming into the pits. Yeah, again, a couple of moments out here today. We've seen drivers encountering issues that, especially this early onto the race, you really don't want to be making those mistakes and things like that. But yeah, that was definitely out of fuel, to put it politely, with gravity bringing it back down. Meanwhile, the Carloni car's caught right back up to the rookie Monsters car, who's trying to race an LMP2 out of the exit of last source for some reason. I don't know what Robin Merling is thinking. I don't know if he's noticed, but a Porsche against an LMP2, I think there's a bit of a pace difference there. There's a yellow flag out in Sector 3 as they're coming to the top of Radion on board. A few LMP2s making their way through. Yellow flag still out, now gone. Hopefully everyone's okay. Yeah, that Carloni car has caught up to the back of the 63 car, so I wonder if we're a couple of laps away from seeing a move, maybe.
Might actually see it sooner, actually, with all the prototypes that have been overtaking Mulling. I think that's why he was trying to fight with them, because he wanted to try and make sure that he's got, like, as much as a deficit he's got to the Coloni, but the Coloni, with the prototypes overtaken on the straight, they do have the advantage now, so I think it might actually be sooner, maybe half a lap.
Yeah, potentially. We'll wait and see. And then, of course, you've got to figure out where the move is. It's obviously, GT3s, they've not got any of the hybrid stuff, so it's all just naturally aspirated, setting up the move. No DRS around here. This is proper racing, as some people like to say on the internet from their basement, presumably. On board with the Black Hawk, number 30, meanwhile. And again, a little bit of a gap between these guys and the Hyperion number 44. They're just in front, about 2 seconds up the road. You might just be able to see them as we head into Stavolo. Maybe not, because we're just getting a little bit held up there by the 82 as he intercepts this battle that we've been following down in GT3 AM for the race lead in that category. And he'll slide through the rookie Monsters with no problems. The Arms Kyber car, now that we're on board with, that slides through, doing a great job at the moment in LMP2 Pro. And as we continue to head round again, at this point, I don't think we're too far away from seeing our next batch of LMP2 pit stops. We've had all of our GT3, so they'll be done now for a little while. They'll be kind of coming towards the next hour mark. They'll be coming in, I'd like to assume, if my math serves me correctly. But yeah, reaching that point now in the race, Ewan, where everyone's spread out, you're kind of just hitting your marks, running your own race. We've seen a couple driver swaps already. Maybe we'll be seeing some more at the next batch of pit stops.
I think next time round it's going to be a bit more common. I think it's a little bit early, to be honest, after the only opening stint of the race. I know that some people like to get out immediately after the race start. It is quite intense, the most intense part of the race. And so maybe getting out at that point is ideal to them. But I think knocking these stints off, at least in twos, is a good way to go at the beginning of this race, and indeed throughout the race as well. I think that's probably the best thing to do, but everyone's got different preference about how long they'd like to be in the car. we'll see what happens at this next round of pit stops as we get to that stage in the race now where driver changes will generally just be happening throughout at a slow pace. We'll just see a lot of them in the next 5 hours or so before we start seeing those final drivers getting in, and then no more changes until the very end of the race. But something I've noticed at the front end of the field, rFactor only with a 5-second lead now ahead of the Sweet Force car, number 37. That is well, correct me if I'm wrong, that is a lot smaller than what it was before the pit stop phase, but it's because Sweet Force got most of their pit stop done during a Code 80 and granFactor didn't.
That would explain why that got dropped down. And I was wondering if it was maybe just a long stop, lots of fuel and tyres going on to the ground effect. But yeah, the Code 80, of course. So a bit more work to do for Sander Callas, but we know he's got the pace. Although Camel Stencil is lapping a little bit quicker at the moment. But yeah, it just goes to show, I mean, even with that 90-second odd gap that they had, you know, anything can happen in racing. And at the click of a Code 80 button, your gap can vanish into thin air. But still a long way to go in this race. And, well, I think it's safe to say, Amir, well, the ground effect car has been very much the class of the field in hypercar. And, yeah, very much the class of the field in general. I don't think anyone else has been quite as dominant within their respective classes as that number 27.
No, I agree, but see how the Sweet Force be able to do, because has got 4 tenths faster than the previous lap. So if they be able to keep it up, might be able to make a move. But the making that pit stop under that Code 80 is hugely advantageous, because you know you be able to exploit more out of the tires and push as long as you can. We saw with Callas early on just how much he was pushing through that ground effect car. So it's just a matter about how much more he can push it for longer until he needs to make that scheduled pit stop for ground effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Yellow flag. Oh, hello.
Oh.
That's an LMP1 or LMP2 car. We're not in 2018 anymore. Facing the wrong way down at La Source. How has that happened for starters? Is that a coming together, or is that a braking on the grass and sliding into the wall? And who is that that's gone around as well? I'll just try and figure out now.
It's in the rear. So someone must have been like either spun or got hit from behind, because that's very weird, especially down for turn 1.
Yeah, very, very bizarre. Hopefully we can get a replay of that. But yeah, that's got to be they've been hit from the air, or hit from the rear even, rather than touching the grass. And I'm wondering if they maybe backed it into the wall as well. I'm not seeing anyone going slowly, so I think they've been able to recover and push on with no real issues. But yeah, very, very bizarre incident. Looking at GT3 and Carloni Racing getting even closer to the Rookie Monsters car now, 1.2 seconds separating them. Although in the last lap, Robin Merling was the quicker driver compared to Papiello Di Maria. And in general, that Rookie Monsters car has been slightly quicker. But right now, at this phase in the race, the 82 just seems that little bit faster. Again, it may be just a case of just trying to fill the mirrors and trying to see, perhaps, Ewan, if he can force the Rookie Monsters team into making a mistake somewhere.
Yeah, maybe. It's pretty difficult to actually pass at this stage of the race and actually make it mean something, because there is still so long to go. It generally means that when you're running this close, it doesn't really matter who's leading. In fact, you'd probably rather be behind, because then you can slipstream in behind and fuel save. But goodness me, look at the traffic coming through here. That must be the Level 1 Esports Ferrari coming through here, left and then right and then left again, very nearly towards Blanchimont. Now we'll go through on the LMP2 down on the brakes, but that was quite exciting on the way towards the fast left-hander. It only allows Carloni Racing to get closer though, because as the 2 prototypes broke there in front of the Rookie Monsters Porsche, it just had to brake a little bit earlier itself there as well, and so was slightly compromised for time into that final chicane. Gap comes down just under a second as they go over the line. Carloni Racing will be picking up that slipstream down the Kemmel Straight, I think, for the first time in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting closer and closer to the 82. Maybe still a bit far back for a run into Lake On, but yeah, you can see that he's just starting to hunt down Robin Merling now. Is Di Maria, a bit of a wobble coming up the hill there, so maybe just losing a bit of time down the Kemmel, not quite as straight. And obviously flying through the trees here of the Ardennes. Spa is such a wonderful, wonderful circuit, so picturesque. Of course, no rain scheduled for today. It looks to be that it's all sunshine and rainbows. Track temperature coming at 37 degrees with an ambient temperature of 19 degrees. We've somehow hit June weather in April in Europe. Don't ask me how, I absolutely hate it at the moment. But yeah, lovely weather. No rain scheduled for today, but of course, it's a circuit that rain can just appear out of thin air in real life. Don't think our Factor 2's weather system is quite as accurate, even if we are using real weather. But yeah, all set to be sunshine and dry running for the whole race, which means all the drivers can just get on and push towards their absolute best. I tell you what, up the front of the pack, Cameron Stencil in the 37 Sweet Force car, he is catching Sander Callas. He's running about 3 or 4 tenths a lap quicker at the moment. Gap's down to 0.3 of a second now. And that's a bit bizarre in it, because, I mean, Callas has been the quickest driver in the quickest car this entire race so far. And suddenly, after this code 80 and after that pit stop, may suddenly be looking like he could be under some pressure for the lead of the race.
Yeah, so it's determined for Cass whether if he should defend it from the Sweet Force, or if it might be a bit logical to just simply let him pass and now make a stop sooner than later, unless if he's holding it out because he's expecting maybe another code 80. The other thing as well with these driver swaps as well is that it also, I think Owen mentioned this as well, about how they predict how the course of the race will go on. So if you usually make your driver swaps every hour, it's more ideal, but that also means that you're putting your eggs into one basket and saying, look, it's not going to be a very chaotic race. But already, just in the first hour, we've seen 3 drivers DNF, and we already had 2 code 80s. So there probably is going to be a lot more in the way, and it is still only 6.5 hours left remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. Time is ticking by, though. The first hour and a half and a bit of this race has flown by. Some fantastic action, and we've got a fantastic battle brewing on our hands here. Nearly as the Carloni Racing 82 gets a bit sideways in this battle for the GT3 Amley, but somehow still gets the run on Robin Merlin. Going to be a bit too far back to get the dive bomb into Lacombe, but now we'll definitely be starting to thinking about setting up the move. Where does he go? Of course, Lacombe is the textbook place to go for it. It's there or the bus stop, but there in GT3 there's a few places you can try and force a move. Of course, got to keep in mind that there'll be a lot of LMP2 cars, a lot of hypercars fighting their way through, and they're getting big time held up there, trying to force their way through, coming into No Name. One gets through, does the other. That's the Team Shiba car that we just saw go through. This is the battle for P6 in LMP2 that just went past. Riccardo De Marchi against Giuseppe Saracino in the CR Prototype Black 15 and the Team Shiba 320. So that battle being split up just a little bit. They were very, very close together for a moment there coming through Bruxelles. Luckily, though, we see there, Ewan, battle was held up a little bit, but they've able to kept going and continue their hard racing.
Yeah, those onboards really make you appreciate mirrors, don't they? Because it's a real surprise when you don't have them, that when these prototypes come steaming down the inside, and obviously they're entitled to do so, but it does surprise you, take you off guard when you can't see them coming, as we can't when we're on board in those situations. It was because, as you say, this battle is going on for 5th place in the LMP2 Pro class. It looks like Team Shiba are going to be through here. Flash of the lights, almost as if to say, go on through, and that's exactly what they're going to do. 5th place changes hands in LMP2 Pro. That's Giuseppe Saracino getting through on Riccardo De Marchi in the CR Prototype Black, number 15. And that is a change for 9th overall, but 5th place in the class. More importantly, they make their way through, and it looks like Team Shiba are going to have the speed to now run away and escape from with this place. As there's a near 3 wide moment in the background. They'll certainly be clear now as they get to the top of the hill here at Eau Rouge and Radiant.
Yeah, I was
going to tunnel straight though, so it might be a bit of advantageous to allow them to let him through. So we'll have to see if that ever still happens.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 wide into Eau Rouge doesn't often work. 3 wide, I was going to say probably won't work, especially when they're all in different classes. Not quite working there, coming up into Lacombe, but definitely got the run. But yeah, I think the Shiba car, Amir, just yeah, looks like it's a bit quicker, and they'll be trying to push on forwards. And yeah, not disappear into the distance, but certainly try and extend a bit of a gap. This seems to be their race at the moment, the battle for P5.
Yeah, it's just a bit much faster through the 2nd and 3rd sector in comparison. So I think now, because didn't manage to retaliate or wasn't quite close enough to make the overtake now, I think they'll be able to just simply run away from it and cement onto that P5, which is very good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Carloni Racing, the 82 car, is now right on the back of the Rookie Monsters leader in GT3, and Robin Merling has got to be feeling the pressure on that 63. The 82, it must be said, has been, the last couple laps has sent more time sideways, it would seem, at mid-corner than, you know, pointing in a straight line as it should be. You can tell just how hard that they are pushing behind the wheel, Di Maria. And, well, very, very close now. So there's got to be a move, if not into the bus stop, certainly coming into Lacom. Maybe getting held up by traffic just a little bit there. So maybe not into the bus stop. If they can get the run out of Stavlo, it is possible, of course. They will have the slipstream. Merling a little bit wide there on the exit. You don't want to run too wide there. The curb actually kills a little bit of your momentum as you come back onto the racetrack, so you don't want to dip too many wheels. But looks like the 63 surviving at the moment. There's the number 69 Team Tomeli car, the BMW, currently P7 in GT3 Pro, and running a decent race so far. In fact, just in front of them, actually, that is the Arm Cyber 41 with Salvatore Zitello at the wheel. Nicola Pagani chasing them down. So Carloni Racing still P2, the 82, and drop back a little bit. So maybe not a move on this lap. There's got to be a move at some point before they run out of tyres, because they're pushing so hard. It's a really interesting battle to see. They're not slipping over each other, Ewan, but it's just this kind of this cat and mouse, this teasing game almost of who's got the pace, who's going to be faster, will there be a move? And maybe it's going to come down to a point potentially where it's who bites first on a pit stop.
I think we are getting to that stage now where we're almost starting to edge towards maybe not seeing a move here, unfortunately. Carloni Racing have been pushing really hard here to try and get this place, but it just doesn't look like they're quite going to have it here. As long, though, as they stay close to Team Rookie Monsters, then I think they'll be okay with that as we go back to Tomeli on the back of one of the Aston Martins. It's actually really close here overall, right from Robin Moling all the way down. So there, as far as I can see, there's been a couple of dropbacks in the last couple of moments, but there's 6 cars effectively covered by about 8 seconds at the moment, going right the way down to Sheba there, who are at the back end. So Robin Moling's leading GT3 AM as we've been seeing that battle going on. Then only 5 seconds back is this battle between Arm Cyber and Tomeli ELT. That is actually for an overall place, as in these two are behind the GT3 AM leaders overall as well. So they could be battling overall soon, alongside Elko Bussing and Francesco Tontaro, who are just in the background as well for GT3 AM. That's 6 cars covered by about 8 seconds, and there's 3 battles within this as well for actual class positions, overall battles within that as well. It's quite complicated, but it's all very close at this part of the field.
Yeah, getting very, very exciting here in GT3 Pro and GT3 AM. All of the drivers trying to make up positions, and they're all at one place on the racetrack, it seems, on board with the number 69 BMW, trying to get the move done already. Is Pagani on Zitiello, side by side. This could get interesting, but we'll get the move done before they get into Blanchimont. So that's nicely done. Can Pagani respond on the run into the bus stop? Bit of LMP2 traffic going to try and fly on by as well. And yeah, that's going to put an end to that move. We saw the Aston Martin did look to the inside there, seeing if there was a gap, but ultimately nothing was there. And there was an LMP2 diving through, a hypercar even was diving through to put a stop to that one. So that's one move done. Well, will the other move be done potentially between Robin Merlig and Di Maria? The 63 and the 82 are still neck and neck. And actually, it looks like this could be the occasion where the Carloni car gets a run, because they're closer than they have been. Look like got a run, and that's actually the Team Sheba car there. So what has happened to the Carloni Racing car? They're still saying they're separated by less than a second, so somehow they've got another McLaren in between them. So maybe not quite the move being done on this lap. There is a contact with an LMP2. So where's the car? Or am I looking at the wrong Rookie Monsters car entirely? I think I might be being a slight fool.
That's the 62. The 63 is in the lead.
I see. I can't trust myself with numbers. So that's the 62. So we've got everything I've just said. That is still for position, to be fair. That's Elko Busink and Francesco Tontaro in the 62 and the 67. They're fighting for P3 at the moment. So that's not the battle for the lead between Merling and Di Maria. But still a battle of some sort. Yeah, too many Rookie Monsters cars. To be fair, this is the battle for the podium. They're very close. The McLaren could be trying to find a way through here, Amir.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's just good. It's interesting because they're not separated at all by so much as well. But if you stay behind and if you keep on like fighting the midst, and also with the traffic as well, that also puts a a bit of a leeway to see how all of this battles is going to come over the remaining hours. But it's interesting because you can either like make the attack now and hopefully, and fingers crossed that it's quick, as we've seen with the earlier on with the Tomeli against the arms, or you do what I think Carlone has been doing with Ricky Monsters, that just tease it as long as you possibly can. I think that's the that's the 306 going a bit slow.
Yeah, it is a code 80 out, in fact. So something's happened somewhere. Yeah, not sure what, but we've clearly had an incident and someone's going slow on the racetrack as everyone is brought down. Was it the 306 that caused that? Let's have a look. Bottoming out a little bit, coming up through Eau Rouge and all. We've seen that incident a few times today, and luckily bounces out of the pit exit line, but that is a big impact into the wall. And yeah, understandable that the code 80 has now been thrown. Yeah, that car's going to be a little bit damaged. We've seen a few of those today coming into the wall up at the exit of Radion, and yeah, you can see the car not quite straight. That BMW logo is supposed to be the right way up when you're going down Kemmel. Yeah, not ideal, unfortunately, for them. Easily done, though, unfortunately, Ewan. I mean, you just come up to the top of Radion, the car gets a little bit light, you're going quite fast, and then at that point, you're basically a passenger.
Yeah, we've seen it happen before. We'll see it happen again as well. This has
It's
caught the
getting
leader behind it, by the way. So under code 80, we've got the leader right behind the damaged car, which is not quite going code 80 speed because it's damaged. And obviously can't overtake under code 80, so the leader's losing time. The gap was 5 seconds when the code 80 came out. Sweet Force are now just 3 seconds behind. The two leaders are going to be nose to tail by the end of this code 80.
Well, that's not something you see every day, is it? Hypercar giving a GT3 a push. Sorry for cutting in there, Amir, but yeah, I mean, that could potentially be costing the ground effect team a fair bit of time. Looks like, I'm not sure if the BMW is quite able to drive at full pace, because it looks like they're kind of in between pushing and not pushing, and there in the background is the Sweet Force car. You just see them now. So that's how close they are, not pushing anymore. But yeah, looks like yeah, very interesting there. Sander Callis was trying to get a move on.
That was code 80. They were going, I think on the dash you could see it was 78 by pushing. So they're losing 2 from that. And then that every time they lose that, that's the Sweet Force gain all the more closer in that code 80. I think maybe it might be a good time for a ground effect to come into the pits now in this case.
Could potentially be. I mean, of course, they won't get the full joy of a... They'll get a couple of seconds out of it, but the code 80 will stop pretty much as soon as they come into the pits. We are seeing a few people come in. That's the Simfreem leader in GT3 Pro. That's Riccardo Corazzeri coming in. And he's got currently a 22-second gap. Of course, under code 80, that is pit lane speed limit, so you're losing no time while you're actually in the pit lane. And it is a long old pit lane here at Spa on the endurance pit lane layout. But of course, it takes a bit of time for the actual stop to happen. And there is second place, the Pescara SRT number 4 Mercedes. Michele D'Alessandro currently at the wheel. So they could be very, very close when they come out of the pits. Again, it's the joy of motorsport. Sometimes Lady Luck shines your way, and you can essentially get a free pit stop. And that is what a fair few other teams will be doing out there. I'm just waiting to see if everyone's going to be able to make it into the pits okay. Sander Callis, they're not quite at the pit lane line. And yeah, the gap back down to 3 seconds now between Ground Effect and Sweet Force. So maybe not quite as close as we thought it was going to be, Ewan, but they are still getting a lot closer on the racetrack than I think Ground Effect would want them to be.
Any time gained under code 80 is effectively free, as the race now does go back to green flag racing. The gap is 2.5 seconds. It looks like Sweet Force have actually got a better run as well out of the code 80 and into the green flag racing. So they have gained quite a lot from this period, as the Pescara car, indeed, as we follow, takes the lead in GT3 Pro. There is the Sweet Force car, the BMW, chasing down Ground Effect. This is going to be close for the lead here. Ground Effect have not had the best look through the 2 code 80s in the last hour, and that has allowed Sweet Force to get a lot closer now. It's given us a proper race for the lead with nearly 2 hours gone.
Yeah, absolutely. So 1.5 seconds separating our race leaders. And we have a race on our hands up in Hypercar, of course, to go alongside the very close battles we're seeing elsewhere. The Pescara SRT number 4 car did take the lead in GT3 Pro, but of course Koratsari with that pit stop only 4 seconds behind, so that's very close. It looks like Robin Merling also made the decision to come into the pits. He's now 5 seconds behind Di Maria, so the Carlone 82 did finally get the lead, but was that the right decision to stay out? We'll find out. And yeah, it's all been a little bit mixed up. So that's down in a GT3 AM, should I say, up in GT3 Pro. Obviously, just talked about that one. So yeah, just splitting up the battles a little bit, that Code 80. That came perfectly timed for a fair few teams there. Yeah, just fell right at the pit stop window, especially for a lot of GT3s. We've got a 5 DNF so far in this race as we're approaching not too far away from the 6-hour mark, of course. Just to recap, we've lost the Sunset Motorsport 83 after a wheelbase failure. We've lost the Boyd Transport 206. We've lost the Simfrim Esports number 17, the KSR number 88, and the Grow Racing team number 289. We've lost all of those drivers and all those teams, should I say. And yeah, the KSR car, they were in the wars a lot, it must be said. I'm surprised they didn't throw the flag in earlier. They were about 5 laps down on everyone else. They've been in and out of the pit lane all race long, just issue after issue with that race car, unfortunately. So back to the racing action then, Amir. Yeah, looks like that Code 80 just helped out a fair few people with the pit stops. And looking just for a moment as well at the Hypercar lead, Camel Stencil was 1 or 2 seconds quicker on that last lap than Sander Callis. It looks to me like the Sweet Force car is now trying to get a move on and trying to catch the race leader.
Yeah, I think right now, by this point, I don't think it's a matter of if, but I think a matter of when. I think the only advantage ground effect might have is the GT traffic trying to delay the inevitable for that overtake. But you can best your belief for Sweet Force, they're going to be trying to steamroll for that GT traffic as much as they possibly can to catch up to ground effect. But you must think now for ground effect, what can you do to try and make sure that you're like because we knew that they were leading by like about 30 seconds away from Sweet Force up until the first or the second Code 80, which Sweet Force then pitted. So what can you do now in this situation if you're them that you can try and make that cushion happen again? Because it hasn't really quite worked in their favor, but there's some ways that they could turn it around. And for Sweet Force as well, they're trying to get their first win in this class, this championship. So same question for them. Like, you're still catching up, but what can you do to try and cement it? And that's what both of these teams need to think about in the next 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 hours, 11 minutes left on the clock. We'll wait and see what the lap times are. Sander Callis will be coming to the line around about now. Last lap, it's saying, was a 1:56 from Sander Callis compared to a 1:57 from Camel Stencil. So lost about a second there. There was a little bit of traffic involved, though. Again, sometimes it just acts up to the BMW of the Sweet Force 37. Just held up a little bit there, as there we see second place at the moment in GT3 Pro. The Simfrim number 99. They are now right on the tail of the Pescara number 4. They swapped places during the Code 80. The Simfrim car came in for a pit stop. Koratsari now looking to take back the lead. And, well, Ewan, I think with some fresher tyres, I think this will be a pretty easy move to make.
Yeah, and in terms of net positions as well, Simfrim Esports certainly have the advantage right now. Even though they do have the same amount of stops remaining in this race, they will have a significantly shorter one towards the very end, if indeed they have to make a last splash and dash at all. So that's all to be figured out a little bit later on, especially because there's likely to be at least one more Code 80 where pit strategies are likely to be thrown up in the air all over again. But it probably is going to go the way of the Aston Martin here. The Pescara car coming towards the tail end of a stint now with 6 hours 10 still to go. That means, well, they'll be a little bit lighter on fuel. Their tyres will be significantly more worn out. And on a pretty warm day, that should give the Simfrim Esports Aston the advantage.
Yeah, should do. And yeah, a little bit of traffic trying to slide its way through the Pescara car, and the Pescara car also gets a little bit sideways coming through. As well, 6 hours and 9 minutes left on the clock, and pushing their way around. Yeah, I don't think, Amir, this is going to be too hard once the Simfrim car catches the back of them. But again, it's one thing to catch car, another thing to overtake. We'll have to see what kind of defensive efforts Michele De La Sandra can whip out.
another thing as well too, not about like if the overtake, but how quick you can make the overtake as well. Because the more you're side by side, especially a track like Spa Francorchamps, you're just gonna put so much unnecessary wear onto your tires that you really want to make it as quick as you possibly can. Because the more you prolong it, the more that you and the defending driver would have to, you know, beat up so much more life into it, that in the end the driver down in third is now in a much better strategy than you two. So I think that's something as well for the attacking and defending driver, that's what they need to look out for as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As getting a little bit 3 wide into Lecom there, bit of grass getting kicked up as well. And yeah, just traffic again causing a little bit of chaos. Yellow flags out in sector 2 as we go back to this battle for the race lead in GT3 Pro. Looks like was I just, yeah, I think I was seeing, I thought I saw a car off to the side of the racetrack. They're heading to, so I think it may have just been a parked car, one of the models sat here at our lovely circuit, the SPA Francorchamps in rFactor 2. And well, I think this could be the moment if Korotsari gets the run, or maybe he won't, gets a bit squiggly coming out of Radion, and that will be the end of that push. And gives the Pescara car just a little bit of breathing room as well on the run down into Lecom. Means that Korotsari just has to reset, go again. But again, got time on his side, got the pit stop as well under the code 80. Again, I don't think Ewan is going to be too hard of an overtake when he gets there.
Yeah, that looks very Audi-like almost over the top of the hill there from Korotsari and the Aston Martin, of course. The car just getting away from him very nearly over the top of the hill there, but he got away with it, kept it on the road, and he can continue this charge now. You do think that it's probably only going to be a matter of time here, and maybe that time is now as well. The hypercars comes down the inside. It's not quite disadvantage the Pescara Mercedes as much as I thought it might actually. So, and there comes an LMP2 around the outside. This is going to continue on. It may well be traffic that decides this one, as one now gets between them through the middle sector.
Yeah, getting very, very close indeed as they push on by. Is there potentially a move coming up on the run into the bus stop? It needs a good exit from Blanchimont, a little bit wide from the Pescara car. Bit of understeer on the exit of the mid-corner. That could cost them a little bit. Into the slipstream goes Korotsari. Does he get the run? Gaining slightly. You see there on the bottom right-hand side of your picture, climbing up to 250 kilometers an hour on the run into Blanchimont, flying through, no lift from these GT3 cars. Little bit too far back for a dive bomb as it stands, but needs a good run out of here to maybe set up the move, and gets really, really close on the brakes. That's some fantastic effort on the anchors into the bus stop. Is there a bomb into La Source? Let's find out. No, don't think there will be. I'm pretty sure Korotsari, if he can hold it through Eau Rouge and Radion, which he struggled to do so the last couple of laps, the move is going to be into Lecom. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, should be very, very interesting as they're running up. We'll just follow these guys very quickly through Eau Rouge. Can Korotsari hold it? Yes, he can, just about. It looks like the Pescara car slightly quicker through Eau Rouge and Radion, actually, on that run, as there comes LMP2. They get very nicely out of the way. And once again, I think they're going to be a little bit too far back to have a bit of a dive bomb. And it will be the Pescara car that holds on for the time being. And on that note, I'm going to sign off and hand you over to the very trustworthy hands of Ewan and Amir. They're going to take you through the next hour. I believe, are you guys getting joined by anyone else, or is it just you two for the next hour?
No, I think it would just be us.
Oh,
yeah, I think so,
well.
for the next hour. But thanks for joining us for the first hour of our little stint here through the first part of the race, Ross. And I think you'll be back on it again a bit later, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you are mistaken. I think I'm done for the day. I've been, I'm hoping I'm done for the day because I've got an actual work shift, my real life job that pays my rent at 4, and that goes on till midnight. So I hope I'm not needed. Otherwise, my boss is going to be very angry at me. But yeah, I wish you all the best for the next hour.
Thanks very much. Made me giggle there. Yeah, very are mistaken. But thanks very much, Ross. And yeah, we'll see you later. Maybe at Le Mans. We'll see you again later. But yeah, myself, Ewan O'Leary, and Amir Oates are going to take you through the next hour of this race. Up to 5 to go in this round of the eSport Endurance Series, Season 7 rather, Race 7 of our calendar this time around, the 8 hours of Spa. The leaders overall are coming into the pit lane. Sweet Force have just done so, and Ground Effect are doing so a lap or so later as we continue to follow the battle in GT3 Pro. There's a lot going on in this race, down and towards the bus stop chicane. So far, Simfream have not been able to find their way past. Riccardo Corazzari still stuck behind, and it seems like a matter of time, but we've been saying that for a while now, and he's not been able to make the move just yet.
The advantage that Pescara has is that Eau Rouge entry. We saw on board with the Simfrem just about a lap earlier that you can just see the Mercedes has just got such a much better exit in comparison, that it's been able to build up a gap enough that once it comes through the Camel Straight, there's not enough slipstream for Ricciardo to take that advantage and to make that overtake. Might be the same case here though, but we'll have to see. It's actually close this time.
Here we go. This could be a chance for Corazzari. He's got a better run through Radion. We've been on board with him in times in the past where he's been really out sideways and struggling here. Not this time. And again, this time, though, he's not quite close enough. Still can't quite find his way through. And you begin to wonder how much he wants to make this move at the moment, because he's got a lot more fuel on board. He'll be going a lot further into the race on this tank of fuel. And so you wonder, is Corazzari just playing the waiting game, waiting for either that Mercedes to make a mistake or for them to come into pit lane, at which point he'll go through and go off up the road?
That's going to be quite interesting, though. But you can just see how much on the back of him, a little bit of touch on the grass, and is a bit swiggly as he comes through the second sector now. But yeah, it's interesting to see whether their strategy is just going to be either to stay as long as behind as they possibly can, which I don't think is that much optimal in my opinion. But he's had so many chances, I think, and he has shown the pace to make the move onto D'Alessandro, but hasn't quite yet. I feel like he's holding back for some reason.
Yeah, it does feel like that a little bit sometimes in this leading battle. Speaking of battles, by the way, they've very much split apart in the prototype classes in the last few moments. Ground Effect now leading by a minute all of a sudden ahead of Sweet Force, although Ground Effect have definitely come into pit lane themselves. Hyperion eSports are now pulling away from Black Hawk Racing in LMP2 Pro because they've made a stop. Simfream eSports now leading by just over 20 seconds ahead of Armed Cyber in LMP2 Pro-Am because of pit stops as well. So it's splitting apart in the prototype categories. The GT classes, though, are getting even closer. Corazzari was just slowed up, though, by Level 1 eSports that time round in towards the bus stop chicane. And there's some much needed breathing room for the GT3 Pro leader, Michele D'Alessandro. He's just in front of him at the moment. It's a real high-class front of the field here in GT3, I've got to say. Michele D'Alessandro leading Riccardo Corazzari and Amit Demirkan in the top three of GT3 Pro. Again, over the top of the hill for Corazzari. As an LMP2 comes out the pit lane. There's a bigger gap between them this time around, although that might be about to get closer again as the Pescara car is going to have an LMP2 down its inside on the way towards Lecombe.
Yeah, it's just going to slow it down as well. You could just see it to make an evasive maneuver onto that prototype, and that'll allow for Corazzari to be able to claw back up to Alessandro. But again, it just needs to try and make that overtake. And what we'll see is I think it's a bit too far back now to try and make any realistic moves heading through No Name.
Off in front. One of the BMWs, coming back onto the circuit right in front of the leaders. Oh my word, that was close. One of the BMWs there looks like a wounded GT3 rather. It's certainly in the AM class. I couldn't tell you which one it was because we whizzed past so quickly. But that was almost dangerous there. It looked to me like a car without full control over its mechanical components.
Trying to figure out who that is. I think that might be the GR Motorsport 18, if I'm not mistaken. I think I am probably mistaken, but that's huge. That's really huge, and that has allowed for, you see, with Pescara, he had to make much more of an evasive maneuver than the other driver has done. So it's more advantage for the Aston Martin driver. So again, I think he might be able to make the move if he really wants to.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll try and get to the bottom, by the way, of that car that was off. We'll check back on that later. This is Black Hawk Racing, meanwhile, second place in LMP2 Pro. Mark Veit. My timing screen is showing me the leaders in the pit lane, and they are indeed. Oh, it's side by side for the lead. Meanwhile, in GT3 Pro, just as we step away for one moment, the Sweet Force car comes down the inside. It looks like it might have just halted the charge of the Pescara car, which is coming back again in towards La Source for the first time of asking. Oh, my word. One corner in the lead for Corazzari, and D'Alessandro didn't want to let that happen for too long. He's got straight back through down on the inside there on the brakes, and he's back into the lead again.
He's going to go for a Rouge now, for a Radillon now. His hope now to try and reclaim back the lead is to try and keep on the slipstream through the Camel Straight. But it hasn't quite worked out various times before. But will his fate change here now? I think it's a bit too far, though.
Let's see, in Telecom, the braking zone is... this is what happened, by the way, at the very end of the lap. The Sweet Force car coming through, and there's the idea traffic gives and it takes. And that's exactly how. This was a great move, though, I've got to say, from D'Alessandro to get straight back down the inside again and straight back through again. A fantastic move on the brakes into La Source. A flash of the lights from Corazzari. I'm sure it wasn't a well done, let's put it that way, as they made their way out of the corner. And they went down the hill and up over the hill at Raidillon. They are still nose to tail. What a great battle between them. But D'Alessandro showing he clearly wants to hold on to the lead at this stage.
Yeah, 100%. It's very good for Corazzari, though, to using that hypercar traffic to his advantage to make the overtake on D'Alessandro, but didn't do enough to put off of a gap to try and defend from D'Alessandro down to turn 1. So D'Alessandro doing really well to try and maintain into that GT3 Pro lead, but it's not comfortable because Corazzari is once again all over the back of him once again, heading through the third sector. Gonna see if there's gonna be any sort of major differences here, and maybe this time, maybe Corazzari will be able to make it stick this time.
It's going to be another opportunity, you would imagine, in towards the bus stop, unless there's another prototype to come from behind and surprise us all here as they go through the fast left-hander. Bit of a slide for D'Alessandro. It looked like Corazzari was a little bit more stable there. Another prototype down the inside, and this could be a chance for Corazzari. Well done by D'Alessandro there to cut into line in time. He could have easily let that get him wide and in trouble, but no, he took back into line immediately and did a very good job. Now in towards turn 1. Is Corazzari going to do exactly what happened to him last lap? Not this time. He's focusing on that run down the Kemmel Straight.
It's very, very close once again, but again, I still is going to be on the back of him now, going through. Rouge has done really well. Compared to the last few laps, he's actually gotten a very good run in comparison before, but I don't think that his exit out is just as good as D'Alessandro's in order to make the move. As the prototype goes flying past now, I think D'Alessandro is going to try and make use of that slipstream to try and just pull away a little bit from Corazzari now as they head down through Lacombe.
Ed, by the way, making a great point in the YouTube chat that this is hyper important for the championship as well between Pescara and Simfreen. They are 1 and 2 right now. It's hard to say that it is a 2-horse race. In fact, there's almost everybody still still on the track at the moment is probably in the championship race this season. It's been such an exciting season in GT3 Pro. However, it is these two who are top and right now fighting for the lead in this race as well. 5 hours 56 to go. You'd be forgiven for thinking there was 5 minutes 56 to go in this race, but there's still a lot longer than that. It is a great battle between Michele D'Alessandro and Riccardo Corazzari, two vastly experienced drivers in this series and on rFactor 2 elsewhere as well. You'd trust them to have a great battle, and that's exactly what they're doing as well. Through the middle sector, another prototype comes through and off up into the distance. These two will now come out of the Curve pour Frere and battle again in towards the bus stop chicane. Corazzari hasn't been able to get quite as close in the last couple of laps, though.
No, and I think in this case now, I think D'Alessandro has a little bit of the edge to pull away enough that Corazzari cannot make the move, even with the slipstream coming from Blanchimont and from the Kemmel Straight now. So a bit of advantage in favour for Pescara. They'll be able to potentially get away and maybe get their second win this season if they'll be able to pull it off.
And on the brakes again. And this time, I just feel like it's just a little bit more calm now between these guys. Out over the line again at the completion of another lap. The leaders, by the way, completing lap 57 at the moment. These guys just over the 50 lap mark as they cross just about 2 hours of this race. And have about just over 200 laps here this afternoon in all of the classes this time around. Maybe not the GT3s, but plenty of times around in the 8 hours of Spa. The last round before Le Mans now in the eSport Endurance Series for Season 7. As the two, again, split apart by lap traffic. And it has just calmed down a moment. Now Corazari, I suppose, is going to be waiting up ahead to see when that Mercedes is going to be coming into pit lane and whether he can, and when indeed, he can start to lead some laps again here.
Yeah, I think that will probably be the advantage that maybe DeSandro or Casari will be probably trying to look for. But a lot of the teams so far have gone for different strategies as well. Like, there's like a lot of them that are in different battles amidst of their own, and they have their own sort of plans on how the race is going to go. Again, I think we've been on 4 code 80s now by this point, leading into this hour now. So it's not at all certain for Lissandra Kazar that what they're fighting for will eventually be the lead come for the end of the race. But for on-track position now, it is definitely where it matters most.
Absolutely. Well, this is the closest battle out on the circuit at the moment, and it has just calmed down in these last couple. The close fights that are going on, although they're not actually fights for the moment, are mainly in GT3. Nicola Pagani and Salvatore Zittiello are relatively close. This is on board with one of the hypercars. Team Sheba currently running in 4th position. This is Thomas Bach. We're riding, he's Hyperion car. It's 4th overall. Mirko Lucchini is the Team Sheba driver who is currently in 8th place overall. They've actually got some LMP2s to pass for overall positions in these next few moments, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing, as are the Simframe eSports and Level 1 eSports cars as well. There is the overall standings on the left-hand side. It's a sign, unfortunately, that some of these hypercars haven't had a very good race so far if they are behind LMP2s, although it's worth noting that the difference between the top class and the second fastest class is a little bit smaller than what it used to be back in the old LMP1 days.
Yeah, absolutely. With the new regulations that come around, that was used to be a higher margins, now lesser. So that means that for Mirko Lucchini to be behind the LMP2s is, not at all surprising. It's not at all should be a disadvantage or a motion boomer or motion downer, but it's just a matter of the fact that these are how the regulations have been stand as it now. But for Lucchini, though, I think he'll be able to get him back up. The race is still fairly early in, still not halfway through at the moment, so a lot of things can still happen.
Yeah, we're only just over a quarter of the way through this race. Started with 8 hours here this afternoon at Spa. As we continue racing this season. Still another round to go after this one at Le Mans, of course, where the most points are going to be awarded and the championships are going to be decided in GT3 as well. Well, GT3 especially, I should say. Simframe eSports team we're on board with currently leading the championship in GT3 Pro by just 5 points ahead of Pescara. So if they finish this way round, then I think they'd be tied going into the last round, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see if that actually happens, because last time round, neither of them were inside the top 3, or indeed anywhere near it. Simframe and Pescara. Simframe gained a couple of points, and it was actually up to the other teams. The 8 car was able to get a bit closer. They're only 6 points behind, alongside Caspian Motorsport as well, who won last time out at round 6. And that leaves 4 teams covered by 6 points heading into this race. In fact, mathematically, 7 teams could take the championship lead at the end of today. That's just how close it is in GT3 Pro. What a finale we're in for in this class.
It just shows that the maximum amount of points that for what Le Mans can offer means that it makes Spa a bit more that important in the lead up there, because you're carrying that momentum, you're carrying through those results, and you're carrying through that chemistry coming out from Spa into a more grueling race than that of Le Mans. But for Pescara, for Simframe, though, to go into the final race equal on points, what a fight that would be between those two, and they'll have to duke it out in Le Mans, but with also Synthras and Caspian as well, not too far behind. Caspian is currently 3rd at the moment, so they'll be able to get some much more valuable points as well. But as you said, anyone's game. Absolutely
is. We'll have a very exciting final 2 rounds. it's a good point you make about this round in relation to Le Mans, because I think that is the case in this class more than any of the others. Hypercar, the lead is 30 points for Ground Effect, who also lead in this race. So, this round not necessarily that much more important for them than Le Mans will be. As we've got a yellow in Sector 2, it looks like we're okay. In LMP2 Pro, Hyperion have only got 14 points, to be fair, over Go Team, but even so, you can't win or lose it here today in Spa. You can't put yourself out of contention, maybe unless you Go Team Racing at number 7. 33 points in LMP2 Pro Am and 25 in GT3 Am. For these teams, especially those championship leaders, other than in GT3 Pro, it's a bit more relaxed today, knowing that the big points are played out in Le Mans. You're unlikely to seal it with a round to go. And so even if you have a bad round here, it's not the end of the world by any means in those other classes. Feels like in GT3 Pro, it might be the end of the world if you have a bad round here, though.
Yeah, absolutely. The important thing, though, for most of these teams, though, within the GT3 Pro, is not only just for on-track position, but you have to finish. Because if you don't finish and you score lesser points than what you could have done if you finished, then you're coming to Le Mans with already a really big disadvantage. Whenever the gap is like 5-6 points away, and then out of that, if you have an outside chance of 14 and 20 already coming through Spa, and then you do not finish, and then the others score 30, then you're pretty much effectively out, and you're relying on your wishes for Le Mans for something to go wrong, which is why for GT3 Pro, it really matters that much to them.
That might be why GT3 Pro has not got any retirements just yet, even though GT3 Am and LMP2 Pro Am have. In fact, GT3 Am has seen the most retirements by some distance so far. 4 of the teams that are out already belong to that class, as Team Sheba come into pit lane now. They're on the second half of the pit lane, the downhill run, the historic old pit boxes. And their teammates are currently running in second in GT3 Am. This is a change for the lead not so long ago, because Carloni Racing are now leading by 2.5 seconds. Team Sheba very much chasing them down, but I've got to say Carloni Racing looking very strong so far. And Pier Paolo Di Maria looking faster than Francesco Tantaro. That has given Carloni Racing the lead by 2.5 seconds, as we can see here.
Given a bit of that cushion that they've had, always been chasing the rookie Monsters car for quite some time. Robert Mulling has put on an absolute stormer of a stint, but must feel for the driver, though. I think he must be getting fatigued now from this stage, whenever all the other drivers have done driver swaps, and so he's been in that cockpit for a very long while. I can expect we'll probably see a driver swap from him soon, bringing a new driver in, and then hopefully storm into laps to try and retake back that class lead for GT3 Am.
Yeah, I would expect after this next round of stops, we will have seen everybody do a driver change at some point in the race so far. Good afternoon, by the way, to Francesco Geniale, who's giving us some, not insider information, but just his opinion, really, on the Aston Martin, saying that it feels like the Ferrari F140. I think that was from about 10 years ago or whatever. The one that was oversteering and understeering at the same time and looked very strange. If you've ever seen that video of the final sector at the Yas Marina circuit, it's very odd. But it might explain why the Aston Martin is the only, or that Simpreme Aston Martin rather, is the only one, or one of only a few, I should say. Cyber have got one as well. But it's not the most popular car in GT3 this season. I would say I've never driven it before. However, it doesn't seem to be the most popular, and maybe that is why. I don't know if you've driven it or not, but that would be pretty annoying to have the understeer and oversteer going on, all going on at the same time in that Aston Martin, but wouldn't be surprised based on how many have actually chosen it this season.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it requires a good amount of setup and a good amount of knowledge with the car to be able to make best use of a car like Aston Martin, though. It's not at all very easy to race, but I think it is showing its stages here in Spa Francorchamps, and has shown its case with the Simfrim team over the course of the season as well. It's picked up some race wins, which is pretty remarkable for a car that has that sort of characteristic. That is very hard to balance and hard to get right. But it just shows you the amount of requirement and expertise that you need to push out for the Vantage.
Now then, 5 hours 45 still to go this afternoon. Long way left here in the 8 hours of Spa, and in LMP2 Pro Am, we've got pit stops happening at quite a rate now. Riccardo Moretto is leading the way for Cyber now. Not sure if they have stopped actually in this round or not, but we're seeing lots of stops for lots of teams now. The Nostre Racing Italia team have been in, so have Simframe eSports, Nostre Racing Team White, as well as the Fuel Savers number 23 as well, all into the pit lane right now. 4 of the class, which is the majority of the class actually, in the pit lane right now. Very much seems like it is time. And the P2 is of course the firstiest of the cars, or at least with the smallest fuel tank. I'm not actually sure if it's their economy rate which is the worst, or whether they've just got the smallest tank. I have a feeling it's probably the latter, but anyway, they certainly have to make the most stops of any of the classes we have here, and that's why you're seeing them in the pit lane all over again. Oh dear, you see a free wide moment there. Another close moment for Sweet Force there with Team Sheba as they slip through on the inside after Puon. They slip through though, and another close moment through traffic survived. There's going to be plenty of those throughout the remainder of this race, that's for sure.
Yep, absolutely. Coming for the stage, as you said, midway through, there's just going to be things sort of ease out just a little bit, but it's still going to be very hectic because this is where, at the most, the GT3s, along with the prototypes, just mix and match and sort of, start sharing the same track all that more often as they all start to fight their different races now. Tangent towards the Team Sheba, though, 87. I think it's just been climbing up, if I'm not mistaken. The McLaren has done actually really well so far throughout the course of this race, as tries to make up a chase for what is effectively the lead for the GT3 class.
Yeah, it is the lead, and it's come down very rapidly in the last few moments actually. Team Sheba right on the back now of the Carloni Racing Audi. It's one of the odd things about the pit lane exit here, when the LMP2 just got itself out in front of these guys. So just had to weave around it on the Camel Straight, and they got away with it, but you can see how that can be a whole lot worse. Now one of the many Porsches comes down the inside and through in the middle sector, just hurting the McLaren, and the Audi not quite letting them down the inside, but they are going to go and do it anyway. So no gains or losses there for either of them as that hypercar came through.
You can imagine, though, for the GT3 cars, whenever they usually don't fight, they usually try and get the way. But whenever it's a battle like this for the lead of your class, oh, we've got someone off. That's the other Team Sheba car.
Wow. And that looks at high speed as well. That might have been at Eau Rouge. Yeah. We might have a code 80 here. The LMP2 speeding towards it very quickly. And no, they are going to go under code 80, so they're not going to crash straight into the back of it. But let's see what happened here to number 13. We're under code 80 again here. It's in the last few hours. We've had 3 in the last 90 minutes. It's been a very code 80 filled part of the race. There's a hypercar coming up towards the back of the McLaren here. That's going to slip through quite easily. It's not going to be their fault by any means. It's going to be a little bit of a clipping on the curb of the inside line. A whole spin around, and rear first, that McLaren goes into the wall pretty hard.
That's a heavy hit coming out from a Rouge, just so unstable, and then trying to be able to counteract it, but I think counteracted just a bit too much, and you could just see with the suspension, that might have actually been a wheel failure, either that or if it was a suspension issue, but I have to see that Team Sheba will unfortunately have to come into the pits for repairs and add some more time, and that's very unfortunate there for the Team Sheba Pro class as well, in the midst of outsiders' chance fights for the championship, but think it might be a little bit dead in the water unless if they pull off a miracle, but might be seeing our first GT3 Pro retirement maybe, or maybe if they were able to repair it, I think they should be able to prolong as much as they can to try and score some valuable points.
Let's see, number 13 is not quite last for the moment, so I think they are going to carry on. They're driving it back to the pit lane anyway. If they had no intention of carrying on, then I think they would just retire. But they're only 20 points off the championship lead. They didn't score any points last time out. So they're in a bit of a bad run of form after 2 podiums in a row and 4 for the season. 4 podiums in the first 5 rounds. Unfortunately for that team, the season's starting to unravel right at the very end. And it's a team like that that can't really afford a misstep here at Spa. They could end up a maximum of 50 points away going into Le Mans. Now that is maybe a bridge too far at the final round.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably has to pull out. Mathematically, they would still be in it, but they would need to have, such unworldly amounts of luck coming into Le Mans in order to be able to win the championship. But even if it's not the win for the championship, they're probably could be aiming for top 3 or podium. Still also might be on the cards depending on how this race goes. But another code 80 though is going to be really big strategic wise. Can I see a lot of pit stops now happening here on the timing screens as Pageau's into the pits along with the Marchi Moretto, and then along with the AM classes, the leaders are both into the pits, De Maria and Tontaro as well.
Absolutely. This is going to give the advantage, I think, to Arm Cyber in LMP2 Pro Am. Meanwhile, who's it going to give the advantage to in GT3 Am? We will find out. They're the two leaders, by the way, in GT3 Pro, just in behind the Boyd Transport racing car. So I wonder whether they'll be able to get in time. I've lost track of where the Sheba car is on its way into pit lane, actually, in the last few moments. So whether the GT3 Pros will be able to come in, I'm not sure. There's the Hyperion Esports car into the pit lane as well. It's right in the middle of LMP2 stops, so going to be a disadvantage to some and an advantage to others. Blackhawk Racing going to follow through. They're going to get less of their stop done during Code 80 if it ends while they're there. There is another Hyperion car, by the way. They're lucky that's not the leader. That's the third place car that might not be able to come in time. Did either GT3 Pro car come in? Yes, Pescara came in. This is pretty good timing for them, actually. After Simpri were able to take advantage of the last Code 80, they've taken advantage of this one.
Yeah, a lot of cars here have been taking advantage. Some of them we just got a bit unlucky with the earlier Code 80, the second one. I think they're going to be able to put on good advantage here with this Code 80. And I think this one might be a little bit more important in my opinion because it is halfway through the race and maybe be able to see some cars that didn't do the advantage and fell back down, be able to claw back up. Now, Code 80 is over now, we're back to racing again.
Back to green flag here at Spa. And immediately they're all on it again. Carloni Racing lose a bit of time in the pit stops though to Team Sheba. It was their teammates who brought the Code 80 out. They got effectively a whole stop done during Code 80. These two now definitively the race leaders in GT3 Am, and they are by some distance as well. This is definitively the leader now in LMP2 Pro Am as well, as they got a full stop under Code 80. This is Arm Cybra in this class. Ricardo Moretto still the driver of that one. No change through the pit stop phase this time round. Pavel Andrzejewski has gotten into the car of the race leading LMP2 Pros. Hyperion Esports into pit lane number 45, or back out again I should say, as the leaders in GT3 Am go side by side. I'll get back to that in a moment. Carloni Racing are straight on it out of the pit lane and into the lead.
That's very good there from Coloni, trying to take the lead once again from Team Sheba. Have to see whatever Team Sheba will club back. We have to have a look at a replay on that, though. As we just see with the Carloni's going to try not quite making the move down for No Name, but just still keep on the back of it, keep it nice and tidy, as it knows about the corner upcoming through Puon now. It's going to try and look for the inside. Really clean, absolutely good entry speed and then exit speed as well to try and push that deficit away from the Team Sheba car. Exactly what Carloni wants, takes the class lead.
It looks to me like Carloni just getting those tyres up to temperature into the right window immediately here, whereas for whatever reason that McLaren just not able to go anywhere on this restart. Look at the gap, my goodness me. Carloni Racing absolutely flying here out of the pit lane. It's Marco Lodo Rizzini at the wheel of that one. Flavio Azzurri at the moment is not able to get that McLaren working at all compared to the Audi. This is a startling difference between the two after just one lap out the pit lane.
Yeah, it's still climbing as well. That was half a lap as well. It was, what was it, around 1.7 seconds behind before the Code 80, and now it's up to 3 seconds now. So that's incredible. The Carloni might actually be able to pull away and do something here. It's right about with the Team Sheba car.
This is Hypercar. Very much on their own here in fourth place. Team Sheba at the moment in the championship are, of course, not up there in the Hypercars. It's really down to ground effect and Simframe this season. And right now the gap between them is fifth rather. It is a pretty good day for ground effects so far at the front end of this championship. Simframe Esports now leading GT3 Pro, and their lead's going to be even bigger as well after Caspian Motorsport make their pit stop under green. Unfortunately they weren't able to get in under the Code 80. Could be a very big disappointment to them. So here's Pescara. They're about to take second place, but what's the gap going to be here? Because they've traded their Simframe Esports free pit stop under Code 80 last time with one of their own. This time around, we'll see what the gap is here in a few moments.
I think the Caspian is just into the pits now, so we're going to see with the Sandra if he'll be able to get up ahead. was in charge of the fight for the lead, but now after that, Caspian though got up into second though. It's going to be pretty good, but unfortunately, with having that pit stop now under the green flags conditions means that their chances of getting something higher slips further and further away. But have to wait and see with that as Descendra does get himself up into class second now, trying to chase for Kazari now for the lead. But yeah, that's just a huge interval though between those two. Effectively, the free pit stop as we've mentioned before. So something a bit of a miracle there for Pescara needs to try and put out there.
It's a pretty big margin for them, unfortunately. Might need another code 80 of their own to make another stop and get a bit closer. We will see though. Simframe in control of that class 4 now. In GT3 AM, the gap continues to extend. Carloni racing way quicker than Team Sheba for the moment. As we have a look on replay here at something. I believe this is still live pictures on board with Pescara for the moment. We'll find out what's going on. That was 3 wide in towards Puon. Hypercar well down the inside of a 3 wide moment, and one of the LMP2s stuck in the middle there. But they all get away with it, and Pescara can continue on. It's over 1 minute, and they've nearly got a minute back to Caspian Motorsport now as well. Some very big gaps in GT3 Pro. As it stands, I think I mentioned it earlier on, Simframe eSports would be championship leaders going into Le Mans if things stay as they are. But as we know from last round, things very rarely do stay as they are. The two who are 1 and 2 at the moment finished well down at the last round and have made it a very, very exciting end to the GT3 Pro season.
Does to show with the Code 80 that we've just seen a few moments ago just how much it can drastically change the course of the race, because GT3 was by far the most competitive out from the field now, and now the gap is now nearly 2 minutes between first and third now, which used to be a lot closer just a few laps ago. So again, just shows you what a really good play strategy can put in on the long haul. And for Simframe, gotten themselves just in a massive cushion now, and their best hope now is just hope it'll go this way for the remaining 5 hours and a half, which highlight that it will, but it is still a good position for them nonetheless.
Now then, up the hill for Pescara, over the top and over Radion, with still 5 hours and a half still to go in this race. No battles necessarily nose to tail at the moment, although further down the field in GT3 Pro, Tomeli ERT just in front of Le Casco Sim Racing and Philippe Brigenet in the BMW. It's actually a pair of BMWs here as they go towards Puon. One of the LMP2s down the inside, and that might give a bit of a chance, although it's Brigenet who's been just held up slightly by the Tomeli, or by one of the LMP2s rather, I should say. And so that will not be particularly helpful in the next few moments. But this is pretty close from MR Motorsport and Davide Regani, who is currently 31st overall, down to 33rd overall. We've got 3 teams covered by about a second and a half here, and this is the last of them at the Le Casco car that is looking for a way past Andrea Gandozzi and not able to find it just for the moment. Certainly not going to be finding it, getting past like that. And now is over a second behind the car in front.
Yeah, the BMW GT3s has been one of the more popular cars of them, especially for the AM teams, but not quite for the pros. These two are the only 2 teams throughout the entire pro class, actually, that does use the BMW GT3 cars, which has been a bit heavy and has shown a bit of their, less of their advantages here come for SPA Francorchamps. As much as they are Sable notoriously heavy, a bit too much to handle, I think, in my opinion. Sort of just bottoms out a bit if you can't use the elevation of the setups at all correctly. But see how this overtake though between Brignay and Gandossi will go along. This is actually for P6 in the class. Still a lot of points to be had here for this position.
Yeah, there is 3 BMWs in one line. MR Motorsport, Tomeli ERT and Le Casco Sim Racing. It is Davide Ragni, Andrea Gandozzi and Philippe Brigenet, 1, 2 and 3 in this group. The driver at the front is a GT3 AM, and so that could be a bit of an obstacle here for Tomeli ERT as they go through at the Lecombe section. There's a look down the inside now. It's almost to say, you know, we're not in the same class here. Why are we even bothering to fight for this right now? But they are fighting a little bit, and Runny just slightly in the way now. This is not what you need when you're Tamelli ERT in this situation. You want to hold on to the position, but it's very difficult to do that with a lap car in front, and now they're having to look down the inside in towards Pouhon. Surely they're going to be able to get it done now, and Runny just pulls out the way. Fair play to him for doing that, because he doesn't have to, but he just let the battling pair in front, and he drops down a couple of overall positions, but stays in his positioning class. That's 5th place in GT3 AM for the moment.
Yeah, you have to feel for the Gadossi though. He has a lot of time and able to trying to defend from bringing on back. But after with that lap sort of traffic, I think it might be hold up a bit too much than that from the like it. There's a bit of dust in the background. I think just someone has touched the grass, I believe. But yeah, with all that in mind, it's pushed that fight just all the more closer now. And the question I think is just a matter of when will that overtake maybe be able to happen? Have a yellow in sector 3 though.
See if we come across it here in this battle. Doesn't look like it. Oh, one of the hypercars trying to go round the outside here, and it's all going to be a mess in towards the front chicane. Look at that from Go Team, sweeping left and right in towards the bus stop chicane, and they do get through on the traffic in the most efficient way possible. It looks like that yellow flag didn't amount to anything, so we can carry on racing here, but that little bit of traffic has put Le Casco in a little bit less of an ideal situation here. They've got to catch back up to Tamelli ERT and try all over again here.
Yeah, that was so scary. Could have been a lot worse, but it's just about with the asphalt escape road though, be able to keep that cheaper car just about on track now. So all the more better in the advantage now for that to be able to keep it. Did lose the position, but I don't think it will be entirely the end of the world though. But can see though on board, it is starting to slowly pull away though. Actually, we've had another DNF actually with the 13 of Shiba.
That is a shame. That is the car that caused the last Code 80, unfortunately. They've dropped to the back end of the GT3 Pro class, and that is the first retirement in that class here today, I believe. It's a real shame to see that they've had to retire, and that could be the end of their championship charge as well. They'll at the very least be within 50 points of the league going into Le Mans, but these last 2 DNFs in the last 2 rounds have really undone for them. A DNF at round 6 and 7 is going to put an end to their championship charge, very sadly, after picking up 4 podiums in the first 5 races.
Yeah, just a lot of promise there from Team Shiba, but with that pointless score in round 6 has hindered it a bit, and now with this again in Spa, I think it's pretty much put it much more or less down the water. Not at all an end for them though, in terms of being able to gain positions at Le Mans, of course, with having maximum points available. But yeah, it's just very unfortunate for them, really.
It is, unfortunately. So then back to this battle in further up the GT3 Pro category. Le Casco looking to get past Tamelli ERT for 6th. Down on the brakes. LMP2s, don't say in the way, bit rude, but they are coming through nevertheless. 3 of them. There's plenty of these LMP2s in the field, of course. As we have a look on replay, at, oh, maybe not. We'll see if we can get that. As we go down towards turn 1, LMP2's continuing to go through, and now into La Source. That has just halted the Tamelli ERT car, and suddenly Le Casco are going to have a chance here. Brisonnet with a good run out the first corner.
I think the prototype was really slow there for the entry though. Look at that, just fending off from the prototype in the background though. Really wants to make this overtake. Now a bit wiggly coming out for Radilon, and that will allow not much of an advantage there for Brignet to make the move onto Gandossi now. But yeah, too far back. I think it's the exit just coming out from Radilon that had to put in too much of a steer input that affected the speed coming for the Camel Straight now. Otherwise, it would have been nearly a certain move at Lecombe.
That was the key moment there. It looked like he had a better run, but not this time around. We are trying to get that replay thing sorted, by the way. Yes, it is unfortunate for Brisonnet, but again, not able to find his way past this time around. Andrea Gandossi able to hold on to that position in the field. Sixth place is still his. You saw the way that they were both sort of shielding the inside on the way towards Eau Rouge there as well. It was very close to that LMP2 going down the inside and getting in the middle of these two through that section, but they managed to hold off. In the end, it didn't really help. The Casco Sim Racing still trying to find their way past, but unable to do so just for the moment.
No, I think the best thing that they could do now, just keep applying the pressure onto Tomeli, and hopefully they try to make maybe another mistake or so. But, you know, keeping that pressure on, though, midway through the race, it's pretty good for them, honestly, and does show them that they'll be able to stick behind as much as they possibly can. And it's, you know, as much as midway through it starts to relax a little bit, being on your toes during the midway for the endurance race is not an easy feat to achieve, and have to see if they're able to pull off.
Down on the brakes again for the bus stop chicane. Up over the curb on the inside and on the exit as well. Brigenet looking for that run, but it's out of the source where he really needs it. Get the much bigger slipstream on the way down the Kemmel Straight, although you get a fairly significant amount down here in towards the source as well. Now looking for that late apex, which he's been able to get a bit better than Gandozzi was able to there in the BMW. Now back down the hill, they're going to go in towards Eau Rouge again here. Into the slipstream we go. There's going to be some gains made, and the run up the hill may well give Brigenet the chance to come through maybe into the slipstream. He's got a decent run over the top at Rallion this time. He's got the blue flags waving as well. Let's see if a prototype pops down over inside on the way in here. Whether that helps or not, it certainly will. It will not help though, and Brigenet not able to get close enough again.
The best chance that he had back a lap ago was from the benefit of the prototype traffic, but without the prototypes, I don't think he's just about close enough or has that good entry coming out of Rouge to try and make that move stick. And also with these cars as well, they're not really, doesn't have that much of an advantage with the slipstream for the Kemmel Straight. It is a bit of advantage, but not extremely evident though. Tension though between the Boyd Racing team though. I think they're in the midst of their fight for, I think it is for the class lead, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. Look at that, down to 2/10 now, and we'll be able to have for the third sector now, hopefully to get into the advantage. But maybe if with that slipstream at their disposal, make the move through chicane. But if not, then they'll still have an entire other lap to do.
This is going to be interesting between Boyd Transport and Arm Cyber. This has been going the right way for the chasers here, and there's going to be a chance here. Oh, Arm Cyber with a bit of a late cut-off there. As the battle for the lead in the LMP2 Prime class reaches boiling point now. It's Riccardo Moretto versus William Snowden. And look at this view here from the back end of Moretto's car in towards turn one, down the inside from Snowden. Quite a long way back, but he's got down there. Now then, can he hold it as the lights flashed out to the Porsche, which decides to pull to the right-hand side? In the end, it didn't matter. Snowden couldn't get through.
Yeah, I think, that Boyd Transport, I think, had a bit of that disadvantage, though, with the Porsche now, as there's another car that goes out the way now, but with the Kemmel Straight now, with these prototypes, they're able to facilitate the slipstream a lot better now, heading side by side now, heading through the cops now, through turn 7, who's going to be able to come out from on top, as the camera will have the inside line, but through the outside line through, Boyd maybe will take the class lead now at the moment, and that is a really good move there, be able to hold it in, stick it on, and be able to put the foot down early.
That was a fantastic move from William Snowden, who gets through on the inside line, outside rather, in towards Lecombe. See if we can have another look at where it all started, really down in towards La Source. It was a decent chance down here, and when you see a chance, you've got to try and take it, as long as the move isn't too rash. It was a decent setup, but in the end, it's what it created later. In the end, it didn't really affect things too much. He was just able to tuck back into the slipstream and try again on the way down the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Snowden placed his car absolutely perfectly through turn 7, though. Just try and keep behind and use as much of the slipstream that Riccardo was giving as possible, and then be able to nitpick and perfect his line perfectly. And he knew he was going to be able to stick to it. Now, as they go side by side through turn 7, just see here, he knew he had the inside line, but he carried more speed, and with that was able to take that inside line and then able to push enough to try and make the move cement through turn 9. So really good there overtake there from William. Very happy with that as he now leads for the Pro-Am class in LMP2.
Oh, it's not going to last very long. He comes straight in. Well, I wasn't expecting that. I mean, these two fought so hard for the lead. I'm kind of surprised that Snowden's had to come straight in. I would have thought if his pit stop was that close, Snowden would have said, well, I'm not that worried about passing you because I'm only going to gain a few tenths of a second. Might as well just sit behind and wait, because the time it would have cost him to make that pass has surely actually cost him time overall, even though he did gain a second and a half afterwards. Surely that overall cost him time rather than gained him.
Also cost him fuel as well to make the overtake as well. If you just stuck behind and used the slipstream, it would have been a lot more to your advantage as well. Not to mention going side by side for turn 7, 8 and 9. Also more tire wear as well. But I don't think that really matters though. I think just William must be very happy he's going into the pits regardless.
Well, we're not complaining. It was an exciting battle to watch. It maybe wasn't the smartest thing to do for your race, but again, hard to complain. Here is the Boyd Transport racing car into the box, by the way. William Snowden is, we'll see, going to be if he's going to be the driver at the end of it. John Paul Van Earl is also into the pit lane right now. That's one of the hypercars, the Level 1 eSport, the only Ferrari in the field here today. The only hypercar Ferrari, that is. There is the Team Shiba Porsche, meanwhile, in 4th position. It's Mirko Lucchini, who is now about to put a lap on the Boyd Transport racing car. And Jansen Pintz, by the way, is going to get into that one. So a driver change there. A very exciting end to William Snowden's stint in the car.
Done really well in that LMP2 at the moment. It's done really good to, just for a slight moment though, puts his class into the lead. Does show that that number 40 is definitely in lead contention though for that class, and hopefully better things will come out from them as the race goes on. But have to see what Vince will be able to do with his stint now.
Out of the lane he comes, and onto the circuit for the first time in this new stint for Jansen Pintz. And immediately he'll have the Go Team LMP2 coming straight past him. It's a Pro-Am team, and so they won't be worrying about that one particularly. They are not in the same class, and in fact that's only a car going through to put a lap on them anyway. It's Overton Varkini having number 7 as it stands towards Lake Holm. 5 hours 18 still to go in this race. And that was the closest battle on the circuit that we were just watching a few moments ago. Unfortunately, snatched away from us in the last couple of moments. Another close battle, though, is between Riccardo Moretto and Francesco Giardinetto. They're not in the same class, Arm Cyber versus CR Motorsport Prototype Black, rather, but they are nose to tail. And this is one of the GT3 AMs coming out of the pit lane right now. MR Motorsport, just in front of GR Motorsport. Now, Pino Gallotta at the wheel of this one. And pretty comfortably out in 6th place for number 66. Currently 4th place in the championship, needing to gain some points today to get a bit closer before the championship finale, but they are unfortunately 2 positions behind the championship leaders. Team Rookie Monsters currently in 4th place, losing points as it stands to Carloni Racing, who are leading this race, looking for their first win of the season.
Yeah, just riding with the MR Motorsports now. I think their main goal now is to just keep it really much on track as they possibly can, and hopefully comes out to their advantage. But yeah, as it stands, everything has sort of started to calm down a little bit midway through the race at the moment. Still a lot to play for here though, because with the traffic of what we've seen beforehand, possible for another Code 80 maybe later down the line. But as it stands, it's been a very exciting race so far. I think we've got like 5 or 6 so far in just the early stages of the race, so potential for a lot more coming for the race. The weather has still been looking pretty solid at the moment, as it's not actually going to be dropping down in temperatures. The ambient temperature does drop down to around 17 and down to 14 in the closing stages of the race as the sun does set in Spa, so that will be very interesting to see as well.
Yeah, very nice day in Spa. I don't know what Ross was saying earlier on, by the way, about the weather in Europe being not very nice at the moment, or not enjoying it, rather.
It rains tomorrow.
It'd be wonderful. Anyway, it clearly doesn't like warm weather, but I don't know. Everybody's mood just seems to, I don't know if it's just a British thing. Everybody's mood seems to go skyrocketing in the nice weather. The sun's out, and all of a sudden everyone's worries are forgotten about. Anyway, it's another nice day here in the sim as well in Spa. As Ross was saying actually earlier on, it's modelled on real weather, of course, and at the moment, certainly in Western Europe and Central Europe, it is not particularly wet. We have a pretty dry start to April, so no rain to worry about. That is always the concern when you come to Spa, especially at this time of year. Normally spring is the real changing of the seasons, and changing of the weather can be very sudden as well, but it doesn't look like we're going to get any of that here today.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is that even though the forecast might tell you one thing, it can simply just appear out of the blue. That has always been the case with, the European countries, especially in, close to the UK for the Netherlands, Belgium, and even Le Mans, for example. That's also had some stuff that's come out from the blue as well. So that sort of weather is still going to be on the cards, even though the forecast may predict one thing. It's also the same thing as well for the 24 hours to Le Mans as well, which is another fun thing to be looking forward to as well. It's just, with that long racing in that changeable weather conditions, it can just rain at an instant. And in that case, a lot of drivers, admittedly, including myself, don't really practice more for wet weather as much as we do for dry weather. So it's going to be, it's the great equalizer, as everyone does say. So that will also be very interesting to see later down the line.
Yeah, that's always fascinating me, that how people just don't practice the wet weather for some reason. Oh, and a spin in front, meanwhile, through Stavolo. One of the LMP2 drivers there dropping it on the exit of Stavolo. Couldn't see who it was through the gravel and or the grass and the dust, rather, that was being kicked up there. But right in front of MR Motorsport, who we're just riding on board with here for a couple of laps as we're chatting about weather. One of the LMP2s goes for a big spin. It wasn't this car. Simfreem eSports currently running in third place in LMP2 Pro-Am, but a rare spin on power out of Stavolo. You don't see that very often with traction control.
No, not at all. That's really bizarre, to be honest. I'm not entirely sure what quite happened there. Was it a possibility of being distracted or something? There's no code 80 though, so it appears the damage has been very, very minimal. But yeah, that's impressive. That's actually extraordinary. I was not expecting that, especially during the stages of the race as well. The GT3 just cuts in ahead, and that will allow almost a collision right there. But evasive maneuvers though prevails though. But God, that was scary.
Was
the race leader, I think, right in front of us here. The ground effect Porsche in hypercar, just trying to sneak down the inside in towards Blanchimont, and my goodness, it was quite close for the two of them. Rookie Monsters currently in third place. That was number 63. Rookie Monsters very helpfully got their numbers on the back end of cars, which as commentators is an absolute delight. We can see immediately who it is, and it was the third place car that was very nearly taken out there. I mean, when you are a GT3 coming through that corner, it's such a high commitment corner. You can't exactly change your line late on, and that has and that means rather you can't allow for a hypercar to come down the inside quite as late as ground effect we're trying to do there.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and especially with that long straight as well. You can, whenever you see hypercar going straight, just have to, keep to your line as possible, because you want to try and, be able to, whenever the hypercars go past, just make it as easy and simple as possible. But making that move later on is just not at all ideal, and just by sheer luck and probably very good reaction times from Callas, he'll be able to hold it on to the lead at the moment. Otherwise, it would have been very disastrously bad.
Thankfully, yeah, they do avoid collision, and those two can carry on in their podium places as they are in the field. This is the Hyperion racing car, or Hyperion eSports car, I should say, in third place in LMP2 Pro, just over a minute off the lead, which is currently being held by their teammates. Thomas Bach, the driver of that one. Pavel Andrzejewski is the driver of number 45, who we're following here. And so far, it's been a good day for Hyperion in LMP2 Pro. They are the championship leaders with number 44, and they're currently leading this race as well. And with Go Team down in fourth, this is so far a dream day for Hyperion. This car playing its role as well by finishing in front of Go Team. If they can stay here for the next 5 hours, they'll be taking points away from their teammates' championship rivals.
Done very well for the first 3 hours, and it just really shows here with the position and how far ahead they've been ahead of, Black Hawk as a whole. But it's just, you said, it has to be able to keep that up for the remaining 5 hours, and they've pretty much got the championship nearly more or less sealed coming through Le Mans with a big advantage enough that they'll be able to, not have enough pressure applied to them. There is a bit of pressure applying to them here from SPA Francorchamps, knowing that it could be all cemented, but if they could just be able to do it for here, then on a longer track like Le Mans, when there's less pressure, means that they'll be able to tend to do a lot well here as well.
There goes the Hyperion car right round one of the McLarens in towards Les Combes once again here. Let's just tell you who is leading in each of the classes, by the way, and how they got there so far in the last few hours before we hand off. Me and Amir will be heading off in a few moments' time as we approach the end of another hour. It is Ground Effect currently leading this race by nearly a minute over Sweet Force. In the last 2 hours, each Code 80, and there's been 3 of them, have affected these hypercars in the lead differently. First time round, Ground Effect weren't able to get to the pit lane, although Sweet Force were, and so that got the lead right down. Then under the second Code 80, the leader got caught behind the damaged car, couldn't overtake it, and so lost time under the Code 80, and that meant that they were absolutely nose to tail as they came off the back of that. At the moment, though, Ground Effect are leading by nearly a minute. Sweet Force have lost that time under green, and so are now in second place, but they are still comfortably there. In Hyperion eSport, we have the leaders in LMP2 Pro. Nearly 40 seconds their advantage. Go Team still back in 4th place, their championship rivals. That has remained the same pretty much for the last 2 hours, even throughout lots of the Code 80s. The LMP2s have stayed the same in Pro. In Pro-Am, Cyber were able to take an entire pit stop during the most recent Code 80, and they now lead by nearly a minute in LMP2 Pro-Am ahead of Naja Racing Italia, who are currently running in 2nd place. Number 47, the championship leaders in Pro-Am are quite a long way back for Simfream at the moment. They are in 3rd place, but they're a minute and a half back in the race. That is allowing Cyber and Boyd Transport Racing to catch up as things stand, depending on which part of the pit cycle you have a look at. In GT3 Pro, we've got the leaders into pit lane, but Simfream Esports are in front in this race by quite some distance after the Code 80s, even though Pescara were able to take a pit stop during the most recent one. And in GT3 Am, Carloni Racing have gotten over 30 seconds ahead of Team Sheba after the previous, or this stint effectively. It's been all on the racetrack. Carloni Racing have stretched out a very big margin indeed to just over 30 seconds. Just over 5 hours to go here, Amir. Give us your thoughts on the last few hours of this race and indeed what's going to happen in the remainder of this one as well, with just over 5 hours to go.
Yeah, I'll actually be back here for the remaining few hours of the race, but as it stands now, everything has sort of come a bit to a standstill, but there's been a lot of action that's going on with all the Code 80s that has been able to put in advantage of a lot of strategies for a lot of these teams. Means that with the amount of prone of the Code 80s that we've seen over through, there's more or less going to be able to continue with that amount of risk in the later stages of this race, and really because of that, it is still anyone's race. And even though with some of the leads it looks so advantageous, it can all slip down in an instant by just predicting one thing might happen, but then it comes out another. And with that, it's very important to be able to keep tuned to this. I'll definitely be able to keep tuned throughout this race throughout the day as well, and I'm sure a lot of you as well.
Absolutely, it's still so open, isn't it? But the gaps very much are starting to grow now. We're starting to see the middle point of an endurance race start to take shape a little bit more. I think for certain points in these last 2 hours, we've had battles that you'd be excused for thinking were in the early part of this race, but they've extended through quite a long time here. But now this is taking a bit more of a normal endurance racing shape.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And it's just, even with the circuit at Spa, we've seen how much it sort of punishes mistakes as well. And with, by having such big hits into it and how much it damages the car, and then just, with a lot of the time as well, in addition to that, repairing for it means that you slip down from the field. But you'll be able to catch back up whenever someone else also makes like a similar mistake as well. So that's why we see, like, with a lot of we have seen quite a number of retirements, but we've also seen a lot here as well, that even though despite they've had their accidents and despite them being behind, they're still be able to, persevere and try to continue on, because again, it's just the less cars that come onto the track more and more, the more points you'll be able to score if you just, keep on to the road and just be able to finish the race. I mean, that's what a lot of drivers are doing. And in this case, with the next, as we've said before, next race coming for Le Mans, it's all in the run up to here. It's about trying to get the momentum, and it's about coming in with a better picture than before. And I think for a lot of these teams, it's what they're being able to try to achieve. And as it stands, it's provided some great racing here at SPA Francorchamps, and I'm sure you can agree with that.
Yeah. What do we make of GT3 Pro at the moment, because this class has seen Code 80 pit stops through the last two. First for Simframe eSports, then for Pescara. But to be honest, it still seems like this Aston Martin has the advantage right now, even though we saw the great battle between those two cars earlier on in this race. We've also seen Pescara take a Code 80 pit stop in the last caution period, but it doesn't seem to me to have made much of a difference. They are leading by 20 seconds right now, but they've still got another stop to make, because Simframe eSports just made theirs. I can't really see where they've where they are going to get this advantage back again. That pit stop 2 Code 80s ago has really given Simframe a really big lead here.
It has. Provisionally, it really has. And it's just a matter of, for Pescara, just when or soon how much they will have to make that pit stop as well. Because if they do their pit stop now, they're going to be in between Simframe and Caspian. Caspian also they were a bit unlucky coming out from the Code 80. If they did it a bit earlier, maybe they would be in the fight for the lead. But the fact that they're still within this picture here for the GT3 Pro Cross, I think, is still remarkable. And that 75 car team has done a really good job. But for Pescara and Simframe, that's just been battling out all throughout the entire race. I think it'll be more or less continued, but I think it'll be I feel like it'll be cemented from another sort of strategic maneuver from either of them. And if Simframe gets it right again, then I think it's their race to lose.
And in that case, their championship to lose as well. They would be in the lead by just 10 points if the race were to end right now. They have done well so far. Looks like who is at the wheel of that one at the moment? It is Jean-Paul Van Earl still. Looks like he's got a penalty for Level 1 eSports, unfortunately, on the 6th place, which is a bit of a strange one. We'll try and find out where that has come, but we might well get into that phase of the race now as well, where you're going to get penalties, and they're going to come in and serve that right now as well. If there's ever a circuit where you want to avoid penalties, it is certainly this one, because it's an awfully long pit lane.
Yeah, really long, and with all that long time that you're in the pit lane as well, it's just lose so much time throughout there. Longest track in the world, yes, true, but the pit lane is just so ridiculously long, that, and especially with the exit as well, it's just not at all. You want to try and avoid as much as you can to exploit that track, and just keep your nose clean as much as you possibly can, because yes, you do want to finish the points, you want to avoid having the risks of being affected by it and all, but it's also just not be able to lose time from things that could have been preventable. I think for a case here, I think that's sort of why, in addition to that, a lot of the drivers here don't at all take risks, as we see here an advantage there. Wow, that was an incredible crash there with the MR Motorsport car. Loses it actually coming uphill, and then just slaps on the front, and I think that might be in retirement. Yeah, it is a retirement. Wow.
MR Motorsport out of the race in number 71, and that will be the end of their championship hopes as well. Not that they will have had many. They were on the podium at the last round. Unfortunately, they will not be repeating that. A big crash over the top of the hill. As you say, they just lost it initially through Eau Rouge itself, hit the wall in the front end, and actually interrupted somebody coming out of the pit lane there. One of the Porsches was making its way out of the pit lane and had to weave around out of the normal pit exit area. So let's hope they don't receive any sort of penalty for that. But a very big crash at the top of the hill. It looks like MR Motorsport have unfortunately seen that end their race.
Just see with the way that they lost it and the angle when they hit it in, it just ricocheted off and then heading out into the pit entry. I don't think they would get a penalty for that, because they were trying to face a maneuver of something they could not have foreseen, and then it was just reaction to that. So I think they're able to be able to avoid that, and just to be able to keep it there now. That's good, but wow, that's really unfortunate there for MR Motorsports. Loses very valuable points here on the course for the championship as well. But I think that's our stint pretty much over, though, O'Leary. So I think we're going to be slowly handing it over to our next set of commentators very shortly.
Absolutely, we're coming up to 5 hours still to go, and that will be the end for us. I've been Ewan O'Leary alongside Amiro. So as you said earlier on that you'll be back a little bit later on in this race. Unfortunately, I will not be, so I'll be signing off. Thanks very much for having me again. I will be hopefully here for Le Mans. We'll see. But yeah, for now we'll head over to Ed Hunter, and hopefully Ryan Ferris will be coming up very soon as well, so we can hear from him as well. But that's us signing off. 5 hours to go here from the 8 hours of Spa. Now hand you over to the very capable hands of Ed Hunter for the next couple of hours.
Thank you very much, Ewan. So then, 5 hours to go, almost exactly. Well, we timed that well. And yeah, speaking of timing, not very good timing, of course, for the MR Motorsport number 71. Felipe Lapaglia is out of the race after that massive crash at the top of the hill at Radion and the big spin. Certainly not the first driver to do that today, sadly. So it's often always the fast corners where things go wrong in dramatic circumstances, as well as you see Philippe Brujonet getting a penalty for Le Cassicou. That's, of course, the car that's in GT3 Pro, is running in, I think, 6th in class at the moment, in sort of a bit of no man's land. So, yeah, they had just gained a position from Felipe Lapaglia's retirement there, but that turn of events is certainly not going to help. I assume some corner cutting coming into play there, because, of course, over the course of 8 hours, it's very hard to stay within these white lines, as we've seen on numerous occasions. But interesting to see the way things are playing out, and I believe I'm now joined by Mr. Ryan Ferris, who's going to be with us for the next hour or two. So, hello, Ryan.
Hi, Ed.
Oh, sorry, that was just you and leaving. So I panicked that you'd immediately gone there, but I should have had more faith in you.
Yeah, back again for another race, and
yeah, penultimate round of the season, so championships all starting to hot up a little bit, with the exception of maybe the hypercar class, where Santa Carlos, Alari Alpius, and Grand Effect have just been breezing away, building a huge gap. So it's 70 set. They've had bigger gaps. Remember, the leading by, was it 9 or 11 laps at Daytona? But yeah, they won all 3 races in the Americas in a row, and they went from being, was it over 20 points down in the championship after the first 2 races. Now they're 30 points ahead, and potentially, if Simfree Municipal's number 1 drop out, they could even clinch it today, as there's Go Team. That looks like Varconi, I think, trying to dive up the inside of the Hyperion number 45. Pavel Andrzejewski just covering that one off. And this has been sort of the typical pattern of this race in terms of the Hyperion Go Team battle, Ryan, because it's sort of been this way most of the season, last couple of races. Varconi and Go Team get near the front, make a really good start, and then hit trouble early on, which drops them behind both Hyperions. Then the 45 holds them up, while the 44 builds a huge lead. It always seems to be the way. These Polish Hyperion team really seems to have the number of Go Team at the present moment, and you can tell Varconi getting a little bit frustrated, which is why he went for that sort of half-hearted move around the outside at the bus stop. And now the 63 Rookie Monsters Porsche starting to back Andrzejewski into Varconi once again.
yeah, and pair of them pretty much glued together. As you said, we've seen that the Hyperion team has been one of the better teams in the P2 class, but there have, like you said,
champions, right?
yeah, but like you said, there have been occasions where they've managed to trip themselves up and not had some of the better results that they could be having, but holding off 1-2 at the moment in P2.
Yeah, you can tell Varconi a bit quicker, though, than Andrzejewski. Last lap, actually, 2:02.8 for Varconi, 2:04.6, so maybe a bit of traffic, or is that number 45 genuinely just a roadblock? Varconi very, very nearly drops it into Stavolo while trying to go for another sort of half move up the inside there, where there wasn't really going to be enough space. And you can see now the rear lights flashing red in awareness then of that Go Team. It's been really, the past couple of years, one of the great stories, Hyperion versus Go Team, one of the great rivalries of EES, dare I say, as again, Varconi shows himself on the outside of the bus stop, and Andrzejewski just hanging on for dear life, trying to do as much help for his teammate as is possible. Look at the lead, of course, nearly 100 seconds that Thomas Vack has in the sister car of the class. Now comes the duo together downhill towards Eau Rouge and Radion, as the number 62 of Rookie Monsters car just gets out of the way. but it's going to be Varconi well in the slipstream then as they head towards the Kemmel Straight and Lecombe. And now Varconi slots himself to the right-hand side. He's got the inside line. They go free wide with, that looks like Michele Alessandro's SRT. And there's going to be just enough space for Varconi to slot through. He really had to fight for that one, but he's so much faster than Andrzejewski. I think there was a sense of inevitability there as Varconi nearly drops it on the very next corner.
Well, you can tell he's definitely pushing to try and eke the gap out, because ideally he wants to be as far away.
Oh, and Vac's in the pits now as well. So, yeah, this is crunch time. If there's a driver change, Varconi could get very close here.
Yeah, and I think he's trying to get as far away so he doesn't get slipstreamed up Blanchimont back into the bus stop. And I don't think there's any answer from the Hyperion car as Varconi's just disappeared.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if Andrzejewski decides to go into the pits to try and undercut Varconi here, because that's really the only tool left in the Hyperion arsenal for the 45 anyway. But yeah, that very much, I think, confirms that the rest of this race is going to be Hyperion trying to hold on to that lead they've got over Go Team. Still in the pits at the moment. I would not be surprised if there is a driver change going on, because we are not quite at half distance. We're another hour away from that, Ryan, but it would make sense if you want to sort of split the race in half with two drivers, that this would be how you do it. So Thomas Vac would be handing over to whoever his teammates are, which if memory serves, it would be, let's have a look, Hyperion number 44. It would be Patrick Swakowski, of course, would be his teammate. So I suspect we are not far away. Now, Vac stays in, so everything I've just said is pretty irrelevant, and it looks like Varconi is now, instead of nearly 100 seconds behind, he's about 20 seconds behind then. So that is really the actual gap that he's got to overcome, essentially.
Yeah, and obviously they're going to still make some sort of time down this Kemmel Straight, because the Hyperion 44 isn't going to be up to speed. So now it's about 19 seconds, that gap that he's got to eke away. And I feel with the pace that he's got, it's not going to take that long to get that gap down. Yeah,
of course, slow lap for Vac, because obviously he was just coming out the pit lane, but it was another 2:02.5 for Varconi. Andrzejewski 2:05.2. He is really, really slow. And in fact, Gergo below is about 11 seconds behind in the Black Hawk Racing number 30. So I actually think Hyperion 45 might be struggling to stay on the podium with how much Andrzejewski is just hemorrhaging time out there. But anyway, we also got our race leader Callas in the pits to be serviced. So we did actually see Sweet Force lead for the very, very first time in their career. They qualified second. They survived some of the action that happened up front early on, and they've been keeping, even though Ground Effect have been extending the gap, they've kept within a lap of them, which nobody else has managed to do, it must be said. Even Team Iris, of course, won in Istanbul earlier this season, won the 12 Hours of Sebring last season as well. Well, real title contenders going into the final race of the season. It's not going to be the case in Season 7, sadly, because I think it really is only Symphony Resorts number 1 that have a chance of stopping them. As into the pits now comes Varconi, so it looks like Zoltan Varconi was quite low on fuel himself, so that is going to allow Thomas Vac to rebuild his gap then.
Yeah, and well, going back to the LMP or the hypercar category, as we were talking about, because we saw Ground Effect in that Istanbul race have that the disconnect that lost them the race from the lead, and I always found that Sweet Force have been that team that, with the BMW, has not necessarily been the fastest car, but they've always seemed to go on fault free and have always been there to pick up the pieces where the front runners have faltered.
That's true. It's interesting with the way that the balance of performance has worked, is that a lot of the Porsche 963 teams like Ground Effect, Iris and Simframe have found themselves at a little bit of a disadvantage compared to, say, Level 1 eSports, who we saw were really challenging at Sebring, actually, until one of the drivers blew the engine. But they were actually a genuine threat to Sander Callas and Ground Effect on that occasion. And with Sweet Force, the BMW, it's a similar story where the BOP has been quite flattering to them. They are quite a way behind in the championship, of course. But also they have as you say, a bit of a habit of sort of still getting to the ends of these races. We see Stenzel nearly turned in upon by the Carloni Racing number 82 that's leading the AM class, and of course they are reigning champions, number 82. The only reason that they're not allowed to use number 1 is because Simframe already got dibs on it from winning in the top class, I guess. But still, they are nonetheless reigning GT3 AM champions, and it's been, of course, not quite their own. They've not really had things their own way, the 82, this season. I think they've only really had the, if memory serves, the 1 podium, isn't it? Or I think they've had 2 podiums, haven't they? Because they were 3rd last time out, and they were, if I'm not mistaken, also on the podium at Daytona too. Weren't they 2nd or 3rd? I can't remember which one. I think they were 3rd, weren't they, behind the 63? So yeah, they've had 2 3rd places, but other than that, it's the winning streak that they had last season. It's not really come to fruition because they've really found the number 62 has been the main challenger to them, and in fact they are 25 points ahead going into this race. So if Carloni Racing can cut the gap a bit, and they have got the Team Sheep at number 67 in between as well, it would make a big difference going into Le Mans, as the Caspian Motorsport number 75 in the middle of that sort of essentially a 4-way fight at the moment for the GT3 Pro title between 3 Mercedes and the Simframe Junior Team number 99, who I believe are using the Aston Martin as well. Yeah, it's a Pescara, Caspian, Simframe, and what was the 4th team in the GT3 Pro? It was GR Simfrost number 8, I think, who have had a bit of a difficult race. Artisecula's still going, but he is about 3 laps down on the rest of the GT3 Pro field. So he's a bit of a lonely time out there after getting into an early accident that they've been recovering from. But nonetheless, another Polish team looking to keep their title hopes just about alive then. So lots of big stories. I definitely think GT3 Pro is probably the closest title fight, but there are a couple that could change rapidly, as we see Sander Callas, a very aggressive lapping attempt there, as we see the Go team trying to get around the Carloni Racing prototype that spins its wheels out of the bus stop chicane. So easy to do at low speed in first gear as well, and that's a pretty easy position for the number 7 as Varconi continues to fight back from that pit stop he just made. Gardinetto, no threat to him there.
No, and at that sort of point during the pit stop cycle where some of the gaps are starting to open up a little, but the closest at the moment is the black, as you might have already said, the Black Hawk to the Hyperion car at 2 seconds or just over 2 seconds. But I'll just have to have a little look on the lap times to see who's doing what at the moment, as we see yellow come out in sector 2.
Yeah, it seems to clear quickly though. It's all Varconi really pushing it. He just loves it. It's that corner just after Le Com, isn't it? It's sort of turn 9 essentially, the second part of Le Com, where is it Malmedy it's called, where he just absolutely wrings the neck of that car. It's fantastic to watch, as we see yet again brief yellows, and there could be people just running a bit wide at Pujon as well. This is what I suspect that might be, because that's quite common, especially.
We have a rear wheel.
Definitely not. It is at Pujon, but it's not a simple off track. It's the Fuel Savers car. Who is that? It's not. Let's see who's driving at the moment. It's Chaim Korthoff. So the Dutchman has dropped it somewhere, and the rear wing has had to part company. And luckily, he's still in the middle. As long as he stays out of people's way, there shouldn't be a need for a code 80, because there's been plenty of those so far. They have really dictated the strategy. The way things have gone at the moment. But yeah, Korthoff has just got to keep his nose clean, but that is exactly what they didn't need, really. And they are still a lap ahead of Cassatria Sim Racing 888, who've had some offs of their own. But yeah, they're not going to take too many prizes in LMP2 Pro-Am today, I would suspect.
No, 2 laps down, or close to 3 laps down to the next cars ahead, and then this is going to be as he spins it through. that's not a particularly great place to have a car stuck. But luckily, there didn't seem to be anything on track.
I think Shane panicked a bit there because I don't think there was quite an urgency to reverse there. You have plenty of room to turn and just keep going, but I guess he wanted to be well out of the way instead of being on the inside while imagine if someone's making a move on the inside, he would have been right in the way. So,
well, yeah, and,
and in fact, look at this pack. He wants to see well clear of that. 5 cars all coming at him, and he's just made it to the pit entry there as the Arm Cerber car is all over the base, trying to actually unlap itself from the 45, and you can see the Black Hawk, the red car, as the Team Iris loses the rear end and blocks the Black Hawk car, causes a massive traffic jam into La Source there. Not the greatest piece of driving there from 10 Lure.
Yeah, and obviously did give a bit of a whack to the Black Hawk car, so hopefully that's only just all it was, and there's no damage to the Black Hawk car as a result of that half spin.
Yeah, certainly just more delay than damage.
Yeah, and obviously a little bit of the brake bias towards the back, it seemed there, with the way it pirouetted round.
Yep. Oh, we do have a question in chat from Adam Taylor, who says, is Mr. Nico Barkley racing here? Gianluca Scalvini replies, he was. He's crashed out of the race or not been able to continue, so he's retired. I forget who Nico Oh, no, it was Team Sheba, of course. So that was the number 13 that was, for quite a while in GT3 Pro, one of the title contenders. Sadly, they are out of the running, as is correctly pointed out. And yeah, that means we have, of the 44 starters, only 36 still going. But of course, from the point of view of the Hypercar Championship, even if Sander Callas wins today, he's 30 points ahead. If Nello Pastorino can get it home, he's currently 5th at the moment. That would be enough to keep the mathematical points going. The gap would be something like you get 18 points for finishing 5th in class compared to 30 for the wins. That would be a sort of 22-point gain. Would it be 22 points? If you get 30 for the win and then 18, I might be miscalculating there. It might be more like 12 points, actually. Yeah, so that wouldn't be quite the 20 that he needs because there's quite a big gap, 5-point difference between first and second in class in an 8-hour race. But the lower positions, it's only the differences are much more slight. So yeah, you've got to say, even though Sim3 number 1 are keeping the points battle alive, it's by Fred already going into Le Mans, because it would be a case of, at the moment, Ground Effect would only have to score just a handful of points. They wouldn't even have to win to be assured, or be finished on the podium necessarily to be assured of a Hypercar victory. So it could be a very long 24 hours. The other classes, though, all look a little bit closer, or at the very least have the potential to be, depending on how the race pans out. Not least, of course, GT3 Pro, where we see the Pescara Sim Racing team have snatched the lead in the hand of Michele D'Alessandro. But Alessandro Ricciardi 21 seconds in arrears, and then Meli Mali. So that's 3 of our 4 title contenders, who are all about 6 points apart, are now within about 52 seconds of each other, with nearly half the race gone, which is pretty impressive and could well not be the last word that we hear on that title fight then. Interesting development, by the way. I think for the first time this season, we're seeing Mike Bell at the wheel of Rookie Monsters number 62. So Mike Bell, who has a lot of endurance racing and touring car experience, used to run his own team, Small Power Racing, as well. Still employs it periodically in a couple of different series, and particularly on iRacing as well, funnily enough. But good to see him make his EES bow, because I don't think we've seen Mike Bell in action before. And this is an attempt, I think, for Rookie Monsters to try and jump Team Sheba and keep Carloni Racing in sight then. So interesting tactics in the GT3 classes, but in the prototypes, as you say, it really is... we have actually seen the 45 just dive into the pits, so Matis Gazowski gets on board that car, and he's come out about 3 seconds behind Team Sheba 320 then. So that is going to quite easily hand Blackhawk second position. And now there's a big gap actually between Go Team number 7 and the 2 leaders in LMP2 Pro. So Still plenty of work for number 7 to do to turn the title race around. But yeah, interesting choice there from Hyperion to choose this moment to change their drivers.
Yeah, and we saw earlier, I think, one of the second Hyperion car, Pit, which has promoted the Go Team 7 car of Valconi up another position, back into 3rd place on the LMP2 Pro, and has been lapping best part of a second lap quicker than our leader of WAC.
He was, that's absolutely true. Sorry, I muted my mic to take some water and then had to get 3 goes at pressing it to make it unmute itself. But it's done now, and I wasn't just leaving you in suspense. But yeah, anyway, as you say, 201.1 for Varconi, 201.8 for Vac, but it's below Gogo below in the Black Hawk, 202.4. That is actually now 40 seconds adrift over the class leader. So I really think it's Go Team versus Blackhawk at this phase of the race. We also look at NAR Racing Italia running in 4th in the Pro-Am LMP2 class, half second behind the championship leaders, actually, of Simfream eSports number 47, as the class leader Jensen Bintz in the Boyd Transport number 40 goes into the pit lane. And Boyd Transport, of course, they've had a couple of podiums this season, yet to take a win, but they've had a really, really impressive one. Will Snowden made some excellent moves, not just for second, but also for the class lead. And now they are sort of matching the lap times and exceeding the lap times, dare I say, of Alessandro Pitigillo, in the Arm Server number 42. So the Italian squad under pressure from the British outfit with Jansen Bintz, the Luxembourg driver, who recently took his first win in GPVWC Formula Sprint 1 for the Pixelate eSports team run by Stefan McCready. So, and that was a big historic victory for both parties there, as we see NAR Racing Italia getting very, very close here. Batista looking for the inside on Federico Suave into the bus stop. They've got Sander Callas right behind both of them. The overall race leader ran the outside. Goes Batista, and that looked like Suave just being very, very ginger there on the throttle.
Yeah, bit of a sticky situation there, because you had the lapping hypercar coming through as well. So running side by side through the final chicane is not the easiest of things, and whilst you're getting harassed by a faster hypercar, it's definitely not the easiest of experiences.
Just looking at the chat, sorry, in reaction to Nico Barkley, Adam Taylor being told that Nico Barkley's retired from the race due to an accident, he said, "Oh my." He says, he is getting old, at least he can have a nap now. Francisco Bernardi says, no worries, the wall at Eau Rouge is fine. So don't worry about the cars, what about the wall? That's going to be the main cause for concern, of course. But we ride on board now with Team Sheba number 67, who I think have recently made a pit stop because he's dropped behind Virtual Drivers Alliance 115, driven by Armando Ortenzi, and that's released the 2 Rookie Monsters cars back into 2nd and 3rd in class then. And now here's Team Sheba number 288, as we see the 62 of Mike Bell, I think just diving into the pit entry there. But yeah, good to see the 288 and the Symphony number 1 had a big crash early on, but good to see them finally starting to clear the LMP2 Pro leaders here. I think Russo, we're running on board with here for Team Sheba 288, is about 8.9 seconds behind Gergo Below and Thomas Vac. So that would be, of course, they are 4th overall, but 4th in the hypercar class, but 6th overall. So it's slightly sort of deceptive then in terms of the actual points that they will score. Russo, of course, the Italian driver for another, actually, a Grand Prix Virtual World Championship driver in Super Lights class, which is their 2nd tier, drives for the Alpha Delta team. He's got some podiums, big results in the 3rd tier in GPV as well, Formula Sprint 1. And good to see him driving a hypercar for the first time. Of course, they had a tough start to the race, but they are still leading Team from eSports, the reigning champions, by a lap. And it could well be that they are doing a great job for Ground Effect, because they've got 3 cars in between themselves and their main championship rivals. So while it won't be enough to seal the championship today, it means they've got a much easier job than already they had going into Circuit de la Sarthe in a month or two's time. But yeah, admittedly, Russo in a bit of a lonely race has only really got the LMP2s to actually keep him company, apart from Pastorino slowly catching him, of course. Although having said that, Russo did this lap about 1.5 seconds faster than him.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting seeing just how much of the time the Team Shiba 288 car just eats away at the 2 LMP2 cars ahead. You see at the start of this lap, he was best part of 10 seconds behind the Black Hawk car, and it's now 4 seconds at the end of this lap. So potentially this lap we'll see the Shiba car go up. Well, it'll go up a position on the road, but obviously not in class.
Yeah, and you might think, oh, they're gaining like 5 seconds a lap. It should be easier, right? But of course, there is the code 80s and the fuel strategy to keep in mind, because the hypercar fuel tank, naturally, because of its pace, you're going to see the hypercars pit much more regularly than the LMP2s, and especially the GT3s, of course. So they are faster cars. They've got a hybrid battery at their disposal, but they with that speed comes a more rapidly emptying fuel tank, as we see Carloni Racing, I think, just exiting the pits there. Marco Lodi Rosini getting back on board the 82, but here is the Simfream Junior team in that fight with Pescara SRT, but Pescara continuing to extend 23 seconds, the current gap between Riccardiel we're looking at the moment and Michele D'Alessandro. So the Simfream Junior team, who have had a little bit bad luck here and there. They are, of course, the current championship leaders, but it seems every race they either finish ahead or just behind Pescara Sim Racing team. It seems the gap 5 points going into this one, and at the moment Pescara SRT would be overcoming that gap, wouldn't they? It would be, I believe, 30 points. In fact, they would be dead equal at the moment, wouldn't they? It would be Pescara SRT getting the full 30 points and Simfream Junior team getting 25 points for second. As here is the Team Shiba overtaking the Black Hawk, number 34 overall position, and going a little bit deep into the bus stop there. So Russo thought that the hypercar had even better brakes than it actually did there, but just about able to collect it and get through and free now to chase after the sole remaining LMP2 that's in his way. And that's Thomas Vack 42 seconds down the road. As we see yellow in the first sector, and it's at the Fuel Savers car, just getting well out of everyone's way.
Yeah, as we looked at, that's the Team Iris car that looks to be crabbing along a bit, is it?
Yeah, weaving a bit down the straight. Doesn't look in too many difficulties. We also see GT3 Pro Pescara SRT. That's D'Alessandro coming in for a service then. So this potentially could hand, depends. Will be interesting to look later on if Riccardiel, who I don't think is pitting, he's staying out, I suspect, to try and go a couple of laps longer. Whether that's going to help in the long run over the course of the next 4 hours or so, because this is at Spa, as it so often does. It's going to come down to fuel strategy. Then there's Team Shiba car. That's Luca. No, that's the Virtual Drivers Alliance car. Sorry, which has a very similar livery to Team Shiba, but is a completely different lineup. Luca D'Amico is on board that car at the moment in, I believe, 6th in class. And he's going to come out about 25 seconds behind Anthony Walker then. So, yeah, the thing is, with the fuel strategy being so in flux at the moment, it's difficult to really tell, especially in GT3, where you can run a bit longer or shorter than your rivals to maximum effect. It's going to be difficult to tell where everyone truly stands until we get to roughly that final hour.
Yeah, and just looking down the order at some of the other things going on, the LMP2 Pro class, you've got Team Shiba in 5th position and just over a second ahead of the second Hyperion car, which has been lapping around a second lap quicker. these past couple of laps. So I think we'll probably see a little battle for fifth sometime soon.
Indeed, we could, Ryan. So, as we see, is that D'Alessandro? Has he handed over to anybody? It's Eros Masculi, of course. And as you say, Melik Akmali also has come in for Caspian 75. So, Pescara and Caspian in that Mercedes. Unsurprisingly, same car, same amount of fuel mileage. So, they have sort of ended up converging at this point in the race. Whereas Ricardial trying to stretch the field that a little bit further. Ten Lua is also in the pit, so we did see him have that rear brake locking moment into La Source that held up Black Hawk Racing by about a second or two. But certainly they are still on course at the moment for a podium on their return, and certainly after missing the last race because they felt that the setup that they had for Sebring was just they couldn't keep it in a straight line effectively, so that's why they missed the previous race. They were second in Interlagos, and they retired from Daytona as well. Up until that point, they were actually leading the championship, I think, after winning in Istanbul. So, yeah, it's certainly been those two non-scores have really, really come back to bite them in the overall points, because actually Sweet Force are about 4 points ahead of Iris at the moment. So, even more important for Sweet Force to actually really upset the apple cart like they're doing. And I mean, they are a chocolate-based team, so they wouldn't have anything to do with apples unless it's candied apples, I imagine. But the Poles, they are certainly absolutely doing a fantastic job. And the form book that we had expected, which was Symphony Sports number 1 versus Ground Effect 27, has been very much upset. And you have to say the reigning champions have had all sorts of issues across the last couple of races that have limited their score and allowed Ground Effect to build that 30-point lead that they've got at the moment. And it looks like it's going to stretch yet further going into the finale.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, a lot of the teams in the hypercar category have all had their fair share of incidents over the course of the season. And as we look,
this is the 45 about to attack Team Sheba through 20, isn't it? So Davide Lupi under attack from Gazowski and having a huge moment into Bruxelles there.
Yeah, the Sheba car not enjoying that Porsche being stuck right in front of it at the wrong position at the end of Les Combes, and that's really allowed the Hyperion car all over the back. I mean, it was going to happen eventually at the pace that the number 45 was doing, but it's just brought us the action a bit sooner than we thought.
Yeah, it certainly has. But of course, the 45 on much fresher tyres should be in a more advantageous position here. So Team Sheba 320, it is good to see the 320 still in the mix at this phase, still roughly, I think, just about within a lap of the class leader, unless I'm very much mistaken. Yeah, they are. They're definitely only about 7 seconds behind Carloni Racing, which is what they're actually battling with at the moment. But Hyperion 45 should make fairly short work of the both of them, unless Gazowski finds Lupi to be a bit of a roadblock at this point. And of course, it might be strategically advantageous for Lupi to do so, or Davide Lupi might decide to tuck in behind Gazowski and sort of follow in his coattails to try and catch up to Francesco Gardinetto, who they are both catching. 4 tenths Lupi gained on that previous lap, and Gazowski is a tenth quicker than him in turn, though, as we see the Sweet Force car, hypercar, coming through to lap both of them. And it's interesting because I commentate on another series where last season it was in Le Mans Ultimate, where they do have the BMW V8 hybrid hypercar, and they have the sort of default liveries that are used in real life. So they've got the normal livery, the typical BMW livery, and they got the art car livery, and the I almost feel like the Sweet Force livery should be an honorary one in Le Mans Ultimate, because you've got your standard red, white, and blue BMW livery. You've got your art car livery, which is a bit hapdash anyway, and then you've got your Sweet Force livery, and it looks like, they nearly went 3 wide there, going into Pujon as Camille Stenzel traces the line to try and get around both. And he's also got the Team Iris a lap down on him, trying to unlap itself here. And that's, of course, the next immediate competitor as well. So Ten Lua is going to be keen to get through too. As Stencil around the outside of the Team Shiba there and just left enough space into Stavolo. That could have ended with both cars spinning each other out there.
Yeah, and obviously the Iris trying to get through, trying to get a lap back on the Sweet Force car, which is now managing to get its way up the road. But some pretty hairy moments there for the LMP2 drivers. But by the looks of things, the Hyperion car is going to have a look down the inside into the bus stop, and they're two abreast going in side by side. But who's going to have the better drive coming out onto the start-finish straight? And it looks to be that the Hyperion car is going to have the inside once again, but now he's had his nose chopped off by the Shiba, and going to live to fight another day up until the end of the Kemmel Straight, most likely.
Yeah, you saw Loopy there had a big moment on exit there from last source where the rear tires just lit up like a Christmas tree. So clearly they are starting to wear down much more quickly.
Oh, and the Iris car off.
Oh dear, and he spins across again. And he's collected by the Team Shiba there. So, and the 45 is wall-ridden as well. So, huge accident there. And is that Team Iris still going with the wheel missing? Or is that the Team Shiba that's lost the wheel there?
It's
got to be the Shiba. That's gutting. And that's a code 80 that's just been enforced there. But for poor Davide Lupi, he was minding his own business and then suddenly saw an Iris sideways across the road there.
I don't know what happened there. I don't know if it was someone coming out of pit exit and the Iris just having to take evasive action, unawares of the car coming out of pit exit.
He might have lost it, just bottomed out at the top of Radion.
So, this is the two we were looking at, the Loopy and the Hyperion car. Now, this is the Iris.
So it's Lua here.
Up the top of Radion. And as you said, just loses it.
Yeah, and he tried to keep it straight because he got on the grass there. Oh, it's just not the greatest rejoin in the world. You could tell 10 sort of panicked on the grass there when he needed to be a little bit more circumspect and wait for the gap.
Yeah,
and the result was absolute carnage.
I don't know if he just tried to throttle it out there and it just didn't work, and it just pitched him back onto the track. And obviously, once again, the Irish car causing headaches for the LMP2s, because again, it was a few laps ago that he dropped it going into the source and clattered into the Blackhawk car.
Ooh, interesting couple of pit stops taking advantage of this in LMP2 Pro-Am. So Janssen Bintz in the Boyd transport car that was fighting for victory, of course. They had pit fairly recently, but of course, Armsebra 42 Pitiglio had already gone by the pit entry, so they have been forced to stay out, whereas Boyd Transport and NAR Racing Italia 8 seconds behind them, taking the opportunity to put some fresh tyres on and get a free pit stop under code 80 then. We also see a couple of GT3 AMs, Rookie Monster 62 championship leaders in, along with MR Motorsports. So, interesting choice. That's Mike Bell and Pino Galota, both in for a service there. And that is very much Rookie Monsters on the ball, as they tend to be strategically and have been for a large chunk of this season. They have been, because they know they've got so much ballast, they've got to pit under every code 80 they get, basically, to try and give themselves the fuel mileage they need in that Porsche to keep it on the podium.
Yeah, and obviously taking advantage of the code 80s is what you kind of want to do, so you can get a cheaper pit stop and lose less time. Obviously, the Spa pit lane for the endurance pit lane is, I think it's the longest pit lane in the world. I think it's a very, very long pit lane. I've had the issue myself of running the fuel way too fine, and my pit box was in the secondary section of the pit lane, and I ran out of fuel just as I was coming round. I'd gone through the uphill section. I'd gone round the turn 1 loop, and then I ran out of fuel and I had to coast the car into my pit box because luckily it's downhill.
Please don't tell that to Grow Racing Team, because I'm pretty sure Bruno Reinho failed literally just short of the pit entry and ran out of fuel literally in the GP pit lane rather than the endurance pit lane. So yeah, he didn't quite make it to La Source, which is what you sort of need to. You need enough momentum to at least get around that hairpin and coast downhill, as you say. Into the pit lane comes, and off of the circuit comes the damaged car of Davide Lupe, the Team Sheba 320, and in also comes Ten Lure in the wounded bent steering Team Iris. We suspect the 45 might also be heading to pit lane of Gazowski, but it looks like Gazowski, actually the damage with the wall wasn't too bad. So we go back to green flag racing. We also see a driver change. Hyperion 44 taking the opportunity under code 80. Oh, was level 1 eSports having a huge moment there. That's Franz-Jan Rom, who's seemed to get overexcited at the restart there and take to the grass at Speaker's Corner there.
Yeah, a bit of an odd place to find the car, but yeah, I must have taken that's one thing. There's a bit of a curb that you sometimes take on corner entry, and if you just get the way you place the car onto the curb a bit wrong, it will just pitch you straight onto the inside of the corner.
Yeah, it looks like Jan Rom is going to be lapped again here by, that looks like the Team Sheba 288 then, going up the inside of Russo on its way. And in fact, Russo, with that crash for the Team Iris, final spot on the podium suddenly is up for grabs in Hypercar between Iris 77, 35 seconds, and closing. Oh, as we see a big dive from Cassandra Sim Racing on is just getting themselves into 8th position. So they've just gotten past Chain Courthoff in the Fuel Savers Motorsport number 23. So Courthoff, I think, left the door very much open, and Keenan Li Wang did not need another invitation. So the Indonesian squad gaining a position, which is good to see.
Yeah, so Sheba of Team Sheba Hypercar have gone up a position at the expense of Team Iris now, so they're up into 3rd place, and also the Simfree car as well.
Yes, as Rom gets a penalty, might have something to do with that corner cut we just saw, the inside no-name corner. But yeah, Pastorino's gone past Lure as well, and Nello Pastorino is only about 10 seconds down on Federico Russo. So he'll be coming through the lap, Franz-Jan Rom, before too long as well. You might just see him in the distance there, not quite on the horizon just yet. But yeah, this Code 80 has very much mixed up the final spot on the podium. And so crucial for Simfree that they limit the damage here, because, of course, we are talking about the difference between maybe being 36 points behind in the championship and maybe 34 or 32 points behind. But still, you never know what could happen at Le Mans, and Simfree want to keep their chances of retaining that title alive, because they have really been, for the last couple of seasons, they have been the team to beat. I forget how many actual championships in the top class in ES they've taken over their time here. At least 2, I know that for sure. But there's every chance they could come away with another one. Well, I know at least 1 actually, because they won last year, and I'm not sure they actually won season 5. I think Blue Steel Racing won it by half a point or something crazy in the end in season 5. But yeah, season 6 they were definitely 1 and 2 in the championship.
Yeah, and well, already the gap is starting to come down between the Sheba and the Simfree. It is ebbing and flowing a bit, but I have to have a quick look on how the lap times are going. I'm assuming, well, Simfree has recently pitted, I'm guessing, based on their last lap time. So
1:57.3 for Simfree, so that's 3 tenths quicker than Pastorino.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Russo, sorry. Get my Pastorinos and my Russos mixed up there. But anyway, Flying Goat number 95 now are starting to close. We saw them in the pits very, very early on in the race, and they've sort of been fighting back ever since. But the Flying Goats closing on NAR Racing Italia White. Somewhat confusingly, Daniele Cecchiolo is in the white and green car, one of many white and green cars in LMP2 Pro-Am, funnily enough, along with like Fuel Savers is another one. NAR Racing Italia 33 is another. But yeah, Martin Brolt has really been gotten the bit between his teeth. Was actually a tenth slower than Cecchiolo last lap around, and that's all rendered a bit mute because Cecchiolo decides to take the 58 into the pits for a much-needed service then. So, yeah, Brault will take sixth position without too much of a contest. Of course, the sort of Lightning McQueen-inspired 95 font there with the sort of pink and green highlights there. So it's a very distinct delivery of the Flying Goat. You certainly aren't going to be stuck up on by the Flying Goat. You're going to see it coming from a country mile away. And
Yeah, and-
still, the Team Iris car is in the pits, so this does not look good for Tenleur.
No, they've gone a lap down to the guys ahead, and so this is going to be pretty tough, depending on how much longer they're going to be back in there. They could find themselves in 6th place in class.
Yep, it could be a very long, very lonely run. Of course, the only consolation is that Franz-Jan Rom has got that penalty as well, and is still about 2 laps down on them. So, could also, but in fact, Tenleur is just exiting the pits now, so they are going to re-emerge in 5th in class. We also see Sander Casas pit from the lead, so question mark of whether he's going to come out just ahead of Camille Stenzel. Looks like he is, to the tune of 9 or 8 seconds there. So pretty comfortable in the end. Grand Effect have got this race covered from every angle so far.
And the Sweet Force car of Stenzel has actually just done the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, definitely they were pushing to try and undercut there, weren't they? Yeah, fastest final sector anybody, 32.2. And as you say, 154.8, which was, with Callas being in the pits, that was nearly 8 seconds faster on that lap alone then. Or possibly 12 seconds, actually, because it was stationed in the pits. But yeah, it's been a pretty interesting hour 3, hasn't it? In this, or hour 4. Well, actually, we're going into the 4th hour, aren't we?
Yeah.
At the halfway point. So it is still set very nicely. It's nice to see in the overall lead only 5 seconds between our 2 leaders. Whereas, although I think a lot of that is Sweet Force making hay while the sun shines, knowing that once Callas gets up to speed, he's going to be very, very difficult to beat, even with the BAP helping him out down the straights a little bit. They've just got so much momentum. And I think Camille Stenzel, very underrated driver. We've not seen a whole lot of great results, from him this season. We have seen good performances. But I think Sander Callas and Laurie Alpius have just been in another league compared to everybody in the last 3 races, especially. And Stenzel, I think, realistically knows second would still be an amazing result. But of course, when you're in the Sweet Force car, your eyes are bigger than your stomach. You don't just want all the sweeties, you want to win as well.
God, yeah. Seeing the Hyperion car was closing in on the Black Hawk. I don't know if I missed a slight mistake, because he's pretty much dropped a second out to the Black Hawk car, but that rebound off the barriers earlier has not hampered the Hyperion 45 too much, it seems, and is gradually
just a flesh
catching...
wound.
Yeah, just a flesh. 'Tis but a scratch, and he's now catching up onto 3rd position as they're having to come through some more lap traffic.
Yeah, there was a reaction to the Tenleur crash there. Francesco Bernardi just has 3 dots, so clearly nothing to say. Francisco Geniali says, imagine if people realized that yellow flag actually means danger, slow down. So clearly blaming the 2 LMP2s for not realizing what happened in time. As we see, Team Sheba 288 going very slowly and actually letting the Team Iris car through, but the Team Iris car is now several laps down on them compared to where they were a few minutes ago. So, and Francisco Bernardi says, I prefer wine. I will not drink Eau Rouge, never ever. Of course, because it's named after a mineral water. So here's what happened to Russo in the 288 into the Fournier chicane, gets very close to the Ferrari. That's the virtual driver's line 74, and the rear just spins around on him. So I think he was a little bit impatient to get past the Ferrari there.
I think he was kind of caught unaware by the Ferrari having a little dab of the brake through the second part of the chicane, and so had to make a correction himself. But obviously, it's cost him a bit of time, but nothing else.
Yeah, and you see in the background there, Keenan Li Wang in the Kasachi Sim Racing car going into the pits. So that is definitely going to hand Shane Kortoff back the 7th position in class that they were fighting over. But yeah, as we see Stencel now coming in for a service, so that means the gap is going to extend back out to what it was before, the 80 seconds or so between the pair. Interesting to see if Sweet Force have closed in maybe by a couple of seconds or so either way. Meanwhile, Simfim Esports Junior team have extended the gap to Pescara Sim Racing team in the GT3 Pro lead. Eros Masculi 55 seconds down on the championship and class leaders at the moment. But of course, they're both on a very, very different strategy, and Pescara Sim Racing team is sort of a driver change ahead of them, aren't they? So it will be very, very close come the end of this race, almost certainly between the two, provided they stay out of trouble, of course, which is much easier said than done with 36 cars still circulating SPA Francorchamps circuit then.
Yeah, and the Sweetport still in. It's all right. They got two laps ahead of the Shiba car, so there's no danger there.
Yeah, in fact, the next closest car is actually Patrick Swakowski in the Aperion 44 is in the overall podium at the moment. Thomas Grabelny is getting on board Sweet Force number 37. So yes, Camille Stencel ends a monster stint of nearly 4 hours there. Let's see if Grabelny can match that, because he's under a lot of pressure to keep that lofty position in the hypercar class. Of course, we do see a lead change now, particularly pits for Armsebra number 42, finally handing the lead back to Janssen Bintz, who of course pit under the code 80 and will now reap the rewards for Boyd Transport. This has been a really, really strong race so far for the number 40, and they've waited pretty much all season to take their first win in the Pro-Am class, haven't they? And if they can put it off today, what a story that would be for Roy Tunn and all of the British Boyd Transport team. I don't think there'd be a dry eye in the house.
Yeah, and Boyd Transport, one of the teams I've commentated on for a long time, really. But whether it been in a BMW GT3 or a LMP2 car, and it seems that they've got a fairly commanding lead in that LMP2 with 38 seconds over the Naja Racing Italia team.
And they are in the LMP2 Pro-Am Championship, aren't they? Because it is 161 for Simfrim 47, 128 for Armsebra 42, and then 122 for Boyd Transport 40. So they're 39 points behind, but they could get a little bit closer by the end of today, especially if they pull off this victory. And if the likes of Naja Racing Italia in between them and Armsebra 42. So yeah, it would be the difference between first and fourth, which is a good, let's see, 30, trying to do the maths off the top of my head. I think it's 20, but it would be a good 10 points they'd be gaining. So it'd be 29 points instead of off the lead instead of 39. But with the even more points, they're peaking at the right time in the season, aren't they? Near the end, because Le Mans is where you get almost double the regular points, essentially, with a 50 for the win. So yeah, I think Boyd Transport definitely having one of their best seasons yet. And we even saw in the hypercar class, they were able to take overall runners-up spot at Imola, as we see all the Virtual Drivers Alliance car just slotting out. It's danger with that pit entry that they do just sort of emerge right after one of the most challenging corners on the track at Radion at the top of the hill. So yeah, you've got to really just keep your eyes on what's happening on the right and not just on your own, not just flying off track on your own, like we've seen a couple of the hypercars do.
Yeah,
and
the problem is with that pit exit is it does kind of feed you back onto the racing line. So it is a matter of you come straight over the top of the blind crest. I mean, the field of view is fairly open, so you can see a car exiting, but it's at the speed that you're going at, and whether you can have the reaction to go around it, and whether or not the car actually wants to do it as well, as like we've seen the hypercars seem to be very nervous over the top of the Eau Rouge Raidillon section.
Yeah, and it could also be that there's a bit of setup to do with that. The lot of drivers have either compromised on setup with for their teammates, or potentially they have set it up to be really, really quick over one lap, and then or maybe they can't, or they're going for straight line speed down the Camel Straight, and they can't live with the instability that creates at the top of Eau Rouge and Raidillon. So, yeah, there's always a bit of a compromise when it comes to car setup. You can never get a setup that's perfect. In endurance racing, it's not just yourself you've got to worry about, it's the other people sharing the car as well, because you can't very easily change the setup of the car mid-race because it would just take too much time, essentially, even in sim racing. So there is a fairly close battle we're looking at the moment. There's been a dearth of them, you may have noticed. Andrea Gandosi on the Tamela ERT car that did set pole position has started to catch Melikat Mali in the Casio Motorsports 75. He was 3/10 quicker the previous lap then. So Gandosi, who is a little bit behind in our championship fight, could still be fighting for the podium here. Caspian Motorsport, it would be essential that they limit any damage that Tamela ERT can do to them here. But of course, the one thing that might save them is the BMW here is on a very, very different strategy to its immediate competitors, having pit a bit earlier in some of the earlier stints, effectively, and they've gone in for a few more Code 80 pit stops as well.
Yeah, as we see the Tuameli car being swallowed up by the two LMP2s at the bus stop. I'm not sure if I don't know if that's a pair that are trying to fight against each other. I can't quite see on
that.
The,
looks like different classes. So that's
yeah.
Blackhawk 30 from Pro class and Symphony 47 from Pro-Am class, I think.
Yeah, and once again, I think Tuameli, the 69 car, is the closest car to someone else on track at the moment, it seems, for position. Trying to hunt
in
down
class, yes.
In class, yeah. Trying to hunt down that third position in the GT3 Pro.
Yeah, it's certainly a busy weekend of motorsport, by the way, Ryan. While we have a slow moment here, but
it is.
Yeah, we got Bahrain Grand Prix, Formula E at Miami Homestead. In fact, one of my friends who I sort of help out editing videos for, he's actually out there and he's done a whole track guide that I was editing during my break after my commentary stint in the first hour. So, so yeah, not a lot of. It's a good thing I'm on holiday, isn't it? You wouldn't know it.
And you also got World Superbikes, MotoGP,
and touring cars this weekend, isn't it?
I don't know. There's just so much. There is just so much on in many different classes,
and impossible to watch all of it on top of this as well.
Yeah, I'm sim racing myself tomorrow, and
good luck.
The biggest frustration of it all is the sim race is going on whilst the Grand Prix and the MotoGP is on, so I'm going to have to try and cram that in sometime afterwards.
Yeah, I know the pain of that, having to organise the Formula Sim Racing calendar and sort of trying to make sure as little as possible clashes with Grand Prix dates, and sort of, if it does clash with the same day as a Grand Prix, make sure it's on it. All the races are on at times that don't clash with the actual race. But the problem is there's only so many weekends in the year, so you do have to sort of compromise here and there. As this is the Castaccio Sim Racing car. Once more, Keenan Lee Wang is lining up Chaim Korthoff. And he's making a bit of habit of this, isn't he? As old Korthoff goes very deep into the bus stop, and he's surely going to have to let him through because he's destroyed his momentum there. And yeah, the Keenan Lee Wang pushes Chaim Korthoff until he breaks once more. Yeah,
and I think, by the looks of things, it's the Naja Racing white car is the car ahead, and I think it's the car ahead on. Oh yes, with 3 laps to the difference.
Yeah, it's the white car that's ahead. It's the fuel savers they've just overtaken. I'm getting my green cars mixed up again, aren't I?
Right? Yeah, I was going to say the cars. I think the car ahead is the white car, but it's ahead on track. But as we've seen,
that's our reigning champions facing the wrong way at the top of Raidillon, not for the first time in this race, and that's cost them potentially a shot at the podium there. That's a big hit they've had.
Yeah, it looks like the steering's crabbing a little bit as well. So they've definitely hit something on the way up.
Will this be another Code 80?
Possibly. I mean, it is having to limp along at a slow rate, which is not ideal if you're a faster approaching car. So this is going to be some timely repair for the
It's a Code 80. Whoa! And is that the Blackhawk car that reacted probably slightly too late to that than everyone else?
Looks like it possibly was, yes. Oh no,
it was Boyd Transport.
Boyd
it was
Transport.
Jansen Bintz.
So hopefully they don't cop some sort of penalty for not being particularly heads up on the Code 80, but bit of a hairy moment.
I think Joshua Birch, who I know is commentating on all the real life stuff under the sun today. When we used to commentate on a endurance rFactor 2 series that Jansen Bintz competed in, I think it was for Valley eSports. We always used to say, Jesus Christ, that's Jansen Bintz instead of Jason Bourne, like the meme from the Bourne films, essentially.
Yeah.
Of course. Gee, what are those films that Jason Bourne's in? Your Bourne Supremacy? Oh, yeah, called the Bourne franchise. That's what it's called, Edward, you idiot.
Are you sure about that?
I was going through like Matt Damon movies and sort of like trying to think, okay, yeah, there we go. So that was quite scary there because luckily it wasn't three cars in front of him. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to go down the Camel Straight other than into the back of somebody.
But it looked like, well, based on the reaction of the cars ahead, the Code 80 was called quite some time before he himself reacted. So he's potentially made up best part of 5 seconds on his competitors by just driving straight through the first few seconds of Code 80.
He is actually now only 1 second behind Danilo Smiriglio in that damaged hypercar, of course, but he's 51 seconds ahead of NAR Racing Italia 33 then. So, yeah, Boyd Transport have... let's hope they don't get in trouble for that because gaining an advantage, I imagine if Bintz is told to sort of slow down, he might well do so. But he reacted, as early as he could have, but I think he was just slightly... It's the classic racing driver excuse where you want to brake as late as possible so you don't have to... You can slow down. Be as slow for as little time as possible, effectively. But we do see now high activity in the pit lane. GT3 Pro leaders in. Roland Zux takes over the Go team number 7, and it looks like they have well and truly jumped Blackhawk then, and by being able to pit ahead of them in this Code 80. And Hyperion 45 are also pitting in right behind Blackhawk. Federico Suave in the championship leading Simframe 47. They have pit and they're still running in 4th, but an interesting strategy there. There is, that's the Caspian Motorsport of Melikak Mali. So him and Gandosi are being serviced. Gandosi was actually challenging him before the Code 80, wasn't he? So let's see if this is a quick stop or not. Oh, very close to the Hyperion there of Patrick Swakowski, the class leader, sorry, in LMP2 Pro. But yeah, this will be fascinating. So Smiriglio is nearly in the pits, and poor Danilo. He's sort of been driving when everything's gone wrong for the reigning champions, hasn't he? So he's every time we've seen him on stream, it's not been a particularly highlighted moment, has it? So luckily, he can get some repairs in, and there's still a chance they might be able to get out ahead of 10 Lua and still run in 4th. But Team Shiba, incredibly, have in the last few minutes gone from 5th to 3rd with those 2 high-profile mistakes in Hypercar.
Yeah, we didn't see in the end what happened to Danilo, did we? We saw some of the aftermath, but not what caused it, because it's quite a strange one. The fact that
it looks like he just dropped it at the top of Radion, like what everybody else has been doing.
But
we go back to green flag.
Yeah, and now it's the Shiba car in 3rd position. And with no real threat from behind now, I don't think. Although because the Simframe car's in the pits and the Iris team are a lap or so behind them, so they can just go at it now up the road and try and see what sort of progress they can make up against the Sweet Force car. Although that is 1 lap ahead.
Okay, important stop there for Timeli ERT. So Gandosi emerged literally just ahead of Luca Fabro as well in the Arms Cerberus. So that's a car that you won't have to fight for position. And that's going to benefit Arms Cerberus a lot because now, not Arms Cerberus, Timeli ERT, sorry, because now they have lost a little bit of time in the pit stops to Kakmali, 11 seconds behind. They were about 4 or 5 seconds, weren't they, before that Code 80. So, but they have got the fresh tyres. They can gain that time back. But the problem is Caspian Motorsport also pit under the Code 80. So, could be interesting because I don't think Pescara SRT pit under the Code 80. It was only our leader change drivers, and they've come out. Marcelo Canetti has got on board to Simfree Junior Team number 99, 21 seconds ahead of Masciuli. So you have to say that's really saved the bacon of the Simfree Junior Team because they've basically got the net lead now in GT3 Pro that they didn't necessarily have a stranglehold on beforehand, as we now go into the second half of the race, and it's still a lot to be decided. A lot of first-time wins, a lot of drivers looking to keep themselves in that championship hunt or potentially put themselves in a commanding position going into Circuit de la Sarthe. Okay, right. I'll just keep talking then.
Sorry, I was just trying to pick out something to go off of, and the team Iris have now just gone ahead of the Simfree team for the hypercar, so that promotes them up to 4th position. And Simfree is still in the pits after over 2 minutes now of repairs.
Ooh. It might actually drop to the very back of the hypercar field at this rate because there's another lap to Franz Jan Rom. And if there's no more Code 80s, everyone keeps up to full speed, then Franz Jan Rom has got a good chance of catching Smrigule before the repairs are finished here. So yeah, Team Iris, as you say, now building that lead in 4th position.
Yeah, and Iris, when they're not crashing, they seem to have pretty good pace. So it's whether or not they have got the pace with, just under 4 hours left of the race to go. It's still not over. There's still, effectively they're 3 laps off the lead, and we've seen even in previous races that the lead car isn't necessarily safe as possible disconnects or tangling with back markers that could happen. So there's still plenty of the race left to go. So there's still chance of a podium for Iris at least.
Yeah, we certainly can't rule it out now. But certainly for Federico Russo, the young Italian, is going to be over the moon to be on the overall podium. Well, he's not there yet because he's still about 20 seconds behind Patrick Swakowski in the LMP2 Pro leading Hyperion. But this would be a big result for Chiba if they could pull off an overall podium in Hypercar, which they've not been able to do so far this season, if memory serves, because they've not been in Hypercar so far this season. So yeah, memory does serve correctly on that one. Although I think they have fought for the podium in previous seasons in the top class. They haven't ever quite. It's been a while, is the point that I'm trying to make. But yes. Anyway, here's number 63 Rookie Monsters car, driven by Anthony Walker, trying to catch the 16 seconds to Pino Galota, and it looks like we're about to see what happened to Walker because he was just ahead of the Timeli ERT car. Into the bus stop he goes. Does the Timeli ERT... Oh, he has to actually cut the chicane, come almost to a stop, and let Andrea Gandosi through there to lap him. So, yeah, a bit of a hairy moment, but no harm, no foul, I guess. And Anthony Walker will be a bit frustrated because that's lost him a bit of time to MR Motorsports 66 ahead of him, but there's still a chance of getting the second Rookie Monsters car into the top 4. And for the British team, they've really had a strong season, haven't they? Obviously, the 62 stole a march in the early rounds, but the 63, they have been fighting back last couple of rounds and sort of getting podiums when they've been left on the table. So I certainly think I wouldn't rule out the 63 taking a win either here or at Circuit de la Sarthe. But at the moment, look at that nearly 100-second lead that Carloni Racing 82 have got. The Audi R8 really seems to suit Spa.
Yeah, and yeah, with the Porsche, like you said, it all depends on track really. You'll find that you'll go from track to track, and each car will have a bias towards the way it goes, the flow of the course, the medium speed, high speed, and low speed corners. But yeah, it seems like the second rookie monsters are pulling their way, picking up the places, like you said.
Yep, and that's exactly what Anthony Walker and company have got to do then. So 3 hours, 51 minutes left on the clock, and Santa Carlos has started a lap of 115 and now leads Sweet Force number 37 by a whole lap. So he's finally... It's amazing that it's taken Sweet Force this long to fall a lap behind, because they've been pretty mighty, it must be said, up to this point then. So could also be interesting to track the lap times of Russo and Grabelny compared to one another. 2:01.9 for Grabelny, 1:59.1 for Russo. So there is about a lap between the pair, but that's not necessarily an insurmountable gap, I don't think.
No, and I think we're still looking in the GT3.
Yeah, that's Anthony Walker being overtaken by the LMP2. Is that the Fuel Savers car on our Racing Italia car at exactly the wrong moment there as he goes over the hill.
Yeah, I was just trying to see, because earlier we pointed out about the Tuomelli team trying to eke their way into the top three, but it seems like the gap's gone out a little bit. Although it's to and froing on the lap time.
6.5 seconds, isn't it? To
Yeah.
Camp Malley.
Yeah, so it was about 4 seconds earlier before the code 80. So whether or not those gain.
Yeah, must be a lot of traffic for Cat Malley. 2 minutes 20 compared to Gandosi, 2 minutes 16.9. So impressive stuff from Tuomelli ERT. And they are starting to really get the hammer down here. So Caspian Motorsport, this is sort of worrying times for them, because they are just sort of in danger of going backwards at this point in the race.
Yeah. Yeah, and it does seem that the gap is it is gradually coming down to that third position for the Tuomelli to Caspian. Although I think he's hit some more traffic of some sort again, because he's now lost nearly a second in this sector.
Right, well, we'll have to keep track of the progress through each sector there. I think Endosi's in the middle sector, personal best, 1 minute 0.3. Cat Malley's responding with 1 minute 0.9, but that's still 6/10 slower. So, yeah, the momentum definitely with the Italian Tuomelli ERT team and the Turkish Caspian team are going to be feeling the pressure before too long. You would think. As you see the Team Sheba 288, sort of boxed in behind the sister GT3 car there, and that allows a little cheeky unlapping attempt there from Janssen Bins.
Yep, that was not the car I was expecting to see come through, and a P2 Boyd Transport over unlapping itself on a hypercar. It's not something you see every day.
No, it certainly isn't. Janssen Bins is only about 16 seconds behind Gazowski in the fourth in class LMP2 Pro at the moment, so that really shows you the race that he has had. 60 seconds clear of Battista in the NAR Racing Italia 33. So Janssen Bins, Will Snowden, it's been a pretty fearsome combination so far, but there's so many pitfalls here at SPA Francorchamps. We saw it, didn't we? Simfon Results number 1 were looking good for an overall podium to limit damage to ground effect, and then they made that mistake and it's cost them 2 positions in the hypercar class, which is already quite thinly spread, it must be said. But yeah, still a lot that can change in this sort of second half of the race, as we see Janssen Bins really sort of hanging the tail out, and so too does Russo. So yeah, Sheba eager to get a move on. 8 seconds down on Hyperion 44 in the overall order in the battle for third overall, but really it's a battle to keep Sweet Force in sight if they can, I think, at the present moment then. And was there a change somewhere on the timing tower that I missed there? Because I swear I saw somebody change positions there, but it might just be when you get really bored, you start imagining things so you can talk about them. Oh,
Wow.
Grandstand Rom gets a penalty. There we go. So that's certainly not going to help him catch Smaruglio.
And I'm assuming that would be track limits based.
Yeah, I concur with that.
Uh,
Into the pits, he comes immediately to serve it. So, yeah, he's not even going to argue with that one. Not that he can, because it's an in-game penalty.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that I was going to point out about the Rocky Monsters car earlier. That was took to the runoff in kind of a evasive action, really, for in the chicane. And that's potentially a track limit strike. And like we said earlier, the longest pit lane on the calendar. It's not the place that you want to be getting a drive-through penalty for track limits. You see the Naja Racing Italia 33 come in for service from third place in class.
Yeah, well, they were actually second, weren't they? About
Yeah.
60 seconds down on the class leader, Boy Transport. So that puts Cerbro up to second, which will be interesting to see if this early stop allows Naja Racing Italia to hold on to second, or whether there's another Code 80 coming or not, because it's so hard to see even 20 minutes into the future.
Yeah.
But
And Team Shiba have come in to the pit lane as well from third in Hypercar. I was just seeing whether or not which lap they were going to catch up onto the Hyperion car and get that third overall.
not this one is the
Not this
answer.
lap, yeah.
Oh, but speaking of laps, here comes Tamelli ERT Gandosi continuing to lap in the 217s, and he's got Cat Malley within 8/10 of him now that he's just cleared the MR Motorsport car. And you can see Cat Malley really struggling. The Mercedes hits up a bit of dust. There's a LMP2 Blackhawk in the way, but that immediately takes care of itself into Paul Frere. And now Gandosi's got a clear run here at Melikak Malley here. So what can Caspian Motorsport do to hold on to this position? Or has Gandosi, with the lack of BOP ballast, is he just going to be too quick here?
Yeah, I mean he's caught up pretty quickly. That's we
That's
did see a
63.
yellow off, and that is a 63 that was Rookie
Was
Monsters.
Anthony Walker in trouble then, and he's come to an almost dead stop on the grass there out of Pujon.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, because obviously we saw the yellow flags briefly flash up, and whatever's happened, he's come to a stop and started again. We'll hope we can see.
Oh, I do hope he's not hit another car. I suspect maybe there was some sort of screen freeze or hardware issue that meant he had to go into a stop to sort of fix it. But through Pujon he comes. Constant radius left-hander. He's on his own. It's definitely not involving another car. He goes straight on. There we go. Just about gets the steering wheel. That to me looks like maybe a throttle issue.
I don't know really, because you saw him hit the brakes on the exit of the corner.
Look, he's trying to pump it in neutral.
Yeah, so it seems like I don't know if it's because it wouldn't be a wheel disconnect. Usually, if you see a wheel disconnect, you just see the car suddenly do a 90-degree right or left. So there is some sort of issue going on there, and I think it's just a matter of plugging it in, unplugging it and plugging it back in again. And it seems like it's worked.
We'll hit it with a spanner sometimes.
Yeah, and if that
But,
don't work, get a hammer. But
yeah. But that's a little gutting for Anthony Walker, though, because that's cost him quite a lot of time to Pino Galota that he was within about 10 seconds of, wasn't he? And now he's about 55 seconds behind. Only 6 seconds ahead of Virtual Drivers Alliance 115. So, yeah, Mike Bell would have hoped to have his teammate at least there to help him out. And now it looks like Anthony Walker is just going to be way too far behind to be of much use to him. And this is the Tamelli ERT. Or is he going to make a move from a long way back, potentially? Or is this just us cutting back to the live battle? It is. There we go. So, Melikak Malley soaking up the pressure. And, Ryan, have you seen the... I know you obviously, at Daytona, you had the graveyard shift on your own, which was a bit of a nightmare. And thank you very much for putting yourself through that, because we would appreciate it. But the very end of the race, Kak Malley and I think it was GR Motorsport 18... no, it was number 8, sorry. It was number 8, GR Simfrost, had that photo finish where I believe it was Malley decided to double stint the tyres for the final stint, and so they were all over the show, but they just about were able to hold on by a ridiculously small margin as they crossed the finish line.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
So that tells us that Malley and the entire Caspian team, they're pretty good in these defensive scenarios. It was similar. The finish at Sebring was kind of similar as well, where they won. And now this is another scenario where there's a car, the BMW, that's got less BOP, that's the more fancied machinery in this battle, you must be said. They would, in theory, you'd think they'd be at a disadvantage, but Caspian Motorsport have really been the underdogs, proving that they can do it the last couple of races, haven't they? And now they've got the inside, but not close enough is Gandosi. So the 69 stays behind the 75 for the time being.
Yeah, it looks like Gandosi is just trying to make that BMW look as big as possible in the mirrors, even when the move isn't on, and just trying to psych out the Mercedes ahead. You're not really going to see an overtake happen here, but he's probably going to have to wait until going up into the final chicane again now, because there aren't really many overtaking opportunities at this part of the circuit.
Well, if you're trying to frighten Medicac Malley, I think you're wasting your time there, Gandosi. So, Andrea, you might want to try something a little bit different. Or as he gets very wide through Pujon, I think that was just reacting to the Hyperion coming through to lap them behind. But luckily, not too much time lost. And so the Caspian Motorsport Mercedes must continue to soak up the pressure. There is Janssen Bintz pitting from the lead. He should come out comfortably ahead of Pitiglio. In the Arm Cerbera 42, who's yet to pit in this phase, but the main threat was, of course, Nile Racing Italia and Batista. Batista's lost a lot of ground. Also looks like we have lost Franzian Rom from the race, which is a shame, but clearly Level 1 eSports for the second race in a row, or have decided it's not worth continuing, as that looks like poor... well, I say poor Janssen Bintz, he's still leading the race, but that was a bit of a poor chicane there where the brakes didn't quite engage in time.
Yeah, most likely coming out of when you come out of the pits for the first time on colder tyres, the brakes have possibly chilled off a little bit, and you go to press the brake pedal at the same place that you usually would, and then realise, oh, wait a minute, I'm going on a bit further than usual. I probably need another lap to get some more temperature into them.
Indeed. I was just looking at the Formula E qualifying results from Miami, and I was quite surprised to see who was on pole. But then again, I always seem to be in Formula E, and it's a shame I'm going to have to miss the race to commentate on this. But on the other hand, there's very few things I would miss at E-Racing Series finish 4. And speaking of which, here comes Gandosi again, trying to move around in the wing mirrors of that Mercedes. But Malley just not looking troubled or concerned as all. There's the LMP2 trying to go up the inside of both of them, and this could be a bit awkward. Can Andrea Gandosi take advantage of this? There's a small gap on the inside into Bruxelles. The LMP2 wants to just get clear of this completely now, and should be able to do so comfortably, but the blue flag's still flying. There's more traffic that wants to find a way through.
Yeah, and it seems based on how Malley is placing his car in some of these situations, it's going to have to be a very robust overtaking attempt from Gandosi if he wants to take that position off of Malley. The only other thing is here...
Ooh. And, just cutting him off in time there. That was very, very close, especially from the front bumper cam. That made that look a lot more anxiety-inducing. But I think you're right, Malley, look at the gap to... Eris Masculi, it's 123 seconds, it says on stream. So, yeah, the one Mercedes in defensive mode is allowing the other one to disappear up the road in its battle for victory. But this is a really good exit from Gandosi. Free wide with the Cassatria sim racing car that has to get on the grass there. And now Gandosi trying to go around the outside of Malley into Blanchimont, but he's not close enough, not far enough alongside. And the Mercedes that's had its lights on pretty much the entire race. Now finally we're going into those dust conditions, and Malley has really just got to hold on to the end of his stint here, but it's getting harder and harder each lap. Gandosi taking more and more risks here.
Yeah, and Gandosi had to get out the throttle a little bit going through Blanchimont as Cat Malley just chopped the nose of the BMW, and so that really hampered any opportunity of an attack into the final chicane. Cat Malley did get a little bit of a squirmy exit out of turn 1 there, so does this mean that the Tuameli team are going to have a run up along the Como Straight? It doesn't seem to be that close, but this is the point where you'll start to see the drafting effect really take place, and as we see, I think that's one of the hypercar LMP2 cars coming through. He's not going to be close enough for a move, but he's having a look anyway and through.
Oh, way too late. Surely he somehow made the corner. Oh my goodness me. Oh, but also cutting the corner comes the Caspian car. That's going to be controversial there. Cat Malley, it was. I have to say, Andrea Gandosi made the corner. I didn't think he would, but somehow he did, and unexpectedly, Cat Malley didn't there. If he'd been able to stay on track, they might have been able to drift his way back up the inside, but look at this. That came from another postcode there. That was really instinctive, and
contact,
bumped into the side, so actually he pushed, arguably, Cat Malley off track there.
Yeah, and I said if he's going to have to make a move, it's going to be fairly robust, and that was, well, as robust as you'll get it.
Elbowed him out of the way, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Cat Malley almost seems completely unperturbed by that. He's a very cool customer, isn't he? And that's what's brought him so much success in endurance racing. You see on the back of the bumper that they've been doing sim racing for over 10 years now, since 2014, the Caspian Motorsport crew. And they've had a fair few wins in EES, although, of course, they had to wait over a year between wins and then suddenly they got 2 at once in Daytona and then Sebring last month as well. So yeah, Cat Malley, how dearly he would love to keep in the title hunt, because season 5 was the last time they were in the championship hunt in GT3 AM, and it's starting to feel a long time ago. There is Gandosi showing his nose, showing even more of his nose by deciding to use Cat Malley as a brake marker at the final part of the bus stop there, and somehow Cat Malley just about survives that. But that Caspian Motorsport car is starting to look a bit second-hand, the way that Gandosi's treating it. Again, he tries to go and do a ring of death all the way around the outside at La Source, but again, that's a longer, more circuitous route, so it takes you longer to get through it naturally. And Gandosi, realizing that, decides to regroup, tuck in as they go up. Sparks flying. Oh, Cat Malley loses it, just about able to keep in a straight line, but surely Gandosi's going through there and onto the podium.
Yeah, and that was a definite Code Brown moment for Cat Malley, but he managed to scoop it all back up, but he's now lost that 3rd position. And then some, really. He's not even had the chance to tuck back in and get a bit of a toe down the Camel Straight there.
I'll tell you what, that would have caught out a lesser driver, but I think Cat Malley, under immense pressure, here he goes. This is going to be a bit frightening. The rear end starts to go. He saves it, doesn't overreact and start flying to the barriers, just stays calm, realizes the game is up, and lifts off the throttle there, because you can't really cut the corner and keep position like that, can you, realistically?
Yeah,
so
it kind of looked like he took a little bit too much of the entry curb into Eau Rouge there, and that just unsettled the car all the way up the hill, and eventually it just snapped on him. But yeah, fair play, managing to hold on to that. I'm not sure if I would have managed that myself. And I was noticing whilst that battle was going on that we saw yellow flags popping up in Sector 2 quite a lot, so I don't know what was going on there. I was half expecting us to suddenly cut to a bit of a moment as we go.
Luca D'Amico, sorry Ryan, past Anthony Walker, who we saw have that moment at Pouhon earlier on. The door is left open on the inside, and Anthony Walker, cut as much dust as you want, Anthony. It's not going to do you any good. And oh dear, that feels to me like Anthony Walker has just sort of lost momentum completely. As the Carloni car does very well not to clatter into the back of the Porsche there. But yeah, the 63, I think, genuinely struggling here.
Yeah, and that's one of the things when you have a bit of a moment, a bit of an instant, you get frustrated from it, and you get yourself into a groove, into a rhythm, or a flow state, as some people refer to it as, and it just completely snaps you out of that. And it can take a few laps to get back into it. So I'm assuming that obviously he's lost a lot of time through, and he's still continuing to lose a lot of time. He's being a bit of a roadblock in the background there.
Maybe
so
the issue isn't fully resolved as well, whatever
Yeah.
it was.
Because he's just found himself, he's just being engulfed in the background.
Yeah, he is just coasting around and being swamped left and right, unfortunately. And it looks to me like he maybe couldn't have fought the Luca D'Amico any more than he did there, because he, like I said, he left it all pretty wide open. And now he's sort of just trying to survive out there at the moment and get to the end of his stint, I think, till somebody can take over from him. But yeah, the Sweet Force car in the pits once more. So Thomas Grabelny is going to drop potentially. He's already a lap down. I think he should still just be a lap down on the ground effect of Larry Alpius, who's actually going on board number 27 for the second half of the race. So Alpius looking to bring it home after what's been a pretty commanding drive. I think we got about 20 minutes to go in commentary then, Ryan, until well, there's a bit confusing, or actually I've got about 20 minutes to go until Amir Oates, I believe, is coming to relieve me. I think it was originally going to be Joseph, but then I think Amir, he had to sort of say, oh, well, I'm doing something else for a little bit, I might be a bit late, and Amir is going to fill in a little bit earlier to sort of respond to that. So I'm happy to go a little bit longer if need be, but for the transition, but we'll see when Amir resurfaces. But looking forward to that next part of the race then as we go towards the closing stages. The evening sun starting to set over SPA Francorchamps. It's a shame we lost the Sunset Motorsports. Not just early on, they were the first team we lost in the race as well. Emir Karademir not getting very far at all for the Turkish squad. So yeah, it was always when the sun starts to go down, I think of Sunset, and sadly they're no longer with us, along with, of course, Boyd Transport 206 that set pole position in GT3 Am, Lucrezia Milanese for Symphony Sports Pink, Cassandra Sim Racing 88, Bruno Reinho for Grow Racing Team 289 that ran out of fuel in the pit lane, Nico Barclay for Team Schuber 13 who crashed out, Matthias Zaleski for Boyd Transport 306, and Felipe Lapaglia for MR Motorsport 71. So he has both the Boyd Transport GT3s are out of the picture, so super important for the number 40 to bring it home if they can on the podium, but even better in that first position that they currently hold.
Yeah, as we continue to watch the 115 Virtual Driving Alliance car going around in fifth position in the GT3 Am class. The Team Shiba car is currently in the pits, and I think is just in the process of leaving its pit stall.
Well, same can't be said for Virtual Drivers Alliance 74. They seem to be out of the race. So Carlo Dianda, it wasn't going too great up to this point, it must be said. And now it looks like it's finally given up the ghost. So 74 that looked so strong early in the season. They were running 9th in the championship. They'd only scored a handful of points in the last 3 races. Are they about to be disconnected here down the back straight? Oh, no. Yeah, there we go.
That's a disconnect there, yeah.
I thought they were heading for the wall there.
Yeah.
Into Blanchimont.
Not
That makes it only 34 drivers left then from the 44 that started. So 10 retirements then.
Yeah, it's been fairly attritional, and we're only was some 4.5 hours into this 8-hour race. So it'll be interesting to see what it's going to be like when it comes to the Circuit de la South, when we've got a full 24 hours of that circuit. If the attrition's like this at Spa with an 8-hour race, what's it going to be like when we go for 24?
Yeah, I dread to think, really. Based on previous seasons, it could be a lot. But by the way, for those interested, I do know that Grand Effect Alari Alpius is streaming his own point of view. If anybody wants to watch that on his YouTube. Is it his YouTube channel or is it the Grand Effect? No, it is his own personal one. So if you're so inclined, you can always tune in there and see how our overall race leader, 2 laps ahead of everybody else, is getting along. But of course, there's still a fair bit of pressure with that first EES championship up for grabs, and they've had such a brilliant season, really from Istanbul on. They have been class of the field, really. In fact, even Imola, they're having a very strong race until misfortune struck them in the form of a collision with lapped cars as well. So yeah, it really has been their season, and you have to say if they're unlikely, unless something terrible happens to Sinfreen eSports #1, to wrap it up today, but it looks almost certain that they're going to have an amazing chance of taking the title going into Le Mans. As we see, the 74 is that Carlo D'Anda trying to reconnect and get back into the game, and that's good to see if so, because after some strong performances, it would be such a shame to lose Virtual Drivers Alliance. And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the 74... Yeah, 74 won the opening race of the season in Bahrain as well. So, yeah, they've certainly started the season off well, but they really wanted to sort of limit the damage and end it on a high, which would be, I think, a big deal for the Italian squad.
And as we look to our leaders in LMP2, there's yellows out in Sector 1. So I hope, I was just about to say, I hope that's not someone at the top of Radion, and it
Spriglio again.
What conditions?
Has he kept it out of the wall this time? That's the big question.
Looks to be going straight.
Yeah. Push more, it says on the inside of the front wheel arch. I don't think Danilo should heed that advice because it's not worked for him so far.
Yeah, and again, because we haven't really seen any other class car having issues at the top of Radion, have we? It's only really been the hypercars that have just been, as they go light over the top of the over the crest, they then just become incredibly twitchy, and it's just the slightest of inputs can just send it off into the barriers, as we've seen a couple of times already.
Ooh, our leaders are in the pits in GT3 by the way. Marco Lodi Rosini for Carloni Racing 82 pits from the lead. We also see their championship rivals Mike Bell pitting from the wheel of the Rookie Monsters number 62, which hands second to Pino Galota for MR Motorsports 66.
Yeah, and going down to the Team Shiba car, going up into third place in the GT3 now as a result of the Rookie Monster team pitting.
Indeed. So there was something I was going to ask you about, Ryan, before I left you for the day. Well, I'm sure Amir will come in and no doubt provide even more scintillating conversation, especially as the race heats up to its exciting conclusion, as in comes Danilo Smiglio, no doubt for a fresh set of tyres after destroying the previous set by burning them out at the top of Radion.
Probably a fresh pair of overalls as well.
But I was going to ask, whoa! And there's more hypercars in difficulty because that looks like 10 Lure has come to a complete stop at the exit of Le Com there, the end of the Camel Straight then. So, yeah, that's surely going to be a free position for Smiglio if he can get fresh sets of tyres on quickly enough here.
Yeah, and I don't know what's going on here. It's going to be a Code 80, surely.
Well, if he can get going again, otherwise they might just make him retire from the race if Lua isn't going anywhere. So, run on board for Radion. There's a bit of distraction, somebody coming out the pits, but it seems all under control. Let's look at the gears at the bottom. Oh, please don't tell me he blows the engine here. As he downshifts. 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd.
It just comes to a stop. Without seeing the back
first
end
gear.
I mean, there was
some sort of issue. He's retired from the race then, so that definitely puts Simfreem up to 4th once they get going again out the pits. But it's
there's no smoke or anything
race for Team Morris, is it?
Yeah. It's not. Yeah, it's been less than ideal for them. They've had quite a few instances, and obviously not sure about what's happened there. I don't think it was an engine letting go, because when we
can't have been no.
When we panned round to
on 10 years in.
Yeah, where we kind of pan round to them, I'd expect to see some sort of plumes of smoke coming out of the back of the car, usually when the engine goes, and we didn't see that. So, like you said, I think it's potentially a hardware issue.
Yeah, I mean, thing is, there's still time for engine issues, so I don't want to jinx anybody just yet. So, but yeah, that was certainly an unusual and pretty anticlimactic way for Iris's race to end. And I do hope we do see them again in Le Mans. But yeah, the championship hopes are well and truly out the window now if they weren't already. And yeah, that's certainly for a team that started the season so strongly to see it sort of end with a bit of a whimper is more than a little disappointing for all of them. But I'm sure Team Iris will regroup. They are competing in GPV Formula Sprint 1 this season with, is it 10 and Carl Menges Boré? Yeah, both of them at the wheel as well. So certainly Tenlu has got something else to focus on, and he has scored a number of points there as well, as has Carl Magnus. Meanwhile, none of this will bother Team Shiba whatsoever because it's all just people in trouble behind them. It means they've got less threat to that podium. And still only a lap down on Thomas Grabelny, although let's have a look at the lap times. 1:58.8 for Decutis, who's gotten on board Team Shiba 288, and Thomas Grabelny 1:59.1. So they continue to catch. You know, if they keep catching by a second, maybe 2 seconds a lap, Sweet Force by the end of this one, if there's some mistakes, they might find themselves under a bit of pressure in the closing stages because that lap could disappear before they know it.
Yeah, I also noticed that Sweet Force are now no longer, I don't know how long it's been like it for, but they're no longer just a lap down on the ground effect car. They're 2 laps down on ground effect.
Yeah, been about 2 seconds a lap slower than Alpius on average.
So, yeah, really, it just, I think if Sweet Force want to try and win this, they're probably hoping for the team ahead to falter in a way that will allow them to get 2 laps back. But yeah, they're now finding themselves having to look more behind at the rate that Team Shiba are catching them, then look ahead now.
Yeah. You also see there Tommy Teasdale is taking over from Mike Bell at the wheel of Rookie Monster 62, and he's 7/10 down on Luca D'Amico, who of course just overtook their sister car, the 63, some laps ago. But 17 seconds down on them. What I was going to ask you, Ryan, was actually about a whole it's about I think we can sort of tie it into endurance racing slightly because I was going to talk about Lego for a bit.
Okay,
Lego have got their sort of Speed Champions range. The last couple of years that there's always been like a huge focus, interesting in Speed Champions since it launched about like 10 years ago as a theme. They've had plenty of like sports cars and WEC representation as well. So there's I'm pretty sure it's really fun when I commentate on what's it called, VMS, Virtual Motorsports Series, because it's on Le Mans Ultimate, so they've only got the default livery. So I've got a BMW. They did like a 2-pack that was of like the GT3 car and the hybrid hypercar as well, in the sort of default BMW liveries, which are pretty similar to the ones in the game. So I sort of did at the end of the season the little celebration sort of thing with the champions holding up their trophies to sort of send to them as a nice little gift or whatever. But and that's quite fun. The only problem is the Kieran Prendergast won the championship in a McLaren 720S. There is no McLaren 720S, so I had to make do with like a McLaren F1 from LM from like the 90s or something because it was the closest I could do. But yeah, I don't know. I always like having the real cars in front of me when I'm commentating. I couldn't do that because I'm on holiday at the moment. I packed what I could, so I've got. Of course, the thing is that what Lego did recently is they've done a partnership with Formula One themselves. So they've done a whole bunch of. When I was a kid, they only had a partnership with Ferrari. So they'd be like, you get a set that came out, and it'd be like 2000. So it'd either be like Schumacher and Barrichello, or it'd be,
I had
Kimi
that set,
and Massa. And I think because they didn't want to spend a lot of money on doing new faces, they did the same face print for, I think, Rubens Barrichello and Felipe Massa, which is kind of funny. And also the Kimi Räikkönen one looked nothing like Kimi because it was smiling, obviously. So, but
yeah. I had,
But
yeah,
yeah,
I had
those are good fun. I remember you would sort of have to, for the rest of the grid, you'd have to just sort of make up your own ones and sort of, well, it looks kind of like Lewis Hamilton, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just like, on McLaren. But that was always good fun. We also see, as I've been rambling on, there's a battle between Hyperion and Go Team. So the 45 has actually caught back up to the number 7 in the battle for second in LMP2 Pro. That's Gazowski closing on Roland Zux, who's gotten back on board to Go Team number 7 then. And in fact, that's ended immediately because Gazowski has immediately dived into the pits as I've said that. So I can continue rambling on. There's no danger of missing anything. But yeah, it was interesting. I went to like there's like the Lego store in Leicester Square. And what really struck me is that they've gone all in on the whole Formula One stuff. Like they've got like a little model F1, a version of the sort of generic F1 car that you can sort of sit in, that they brick built, which is lovely. They've made like a little McLaren driver minifigure out of bricks that's like at human scale, which is quite fun out the sort of front out of the shop window. A lot of the staff, interesting, I was talking to one of the staff, and they had like one of the things they had was vote for your favorite team, essentially, and they had all 10 F1 teams, the sort of names of them, and they were like, I'm sort of interested in voting for the British team. So there's none of them that come from here, are they? And I was like, well, it's funny you mentioned that to the F1 fan that walked into the store. And it's like my friend that walked in with me, sort of like standing by the side, waiting for me to stop rambling about Formula One, just indulging me. But yeah, she was very patient with me. But she was just sort of knew I wanted to go in and sort of went in with me, not to buy anything, but sort of just to put up with me and let me indulge myself. But it's quite funny talking to the staff, and it's like, well, I know what Ferrari is. I've vaguely heard of McLaren. Where are McLaren? And I said, well, it's funny because originally Bruce McLaren is from New Zealand, but actually they're in Woking, which is just down the road from where I live, essentially in Surrey. But and it's so funny seeing the staff that's knew a little bit about F1, but not like a whole lot. They sort of basically watched Drive to Survive, and that was about it. And it's sort of interesting, sort of to see the effect that's had on the sport as a whole, because I think that's really cool, actually. In terms of people who normally wouldn't know anything about Formula One or motorsport in general, sort of embracing it and sort of pretending to know things, even if they don't. And I appreciate that compared to people when I was a kid. F1 was a weird, nerdy thing, and nobody showed any interest.
Yeah,
and it was sort of nice, yeah, and sort of.
It was generally, when I was at school, it was only really the nerds that watched motorsport, and everyone else was more football. And then you had the occasional popular person who would like secretly be like, "Yeah, did you watch the Grand Prix at the weekend?" But obviously they have to.
Well, it was when Lewis came in. I remember Jensen when Jensen was sort of struggling in the Honda and the BAR. Most people didn't care during those years because Michael Schumacher was usually dominating up front.
Yeah, and it was a very strange period. But now it's all right. It's all right to be a motorsport. It's not as much of a nerd thing now as it used to be. Saying, "Oh yeah, I'm not really a football fan. I watch more of the motorsport." It's
ironic that we're saying that, given that we're commenting on one of the nerdiest, nichest things ever in motorsport, which is the ES rFactor 2 Endurance Series.
Yeah, but you know, I ain't gonna. I'm going to put my hands up and say I am definitely a motorsport nerd, sort of thing. So I'm happy. I'm gonna die on that mountain, sort of thing.
I think I might have been sacrificed at the same altar, to be fair. Yeah. But anyway, but yeah, it was just interesting, and it's sort of interesting with some of the sets is that obviously they've done the sort of Speed Champions F1 grid, and it's sort of a lot of people say, well, all the cars are the same, aren't they? And it's like, no, they're not the same. And they actually did a really good job of replicating some of the quite minuscule differences, admittedly, because it's a very strict rule set that F1 has at the moment. It's not like you're going to see somebody doing a Tyrrell and coming out with 6 wheels or something, but instead of 4. But although that would be a good idea for Lego to do if they wanted a bit more variety, doing like classic F1 cars, because they've sort of dipped their toes in the water now and again, but they've never really fully done a sort of classic. There's been like, they have an Icons line, I think, at the moment, where they've got like Senna's MP44 in sort of big scale and a little figure of Ayrton, and then they've done Nigel Mansell is, I think, the new one this year. They've got their FW14P, which is cool. I think Nigel did like a promo film at Silverstone where he'd sort of they obviously not let him put the car together, but they sort of made it look like he had, and sort of had him commentating on sort of how he hoped that the car would get people closer to him or whatever. I don't know. I think Nigel Mansell's a bit full of himself, and I'm sort of I sort of prefer the Senna one personally, in my opinion. Although the Nigel Mansell one, they did bother to actually print like the Goodyear stickers on the tires are the right width,
the right size. Yeah, because that was
they just did the same front tires on the rear for the MP44 for Senna, which I thought was a little kind of. It's funny for Lego how they'll sort of do something and they'll say, well, we don't want to spend a lot of money, so this is what we're prepared to do. And then the next year, it does well, and never do the next year. They respond to complaints saying, oh, look, suddenly we can do this. It's the same with the Speed Champions as well. They made the rear tyres for the F1 24 grid that they did slightly wider as well than what they were doing in previous years. And but it's interesting seeing like the sort of stuff aimed at sort of younger children, like they did a sort of City and Duplo line where they're not putting any of the Red Bull logos on the Visa Cash App RB or the actual Red Bulls, so they sort of make it look a little bit like it, and the figures have this exactly the same, but with the logo sort of almost erased off with Tipex or something. It's just quite funny.
I also noticed that I think the Red Bull car is either a 16 or 18 rated age rating on it or something like that.
It's 18 because of you're not allowed to sell any drinks to people under
Children,
18,
yeah.
or especially like that kind of branding, as we see. Oh, Paolo Pede just threading the needle past the GT3 Pro class leader.
Yeah, but, he's chasing after the Simframe car that's just up ahead for position.
So yeah, that could be interesting then. The fight for second in LMP2 Pro as Andrea Riccelli continuing to be caught by 1.6 seconds the previous lap. So I think Simframe 47, our championship leaders, may have been held up there. But of course, NAR Racing Italia, I think, have sort of been jumped by Arms Cerbera in this last pit phase, haven't they? Because they pit so early and then sort of got stuck in traffic. Their pace is actually pretty good. 201.9 was the last lap from Batista. So yeah, Pede can't afford to be held up by Riccelli here. And all in all of this, Jansen Bins just continues to stretch his legs up front, which is magnificent to see for Boyd Transport. So they are just breezing away. It definitely feels like all of our prototype classes, there's a clear winner that's starting to assert themselves, where it's the GT3 classes where things could still potentially change. But even there, look at the gap that the Simframe Junior team have got. 100 seconds. Carloni Racing at 82 seconds ahead of MR Motorsports 66. It's really turning in all the classes into battle for second place, it must be said.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I interrupted your formulated response on the Lego thing that I was talking about. As Pede shows his nose into last source, but not quite far enough alongside to make an impression.
Yeah, getting far too close to the barrier for my liking just there. But he's gonna have some sort of run coming up the hill into the Camel Straight, because it looked like the car ahead, the Simframe, didn't have the best of runs, and Pede is having a look. He's going to go up the inside. Is he into Les Combes? Yes, and he's got the job done.
Yep, there we go then. So Pede just had the straight line speed, had the potentially fresher tyres as well. And Riccelli, who just seems to be struggling in this stint. I don't think there was any traffic. That was 2:03.9 that previous lap. Just looks to really be trying to limit the damage to his lap times there. But good news for Arms Cerbera. It's Pede now. Is going to surely try and strengthen his stranglehold over that second position. The other interesting thing as well was obviously the kick Sauber, because obviously it's not only is it the last year that they are Sauber, because Audi are coming in, but also it was kind of interesting. Yeah, it is going to be the last year because oh no, well, if they're still doing last year's liveries next year, then it won't be. But it makes sense because the way the licensing works with Lego, it's always been that way. That they've always been like a year behind real life, essentially, unless you're very creative and you can sort of mock it like I do to make the Sauber look like this year's one. To be fair, the 2025 Sauber, all you have to do is just get rid of some of the green bits and replace them with black bits, and it's done basically. But But yeah, it was sort of, there was a bit of controversy because unlike the Red Bull cars that were 18 plus, the Kick Sauber was still a sort of 10 plus, I think. So obviously Kick, a slightly controversial platform, to put it mildly, because of some of the stuff that the streamers on there. It was all the people who couldn't agree with the Twitch terms of service and did sort of dodgy stuff and decided to just go over to Kick. And also it's owned by the same people and company as a state casino, which obviously you definitely can't sell the kids. So so it makes sense of the two branding options to go with Kick. But yeah, I guess Lego had a similar problem with McLaren, because McLaren's sponsored by Velo, which is a sort of nicotine patch branding of British American tobacco, essentially. So they sort of ended up replacing that with like the McLaren logo quite conspicuously, or just leaving it blank orange.
Well, yeah, and it would be the same with obviously they did the MP44, and so they've went for the more the French or British Grand Prix livery, where it's not got the Marlboro sponsorship on it.
To be fair, they did go for the 80s McLaren logo, which I quite liked. Even though the way obviously they printed the rear wing was on like two pieces, so it was a little bit sort of you do get sort of the full logo on the piece underneath at least, so you can do a sort of Monza spec rear wing on the MP44 if you want to, but yeah, I tend to just do that one as instructed for the most part, although I did actually find a really cool mockist online, because the front nose of the MP44 is very it's very abrupt. It sort of just jerks up a bit, and so the real MP44 is lovely and smooth. And so there was somebody online that sort of had a modification with just like a handful of pieces that you'd need to hand to just sort of make the nose at a more realistic or faithful to real life looking angle. So I've done that, even though it made it a little bit more fragile and weird, but I did sort of beef it up afterwards as well. So that's the good thing about Lego. If you disagree with the designers, then you can sort of just do your own thing. And it's a little bit like with all the really cool thing as well with all the Lego Formula E cars I got coming out is that I've been making my own mocks of, is that I've been sort of borrowing bits that from the F1 city cars, because they do obviously they have these sort of generic Tron-like real rims on some certain cars as Alpius comes in for his final stop. I'm also starting to wonder where Amir Oates is, so I should probably contact him, check he's still around and doing well.
So he's still got another 4 minutes, I think, until he's due to be in.
Okay,
essentially.
well, yeah, probably wouldn't hurt to give him a nudge, friendly little nudge, and also it was a funny. Amir Zeke said, "Oh, look, there's another Amir." So you're not trying to replace me, are you, Ed? No way, Amir. We can have two Amirs. It can work. Okay, this is your 3-minute warning, Amir.
Yeah, I was also thinking about, because while we were talking about Lego, I was also thinking of and how it was back in the day compared to now. They also announced the Hot Wheels Lego as well. No, not Lego, the Hot Wheels Formula One range, and it kind of took me back, and I think it took a lot of people back to the days when they did the F1 Hot Wheels
2000s, wasn't it?
Yeah, for the Happy Meals. So you had like the Jags, the Jordans and the Ferraris.
Yeah, McLaren. I think you did. Yeah, you got most of the big teams, apart from ones like Prost Arrows that they kind of knew were going to fold or had folded. But yeah, those are pretty. It was all just the same chassis, of course. So whereas Hot Wheels now is a little bit more detailed. It's a sort of. It's interesting as well how that. A little bit like Lego, there's this sort of mocking community with Hot Wheels where they'll sort of paint all the little details on to get them to look a little bit more accurate to real life as well, which I think is really cool. I know the funniest thing for me was, do you remember there was a series called Robo Race?
Yes.
It was originally going to be a sports series to Formula E. They did like a few tests and they just decided that publicly they were a bit too far behind. It was a bit too much pressure. It was a bit too embarrassing. So they decided to sort of do their own thing. It ended up being an absolute disaster, and they went into receivership after doing like a couple of really bad live streams where it wasn't clear what on earth was supposed to be going on. They weren't racing each other. It was literally just, can they get around the track without messing up? And the answer was no, very firm no. And that, in fact, and yeah, I think the very first stream they did was completely incomprehensible. It was like they didn't do any running on track, and they just showed a bunch of ads to fill time while they were waiting for things to happen on track? Because I think it got rained out or something in the middle of the pandemic.
I think if I remember correctly, there was the first stream that they did that was, I think it was a race in England somewhere. I can't remember if they did it at Thruxton.
It may have been. Oh, it wasn't Snetterton or Thruxton, was it? But,
somewhere like that. There was the first one where they went to demonstrate the car, and it went to launch off the line, and it just turned. Did a start right into the pit wall.
That became a bit of a meme, wasn't it?
And then I think they then decided to do the proper race, which then involved that they had to call it off eventually because all the cars were just doing an out lap and then coming back into pit lane. None of them were actually completing a full lap. And
the other thing I remember is that on the live stream they would have like cut to engineers eating pizza, because that was more interesting than what was happening on track, apparently. But it felt like a very much we don't care sort of thing, where they didn't. I think business studies schools in years to come, they will do a sort of motorsport related business studies thing, and Robo Race will be a classic case study of what not to do, because the way it was marketed was appalling. It's one of the worst marketed things I've ever seen in the whole of my life, and that is saying something.
And well, then they did like a more of a comeback. When was it? Last year? Was it last year where they had the cars were based off the Super Formula?
That was a different company. That was the Abu Dhabi Autonomous Racing Series or something like that.
Okay. Because that was a similar situation in the sense that they were going to do the can we beat a professional race driver? And they brought Danny Kvyat in to do a few laps to set a benchmark, and they got nowhere close. And that was again another bit of a disaster, really. I think I remember correctly. There was the slow motion crash between two of the cars, and they kind of just trundled around.
Yeah, it was interesting looking at videos by the likes of Autosport, sort of hyping up what a great event it was, when everyone in the comments is like, yeah, you're not fooling anyone, how much are they paying you? Yeah, I always love it when the motorsport community just calls out our sort of outlets on their nonsense sometimes. So there we go, we've hit the 3-hour remaining mark. What I was going to say was, speaking of Hot Wheels, I do actually still have a Robo Race. It was designed by Daniel Simon, the guy who did the HRT livery in 2011 and the light cycles for the Tron reboot in 2011. I think it was around about the same, or 2010 actually. Tron Legacy, I think it was called. Yeah, he did the light cycle. He designed the light cycles for that film. So he's designed another sort of stillborn thing that was only used for. It was used like once or twice, and then they decided it was too expensive and just used their sort of DevBot car instead, Robo Race. But it's bizarre to me, because when they launched Robo Race, there was like Lego Speed Champion stickers on the back of the car. There was the Hot Wheels car that came out of it. Everybody was convinced Robo Race was going to be a big thing, and the problem was nobody ever stopped to ask, how exactly is it going to work? Can the cars actually race each other? Everyone assumed that they could make it work, because Tim Houck does exactly what we saw his teammate do when he took over and goes straight across the chicane at Lecom. But yeah, I guess Robo Racer is a good lesson that setting up a innovative motorsport series that relies a lot on artificial intelligence, and then just saying, well, the technology will catch up and everything will be wonderful. It doesn't work in politics. It doesn't work in sport, that approach. Just doing something ambitious and saying, one day we will have the technology, so let's just do things now and hope we'll catch up in the next couple of months, because a couple of months becomes a couple of years, becomes a couple of decades, becomes never sometimes. So I'm not saying never try anything new, but sometimes the horse can come a little bit before the cart when sometimes it's needed ahead of it.
Yeah, I mean, it has been, even with sim racing to a degree, when that sort of started up, particularly with rFactor 2, obviously sim racing goes back as far as, well, as I remember watching live sim racing on the first rFactor. You know, it's developed over the years, and we're now able to watch a more silky smooth, realistic race nowadays. Obviously, rFactor 2 didn't cover itself in the best of glory when it came to the 24-hour Le Mans race, but then since then,
well,
you know,
I mean, I think they made Le Mans Ultimate as a sort of response to that, essentially. The sort of Studio 397, or what is left of it, at least after Motorsport Games gutted it, sadly.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, we're rambling on a lot. I'm probably supposed to get off now and let Amir take over. So I will very, very briefly just recap the order then. So it's Ilaria Alpius in Ground Effect Sim Racing leading Thomas Grabelny in Sweet Force number 37 by a lap in Hypercar. Lorenzo Di Cutis is third for Team Shiba, 38 seconds behind. And remember, there's still that title fight between Ground Effect and Symphony Sports number 1, who are a distant fourth. Symphony Sports number 1 need to finish this race to keep their title hopes mathematically alive. Then in LMP2 Pro, Patrick Swakowski leads for Hyperion 44. Roland Zux is second for Go Team number 7. Those are our two title protagonists, about a minute apart from one another. 70 seconds, actually, 74 seconds. And it's Gergo below, 27 seconds behind Zux in third, with a comfortable margin to Gazowski in the second Hyperion. Tim Houck leads with his teammates Janssen Bintz and Will Snowden at the wheel at Boyd Transport Racing number 40. He's 33 seconds ahead of Arm Sober at 42, who is only 4 seconds ahead of Andrea Riccelli. So Riccelli has actually kept up with Pen Pede since he overtook him about 20 minutes ago. In our GT3 classes, Marcelo Canesci leads for Simfream Junior team and their Aston Martin. It's the Pescara SRT Mercedes and Masculi, 95 seconds in arrears. So Masculi has started the lap more competitively, but it's the Simfream Junior team that's taken advantage of the Code 80s to build the gap that they have. Nicola Pagani is a somewhat distant third, but he's ahead of Semir Selic in the Caspian Motorsport 75, who are a third of our 4 title contenders within 6 points of each other going into this round. Finally, GT3 Am, Elias Poli, Carnage Racing 82 leads by a whole lap over Team Shiba number 67. Then it's Rookie Monster 62 that is in third, with Tommy Teasdale at the wheel, about a minute ahead of Francesco Di Gaetano in the AMR Motorsports 66. So that's your top 3 in all 5 classes. 2 hours 54 minutes to go. I'll be back for the final hour, but I now leave you in the hands of Mr. Ryan Ferris, who will continue, and Amir Oates, who takes over from me. So best of luck, guys, and enjoy the 8 hours of Spa as Philippe Brigenet for Lakasaku gets a penalty.
Thank you very much, Edward. It's absolutely great to be back here once again, and I'm sure, Ryan, after you've commentated for quite a while, it's been a very hectic midway place for the race so far. We've got a lot of retirements, another advantage of the Code 80 yellows once again, and it looks to be the same here through the closing stages with only 3 hours left remaining.
Yeah, and we're sort of seeing another sort of, well, not mid-race lull, but a mid-stint lull, so to say. It's been usual with endurance racing. You'll find within the hour, the start of the hour is an explosion of excitement. Then you have a little bit of time to have a bit of respite before it then explodes back into life at the end of the hour.
Yeah, absolutely. I was hearing over for the commentary before I was joining in, and then I heard about the robo race and eating pizza, and admittedly, I was eating pizza. I was like, how can you guys know I was eating pizza and mention that? And I was like, I was so shocked. But yeah, I've been keeping track of it. So we've actually had our 2 hypercar retirements so far in this race. We had the level 1 eSports in France, Jans Rom, a couple of laps ago, and then also more recently with Tunlure, with Team Iris also retiring, which is big shame. One of the contenders for the championship in itself. So that means it's pretty much a dual, well, not a dual, but more or less effectively ground effects, unless if it somehow goes wrong for them.
Yeah, and I don't know if we quite got to the bottom what happened with the Iris car. It just ground to a halt at the end of the Camel Straight. So I don't know, someone's already mentioned about what's happened there, but I haven't seen anything yet. And then, yeah, we again didn't quite catch the reasoning behind the level 1 car retiring. Well, we saw that it did have a few drive-through penalties, so I don't know if they got to the point where they felt they'd fallen that far behind that they weren't going to capitalise or anything. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's sometimes it's a little bit because there's a lot of things that can go wrong within these hypercars. It's hard to determine what exactly could go wrong, whether if it's a hardware issue in the real world or, an engine or a suspension issue in the sim world. A lot of things can go wrong in these prototypes, but it just shows just how, with how fast they are. They are real complicated machines, and here in SPA, it's no small feat to definitely tackle these, I must say.
Yeah, and we were briefly looking at the Team Shiba third place hypercar, and that the story of this race so far is I've spent most of the time looking to see when are they actually going to catch and pass Hyperion to get the overall third position in the race, because it seems that they get closer and closer, and then something happens, or they dive into the pits when they were within 5 seconds of the Hyperion car.
The thing is, though, is that even though the Shiba is like 4 seconds or so a lot faster than the Hyperion, so it's an inevitability that they're going to overtake him. But I think it's just a matter of getting it done and doing it right. And as you mentioned before, with the strategies, I think the thing is with the case with a lot of teams, and I have seen this before with the Code 80s, as I mentioned beforehand, they all come in with different strategies and stuff, and sometimes it's been advantageous and sometimes it's not. Part of the reason for Team Shiba's 3 laps down to the leaders in Grand Effect is partially because they've been unlucky with the Code 80s and compared to like Sweet Force, for instance. So that's how they've been like out of the loop. But they were back down like in 7th or so. I think in the early stages of the race overall, but they have got themselves back up because the hypercar is just that faster than the LMP2s. If it was the LMP1s, it would just be a little bit faster.
And the Shiba car has been lapping consistently quicker than the Sweet Force car ahead, albeit a lap down from the Sweet Force car. But with just under 3 hours to go, it's a possibility that that second position from Sweet Force isn't guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely, and has always been in the case. We have seen it before in these championships in these magnitude and endurance races as a whole. It's not over until the checker flag. Sometimes it may be a bit boring midway through as such, or maybe things look a bit calm and collected and you think that's it, cemented. No, it's at all the possibilities that the 2888 car can definitely catch up to the 37 by a good string of momentum. Has actually been closing up to the Hyperion eSports now. I think we said 25 seconds. Ever since we've talked about this conversation, it's now down to 18 seconds. So it is catching up pretty fast. So I do think it's going to be very soon that we'll see an overtake between overall third in that case there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure on when they last pitted, because I remember earlier on in the race looking at it and they were closing the gap, and I thought they're close enough this lap that they're going to get them on this lap, and then just as I said that, they dive into the pit lane and they had to start all over again. But being one of the frustrations, I guess, of the hypercars, well, one being a little bit more thirsty on the fuel, but also I think the hypercars have got a slightly smaller fuel tank on them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the hypercars, yes, they are more fuel efficient, but they also, as you said, do carry more fuel. The GT3 Pros and the AMs more heavier than the hypercars as well, so that's going to add to that, drinking that much fuel, and smaller fuel tanks all do play a part. It's because the GT3 Pros and the AMs, yes, they're a bit slower overall on the track, but they do need to require more pit stops in order to refuel. And also for the tires as well. They eat up a lot more tire life than the hypercars do, again, because of the weight and because of how much, just the overall characteristics of the GT3s themselves. I think some cars, like in regards to the different types of cars, like the Audi, for instance, will probably eat up less of the tires than, say, a BMW, for instance. But it's just a matter of, trying to find the best of both worlds on what you can do to compensate for that. I think it's a bit of a science, Endurance has always been a very special kind of art form in racing, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think I was looking at the third in class GT3 AM rookie monsters, just having a little bit of a a wide moment, not quite off track, but would have probably picked up some marbles at that point, so he had to have a bit of a slow sector. I was wondering whether or not they were going slow to the point that they were having an issue, or whether or not it was just struggling from the marbles from a previously winning ride.
Yeah, you can see there just on the cameras there, the Pescara is actually catching up just a little bit to Simon Ripeti. The Pescara has been more or less within a bit of the breathing room on the same frame, and despite that deficit that I had early on, Sherlock managed to claw its way back up now, and it's coming back to that breather room that it was used to be in all familiar territory beforehand. So if it goes well for Eros, then possibility for another battle between the class leaders and the GT3 Pro here.
Yeah, and I think Ribisi, the lead Simframe car, I think that he's come out of the previous lap had just come out of the pits, but is still the Pescara car running a second lap quicker than Ribisi and the Simframe ahead. So that gap should, being at 4 seconds, it might be a little bit less each lap, and we should hopefully see a battle for first sometime soon.
Yeah, you're right. It is down to under. It's actually more than a second faster than he is, in compared to the Simfram. But it's just a matter of how quickly you can be able to warm up the tires and get up into a rhythm. It takes a very very long time from coming out of the pits to try and find your rhythm again, especially in endurance racing. So it's just a matter of how quickly that Simfram driver can able to do it as quick. But I think for Eros, even if he's not be able to claw back up as much as he might be willing to do, I think it's just keeping that pressure on and just hoping that things turn out for the better, I think is what they're going to look for. But considering where they were before, like I think they're about well over more than 30 seconds in compared to those class leaders. The fact that they've managed to claw themselves up to 5 seconds even after he comes out of the pits is pretty good.
Yeah, and this time around it seems that the gap is pretty much staying the same, if not going a bit higher. But what we are seeing is that Ribisi is stuck behind, or was stuck behind, by the looks of things, the GT3. Is that the? I can't quite catch what Merc that was. I think that's the
Caspian.
Yeah,
it's
the Caspian.
It's the GT3 Pro. Yeah. I think that's going to be another lap onto the books, as the prototype just easily just makes the way around. It's a bit of a thing, because the later that you are into your stints, I think you're always, whenever you drive, you're always more alert, not only in the sun but also in the earlier parts of your stints. That the longer that you race, I think the more that you tend to make your reaction times get slower, for instance. And if you're on the prototype or a GT and you've got so much traffic, surrounding you, I think it sometimes can be a bit hard to navigate as time progresses. As you could just see here, look how much time that they both just lost just from having to navigate for that GT car.
And that, I believe, is Team Shiba going up into third overall now. They've just taken the Hyperion LMP2 car, so now that means that effectively there is no positions to make up for Shiba, and they can just go off after the Sweet Force car, which now, by the looks of things, they're just about on the same lap together now.
Yeah, that's true. More or less effectively, but still within a chance, though, for Team Shiba to potentially get second place if things do turn out for their favor. It's good for Hyperion, though, for as long as they have been in this race to hold on to that overall podium spot in a class, against the cars that are not really in their class. I mean, the fact they've done it for so long just shows how well they've been, placing that car and just, keeping to it. So I think it should be good morals for them, definitely. And if they continue to finish off for this P1 place for their class, heading on to Le Mans with high hopes, definitely.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Team Shiba can overcome that deficit to Sweet Force. Obviously, they've they're doing a good job of it at the moment, running how many best part of it's probably best part of a second and a half or just under second and a half a lap quicker than the Sweet Force car. It'll be interesting to see who's going to hold on the longest come the end of the race.
Absolutely. Again, still the fact that we've had, I think we've only got 4. Yeah, we do have 4 remaining hypercars left. So I think the 3 of them are more or less okay. We're gonna see how the number 1 car of SimFrame does, though, as they're amidst of their pit stops now at the moment. Currently has a looks at it in the standings. I think this might be, if I'm not mistaken, yes, I think it might be one of. If it's as it stands, I think this is the number 1 car's joint worst results on the grid. If I'm not mistaken, I think their last one in this situation was 2 rounds ago, I believe. But I mean, the fact that they've kept on track when in comparison to level 1 and Team Iris means that even though it's not as much points as they would have hoped to try and keep the championships alive, they're still points, and they're still going to be very valuable, especially with the amount of points that are going to be on offer for Le Mans. So I think it's still going to be a bit good for them. I don't think. Hang on, I need to think.
I think they pretty much have to finish in order to still keep any form of championship hopes alive. Going to Le Mans.
Yeah, because as it stands, Ground Effect will have pretty much, I think, 10 points, I believe, added to this between themselves and SimFrame. Iris scores no, and Sweet Force scores second. So that itself is 28. So they just try and catch up, but it's not going to be enough to catch them to the number 1 car. So that means heading into Le Mans, if I'm not mistaken, I think. Yeah, Ground Effect comes in with a really, really comfortable gap that I think they just effectively need to finish them on to win the championship in that case. Yeah, I think so. Unless if SimFrame can win and it scores less than 6th, for instance. And how many cars are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's 1. I think they've won it then. I think.
I mean,
I think they should.
My maths isn't that good on the spot, so I'd have to get my abacus out and do a few.
I have a calculator.
Yeah.
I literally had a calculator, and then I just put food on top of it because I thought I didn't need it.
It's currently swiping off the leftover pizza on the off of the calculator, all the pizza sauce and everything. Dusting it off.
It's not. It's the pizza from the Rover Race. I was that Rover Race engineer that they were talking about.
It's still, well, it seems like the gap between Pescara, the Pescara car, it seems to be extending from what I can see. Is now up to 5.2, where it was about 4 seconds earlier. So I don't quite know what happened between what happened to the Ribiti car, obviously on an outlap doing a slower lap time, and then the first flying lap wasn't quite as quick either. So compared to the Pescara car. But it seems that Ribiti has managed to is generally lapping a few tenths of a lap quicker than the Pescara car. So that gap's starting to go out to 5.6 seconds now. I did also notice that the Musculi is very much almost drifting the car through some of the sections. The Merc does look very cumbersome. It's almost like he's driving a boat in comparison to other cars.
I mean, it is one of the heavier. I think it is one of the heavier ones, and the fact that it does drift is a bit of an interesting observation because usually it's quite rear heavy. It sometimes does oversteer a lot, which has to require a lot of counter steering action, but it is definitely on one of the more heavier sides of it in comparison to the McLaren and the Ferrari and also the Porsches as well. So I think the fact that he's just, drifting a bit, I think it shows that maybe his tires are slowly starting to fade, and I think this might be a call from Pescara that they'll need to eventually pit in the next 20 minutes or so. You could just see there, he just wiggles just a bit coming out of turn one, just trying to keep the car straight and aligned center. And I think it might be the same case here if we look through Eau Rouge through to Radeon.
Oh, a little bit offline there, so he's had to get off the throttle at the top of the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. I have done the math though. So as ground effect stands, and the person in the second place for the number one car is still in fourth, if that still happens, then they go into Le Mans with a 40-point deficit. In that case, all ground effects needs to do is just to finish in the points to win. Finish in the points at all, and then for Simfram though, they need to win, and for ground effect to not score at all. So it's a literally win and retire situation for the hypercar situation as it stands between those two teams. They're the ones that can realistically win as it stands for Sweet Force and Team Iris in level 1. They're not going to be able to clinch the championship if Ground Effects wins in this case. But especially for level 1 and for Team Iris that have unfortunately retired.
But it could, it's not out of the question. We did see Istanbul. It was Ground Effects who had a commanding lead, and they had their disconnect, I think, which put them out of the race. And I think that day it was Simfram that picked up the pieces for the win. I think so. Like you said earlier, it's not over until it's over for this championship.
Yep, and it's also not over until it's over for this race as well. There's still just about under 2 hours and a half left to go, after all. And I must say, though, to be honest, though, Ryan, we've seen like a ton of action in these, adrenaline-packed 5.5 hours. And surely it must have been very exciting as both of you and Akamo to have watched.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You do see these pockets of battles and action going on, and drama. It is just around the corner, effectively, so to speak. We had we were looking at the Iris car, and I said, "Wow, they're one of the faster cars on the grid." And they seem to be able to run at a good pace and pick their way through the field when they're not getting themselves into trouble. And I think I must have put the commentator's curse on them, because I said, I think at this pace they could possibly still get a podium, and out the race they went. So apologies to the Iris team for that, but it's definitely not over yet. And I'm just trying to see that, the Pescara car lost another 1.5 seconds down to up to a 7-second deficit now, so those tires are definitely screaming enough now.
Yeah, definitely screaming enough. And from that pit stop, that Trim has done, able to push it up as much as they possibly can. Really, really hard to keep a good tire management in relative to pace, especially in a track as long as Spa, and as well with the amount of medium high-speed corners that are here in this track here. You can just see that, that Merc is absolutely burning rubber as it's just bleeding, isn't it? And I think it'll be a matter of time before we get to see pits as one of the Hyperion cars heads into the pits now. Oh no, that's a Blackout Racer once, so I think that will allow for a jump, I believe. I did see briefly saw on the timing screen a bit of jump in position with that, but
the Hyperion car, the Hyperion car's in the pits. I think that was a little glitch of the timing, showing that the Black Hawk was also in, because they are on an out. They have pitted recently, I think. They're on an out lap at the moment, maybe. Oh no, they're definitely still going with Loic Mounier in the car. As we see a yellow in Sector 2, so what's that going to be? It's quickly distinguished, but we saw that earlier with the Rookie Monsters car that had some sort of technical issue and ground to a halt. That's Lapalula and the Naja
He's slow.
Racing white car. He's slow and looks to be crabbing as well.
Oh, wow, that's going to be actually pretty huge. That was one of the cars, so I don't think that'll be a code 80 unless, he's just brought up to speed now. No, he's slowing down.
No, he's struggling for sure. He just can't get that car turned.
That's a suspension issue, so it must have hit the barriers. So that's going to be, surely that'll be a code 80 then in that case then, and that pretty much turns the race on its head once again.
Yeah, and it looks like code 80 has been called. So now Lapadula can limp his way back to the pits. Now in 7th in the LMP2 Pro-Am class.
This might actually be good for Pescara because Pescara has been struggling with the tires for so long. They've effectively got a free pit stop if they position their car correctly in respective to that. But I think once again, we've seen it before with how many code A's that we've seen throughout this entire race now. It's going to be very interesting to see which ones are going to be the biggest winners and losers here. Blackhawk Racing 30 is one of the first to come into the pits from this.
And interestingly, they were briefly side by side. The 5th place Virtual Drivers Alliance 115 is actually on an on-track battle with the BMW in shot, from what I can see. They were because they were basically showing as the gap being 0.008 as they were side by side. So the Digatano MR Motorsport 66. As we go to a replay, I think this will be this is Loic Mounier that we're looking at. Okay, I think the director just getting the wrong car by the looks of things. Nope.
Look, Munier's already gone into the pits now, so I think they're putting on tires from the time space is not retired. But here's the replay. I think the car ahead is just where we're gonna see. Is it collision?
Yeah.
Ah.
So the pair of them have gone off. And, that's definitely going to be a slap on the wrist for Mounier, who's come into pit and most likely have some sort of... surely he's got to have some sort of damage because he also went into the barriers pretty hard. But it seems like Lapadula, who has taken the brunt of the impact being turned round coming out of Les Combes. And he's just making his way back into pit lane now. So we should be going back to green. And we do see that the Team Shiba and the lead car of the Ground Effects both in pit lane at the moment as well.
Yeah, so again, a bit interesting. Once again, turn on its head. This code 30 just happened around from... I think that was announced around by Puan in that case. So it was just the cars that were after Puan, whenever that came out, effectively got a free pit stop. And then we should probably see the effects of it pretty much almost immediately with over 2.5 hours left remaining. Gonna see who's going to be the biggest winner and loser. Eros did not quite make it, actually. It was actually just a few car lengths behind that... behind Lapadula. And in that case, don't think we'll get the pit stop in that one. But Andrea Gelli, though, he exits out of the pits, not exit out of the pits, is storming through, actually. A little bit of a cut for Rouge, actually, so might be a bit of a warning with tires.
I don't know. I think that was just about on the limit there for a corner cut, but still soldiering on in the 3rd position Pro-Am car. And is 3.6 seconds behind the Arms car because the Arms car overtook quite early on, but like you said, hasn't managed to really disappear up the road, and as a result of that code 80, Rickelli has managed to close a couple seconds up to the back of the Arms Kaiba car.
Yep, hello. It's actually up to around 3.7 seconds now, and is actually closing just a bit up in comparison. But he's on the lap now, so he's going to be trying to get his tires to warmed as much as he possibly can, and then hopefully with that pit stop, be able to put as much as he possibly can into them in order to try and catch up to the 42. And this will be a battle for Class LMP2 Pro-Am second place. And once again, very valuable points in for that championship for that team. I think they're in the lead, if I'm not mistaken.
They are. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. So they couple have a 33 points. So, and pretty much the Armstar car is holding on to second place from them. They're the only main championship contenders for that team. So it's just a matter of how quick that overtake will be able to happen. It is closing up a bit fast. 3.7 now down to 3.3 before it just comes for a route. So they're gaining about half a tenth. So I would suspect we'll maybe be able to see a battle in maybe about 4 or 5 laps time.
Yeah, as we run on board with the lead. No, this isn't the Boyd Transport we're on board with. We're on the Amza Kyber car. And yeah, did I miss as the Boyd Transport carried on and they've pitted as to why they're a lap ahead now? Because I know that the Boyd Transport car earlier on in the race was only about 30 seconds or so ahead. Well, I must have missed something there, but we're still looking at this battle here for the GT3 Pro, but it seems to be the same story as what we were saying earlier. The Pescara car just not really got the tyres underneath it to challenge for that lead against the Sinfreem Junior team.
And just by poor luck for them that the Code 80 didn't come at the correct place for them in order to make a free pit stop, because I think they're pretty much were hoping to put their eggs into one basket and just hoping by sheer luck that it would be out for their favor, but it wasn't. But the good thing, at least in this case, is that even though Pescara did not get a free pit stop for that in order to try and get into better tires to try to catch up, the leaders ahead didn't. So that means that that provisional gap, or the simulated gap that we're predicting more or less or so, it's not actually pulling away. It's still about a good few seconds away than what it really is now, but it's still somewhat manageable.
Yeah, and still looking further up the order because the time deficits are now sorting themselves out as this looks to be Penning Pera is trying to unlap himself on the Boyd Transport. Yeah. So this is where I was getting a bit mixed up, going, what's happened and how they lost a lap. So we're now seeing second place unlapping themselves, or trying to unlap themselves from first place.
Question is how easy will be able to do this to Paolo, though. I know there's a bit of pride whenever you lap someone, but I guess it kind of get throws away whenever they try to unlap themselves. But again, you don't want to fight with them too excessively, because the driver ahead and the driver behind are on two completely different strategies and are fighting for two different positions. Because if Hag doesn't allow that to happen as quickly as the Cyber car would initially will appreciate, then that will just allow for the Sinfreem car in the back to be able to catch back up. And for the bigger picture of the championship, probably needs to make it very quick.
Yeah, it's got to be a fairly decisive move if he's going to do one, because already we're seeing the Sinfreem car has taken half a second out of him this lap. A little bit of a look, but not close enough into the bus stop, as they're hampered by a couple of GT3 ahead.
Yeah, actually, one of the cars actually slowed down the cyber car coming through Blanchimont, but managed to catch that back up whenever Hawk was also slowed down through the chicane. Again, just shows you when you need to nitpick your GT overtakes and try to make it stick and try not to lose as much time as they possible. Heading up through Rouge and then through Radion, they both go. They're going to be slowly trying to make another overtake now, heading for the Camel Straight, but I think Hawk might be able to do it first before Pembeda might do, but we'll see heading down for turn 7. And no, they stay the same at the moment. Actually, no, they're still relatively close in the end.
Yeah, as it also looks like for the Simframe car, they've got what looks now got 2 cars in between themselves and the cybercar. So
look at the Simframe car though; it's 1.7 seconds now.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The Simframe car's got to make his way past two of the back markers. So he's made past for the first one, and now he's got, I think that's the Fuel Savers car just ahead that he's got to make himself their way past. And then, it looks like the car's pulled to one side, so it's now game on at this point. You see the red and black car of the Simframe car firing through, and that's that in the background. So the cybercar is going to have to Pen and Pede is going to have to make a move pretty quick on Hawk here if he wants to keep hold of that second position.
Yeah, absolutely now. But we're going to see how quickly he can make that overtake onto Tim now as they head through turn 17 through to 18 now. I think he might be able to try and look through the inside. No, he's looking for the outside. No, it's now down the inside, heading through the chicane now through 19. Needs to make it quick and needs to make it work. He doesn't actually make it easy though. But, he actually heads into the pits. So that's a little bit of a slowdown there for the Boy Transport Racing onto the Cybercar now. But that will allow for Simframe Esports to be able to claw it down to under a second now. So that means they'll be able to take advantage onto that Camel Straight slipstream.
Yeah, and you can see just there that it's definitely close enough potentially for a slipstream. He's going to have potentially a slight slipstream over the top of the brow of the hill and over the down onto the Camel Straight. It's 1.2 seconds at the moment, and Rickelli has been lapping quicker as a result of the cybercar being stuck behind our leader, and it's just going to be interesting to see what's going to happen here, as he's already taken a tenth or two coming through Lake On.
See though, for the Camel Straight though, that Penepende, though, just gained about 2 tenths out of the Camel Straight, so had a better exit from Radion in comparison, but Hawk now slowly exit out from the pits, once again still maintains onto his class lead. I think as it stands, I think it might be down to 50 seconds, if my estimated guesses are correct, but with Penepende though, and with Rickelli, the fight sort of needs to be quick for them, because they might have a chance to catch up to Hawk if they don't waste too much time amongst each other as the Boy Racing rejoins onto the circuit, safely still in the lead in his class.
Yeah, and then we cut back to this battle for second position as they're coming up through into Blanchimont. So it's pretty much half a lap between these two and the lead Boyd Transport car.
Yeah, absolutely. Is he closing up a bit? I think Rickelli's setup might be a bit better for the corners, but I believe heading down through the main straights, I think that cybercar has just about of an edge, I believe, from what I'm looking at here. But my guesses could be wrong though, but I have to wait and see.
Yeah, and it just seems like Rickelli loses most of his time on corner exit. It seems that the cybercar's managing to has that little bit extra punch out of the corner, which is enough so that Rickelli doesn't have particularly benefit from any form of slipstream down the straight.
Yeah, absolutely. But in the corners, it's effectively got the cyber beat and just claws that back up once again. So through this section, it's in favor of Kelly. But then again, coming out from like slow corner exits and high speed like the Rouge, then Pempere though has the advantage too, as Slow Loop makes way around the Porsche. It's not going to be slowing down. Yeah, it doesn't actually slow down at all, but just goes off the racing line, as mentioned, not entitled to. But I guess in this case for Raikkonen, it is recommended. Then you could just see in the background, almost went one way, then out for the other. I think the people that are fatigued are really starting to, take a toll into lapping this traffic. Seeing it back there with Munier, and you could just see as the race is going to go on, we're going to see a lot more missed calls in the closing stages.
Yeah, and I guess this is going to be the issue for Raikkonen and the Simfrin car is that, as you alluded to, the Cybercar's got better. It seems to have a better straight line advantage, and the problem is the two main passing positions on this circuit are at the end of a straight. Albeit there's a few kinks leading up to the final chicane, but it's pretty much high speed all the way there. So for Raikkonen, he's got to be right up close. I reckon at least within half a second coming onto the straight, so he actually benefits from a decent tow along these straights in order to put himself into a position to make a move.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just a matter of his goal basically is to try and get as quick as he possibly can through the corners, that whenever it comes through a straight, that he'll hopefully have the slipstream with Penepende in front close enough that he can use it to his advantage and then make the move on. I think that's what he's trying to do. But the thing is, Penepende's got so much better exit speed as a result, and is just pushing just about enough of a barrier where the slipstream is there, but it's not close enough. And looking back there with Mascalini, though, it's about 8 seconds between himself and the Simfrem eSports car of the junior one of Simon. I think that's about 8 seconds, though. They still have been amidst their fight, but I don't think that Pescara car has pitted yet. It's still on those tires, and you could just see it still wiggles about.
Yeah, it just squirms about when he asks for the power, especially coming through Speaker's corner, which is downhill as well. So you've got the unwanted forces of turning through the corner whilst going downhill and then asking for the power. Then the car just drifts out wide and just kills any momentum you had coming through the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. As I think he's just trying to keep on to the track as much as he possibly can. I'm not entirely sure what exactly the game plan for Pescara is, because I think they have missed probably their ideal pit window just by sheer bad luck. So if they need to try and maybe make a pit in during green flag racing conditions, I think it might be better now, because I think it's getting just a little bit dangerous. Although the thing I am impressed though is that even though we clearly have seen them struggle, they are losing that gap between themselves and the junior team of Simfrem, Freem. But it's not a lot though. Like, it's been about consistently like 2/10 or so off.
And we have been joined, I think, because it's coming up to the end of another hour. Although, albeit on our timing, we've still got 13, 14 minutes left of this hour. We'll be joined eventually by Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to slowly be able to claw through though in the race though so far. It's been very hectic though, as I've only been here for about an hour. I've already seen one code 80. I've seen a battle for positions left, right, and center. One for the LMP2 Pro-Am, one for the GT3 Pro, and a little bit of hypercar situation into the mix as well. So it's been very, very interesting. Still continuing on from the action that we've seen before back then. But just see there with, oh, look at that. It's actually the lap traffic's actually been able for Raikkonen's favour though. And then this will allow for the slipstream.
Yeah, it will allow for the slipstream, but even still, punching out of the corner, you can see that the Cybercar's starting to pull away, even with Raikkonen in the slipstream. He's actually losing a little bit to the Cybercar as they're coming up to more lap traffic as they come up to the final chicane, and he's going to have a look. He's going up the inside. So has he made it stick? And that is actually the Pescara car who's finally pitting, but he's still there. So Pene briefly lost that second position. He's fought back and he's got the position back, but again, they've got more lap cars ahead.
Yeah, gonna have to wait and see though as they head down through turn 1. Gonna see what Pene could do. I think the GT car just a bit in the way and just slows down Pene. This will allow for Raikkonen. If he gets a good exit out through Raikkonen, then I think it's gonna be his possession to gain. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Out through Rouge and then through Raikkonen. It just gets a little bit sideways. But is it gonna be enough? I think it's a bit too far away. That's the 3/10 though. But it's not gonna be. I don't feel it'll be enough for the Camel Straight Slipstream to be effective for turn 7. It isn't. And I think Raikkonen loses about, just from a poor exit coming out of Raikkonen that we've seen many times before compared to the Cybercar, that he cannot get it. And you could just see how much faster that he is through that second sector now as we're approaching, but very hard to overtake.
Yeah, Raikkonen's car seems far more compliant through the corners. The nose just wants to turn straight in, where the Cybercar's not as agile through those tighter corners, but it makes up for it on the straights, and it seems like Raikkonen is going to have to be under 3/10, probably 2/10 behind Pene in order to launch some sort of genuine attack at the end of the Camel Straight.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Raikkonen's just caught up to Pene once again. And he's so quick through those, a sector and a half with those long and high speed corners. But then whenever it just comes through the straights, it's just not at all there.
And it looks like we've cut to some form of ad break.
Yeah. Apologies, viewers. We've been notified that the rFactor 2 has crashed. I think as it stands, it's just about 2 hours and 10 minutes left to go. So have to see wherever that stands. But currently looking through the running order, though, at the moment, the Ground Effect 27 still holds onto the lead for the hypercar category with 2 lap deficits between itself and second place in Sweet Force. Used to be up in the lead lap, but with advantages in favor of Ground Effect, that's now down to second, with Lucchini for Team Seba rounds off for that top 3 for the podium. The fourth place for the hypercar in Smirgo is about 4/10 off. But the LMP2 Pro class, it's the Hyperion eSports. Lost off on its third position over to the Team Sheba car, but it still holds on to the class lead. With that, it's the CMT Go Team 7 that holds on to the second place. And then followed by that, it's the moment that we saw though with Lulit Munir, but Black Hawk Racing 30 still holds on to third place. With the LMPT Pro-Am, the Bond Transport Racing 40 holds on to that lead, followed by Sabra in second, with Simfrem 47 in third. And then following that afterwards, it's Rapidly with Simfrem eSports Junior team, that GT3 Pro class is the leader still, with Mascalini, the Pescara car, over in second, Tomalini ERT in third. And then following up with that to conclude, we've got the GT3 AMS, which is a very comfortable lead with Carlone Racing 82 up in the lead, following with that with Team Sheba 867 in second place. And then following that with the conclusion on the podium runners at the moment, Team Bricky Monsters, the last of the cars in the podium contention for GT3 AM. It's been very interesting, a very exciting race so far, with how many hours that we've seen here racing for about nearly, I think it's been about 5-6 hours now at this case almost. At least like 5 hours and 52 minutes. So we've still got about 2 hours and 8 minutes left of racing remaining. We're going to be slowly getting back into the simulator in just a short moment. But you've commentated for a good while though, Ryan, and I've commentated for a good while. So I'm curious though, from your standpoint, after everything that you've seen now, what have your takes on this race so far?
Well, it seems as always, the Ground Effects team have been the dominant force, and pretty much as it's been all season, the only rivals or things against them has been their set themselves. So as long as they keep it on the straight and narrow, and they have no technical issues, they're pretty much probably going to walk this one home. And it's just for the other teams to hope that they come into some issues. The LMP2 battles have been very entertaining. Obviously, we're hopefully going to go back to that battle for second in the Pro-Am class, and also we've seen some interesting battles throughout GT3. It's all basically going to come down to who's going to luck in the most with any further Code 80s, and who's able to look after the tyres the best throughout their stints, it seems.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. Just how much with these tires that are eaten up here in SPA-Francorchamps, tire management is probably one of the key factors here to being able to manage through this race. But I think we're slowly getting back into racing action here. Yes, we're indeed back. Welcome back to the coverage. Apologies for the technical difficulties, but the racing has still resumed. 2 hours and 6 minutes left remaining here. I think the position over for P2 in the LMP2 Pro-Am class is still ahead between Penapende and Raikkonen, although it has slowed down a little bit, though. Raikkonen has unfortunately have slowed down just a bit. It was 1.4 tenths off, but now it's been 1.2 seconds off. I think that might be because of traffic, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, been a pretty good race so far.
Yeah, and as we go fade from dusk to eventually night, hopefully it carries on that way. And with this point, I think it's going to be time to hand over to Joseph Black for the next hour or so, as we see a gaggle of cars getting all stuck up. And that's Penapende. He's just been overtaken by the Simfring car.
That's from the traffic as well. That was coming out from turn 9, so turn 10. So that's going to be a big, huge favor. Have to look for the replay to see what happened here.
So they've had the hypercar come through, and that's pretty much allowed Raikkonen to get right up onto the back of Penapende, and through here they've got the slower Porsche, and he's absolutely sent it up the inside pretty much. Very opportunistic. He had it completely sideways as well, as to not trip up over the back end of the Porsche. But that is some brilliant opportunistic driving from Raikkonen.
See that from the exit of Leclerc, he's just a little bit too wide from his exit, and that has allowed for Raikkonen to go side by side and a little bit of barge. But the thing is, though, Penapende did give him just about enough room in order for the move to be, available there to Raikkonen and to make the move down from turn 10. It's a really good, and it's an important move as well for the LMP2 Pro-Am. But great race there. He's up into second.
Be interesting to see whether or not Penapende is going to get a little bit of a drive out the back of La Source up to Eau Rouge, and it seems like actually with that middle sector that
no, he's too far off. It's
Yeah,
1.4 seconds. So that overtake was absolutely crucial. And it had to happen for the second sector as well, because, again, so with Raikkonen, with how fast he was through that sector as well, he's been really, really quick. And now he's been able to push it off so far that even though Penapende's got the better car through the Camel Straight, he's not close enough. And there's nothing that he can do about it in the end. So it was a crucial and calculated overtake that Andrea really needed to do, and he's done it, and he's effectively got himself up to second.
Yeah, he's got himself up to second, and he seems to, by the way that he's really sprinting away with this, he's definitely got the pace over the armed cybercar. But in the meantime, that gap to the lead, albeit it's still 50, it's just gone down to 49 seconds. It's lap after lap has been gradually coming down and down and down. So when the gap coming out of pit lane for the Boyd transport car was at around 62, 63 seconds when exiting pit lane, and they've brought it down to what is now coming on to 48 seconds. And it's only really been a handful of laps since that pit stop. So, you know, we still got a race on our hands for first place in the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, absolutely. Still within breathing distance as well. It has not been over and done with whatsoever. But that's always been the motto and the case for endurance racing as a whole, with about 122 minutes now left remaining, or 2 hours and 2 minutes left remaining. It's been exciting here, and thank you for your time though, Ryan. It's been an absolute pleasure here commentating with you, and you've done very well. And I hope you had a lot of fun, and it's been absolutely a pleasure.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it as always, and can't wait for Le Mans. And well, I'll hand over to Joseph.
Thanks, Ryan.
Right, good timing then. Hello. I am just joining in at a time where you had two drivers that have gone off of the circuit just up the top of Eau Rouge and Radion as well. But yes, hello. I was here earlier on alongside Ed and Ross to take you away for the race, and we're taking you away again this time. It's just with the 2 hours remaining, it'll be me and Amir. And then we will pass over to Ed and somebody else, I believe, to finish off for this round of your 8 hours of Spa. And well, it's been action-packed with cars still fighting, despite only being 2 hours left. It's actually Ed and Amir who will be running towards the end. So you've been taking the whole stint, Amir, and well, I appreciate you, because of course I was supposed to be taking over for the last hour, but had commitments elsewhere that I didn't want to get in the way. But now we run on board with Luca D'Amico in the GT3 AM Virtual Drivers Alliance 115 as he gets out of the way of a number of these drivers. And it's a difficult part of the race, isn't it, when you just have to let the other drivers go through.
Yep, I think this is going to be our next best battle that we've seen after the overtake that we've seen earlier on, which was absolutely crucial for the Unfit Pro-Am. This one is going to be just as advantageous though for Luca, if he'll be able to make this move onto Francisco for I think it is P4 in the race, I think as it stands. Yes, it is for the GT3 AM class, but have to wait and see how this will be able to happen in between these two. But yeah, Luca's done pretty good to claw his way back up into this sort of position. But overtaking the 66, though, it's been a bit of a challenge so far. Hasn't been able to quite make it work, though. But he's going to have a try and look down for the inside, though, in exactly the same maneuver that we've seen a few laps ago. And then we're going to go side by side a bit. Think he might have a bit of the speed advantage, though, with the outside line going through turn 12 into turn 11, my bad, into No Name. Oh, and he goes a little bit swiggly a little bit. But I think that will allow for Luca to just about get into fourth.
Yeah, Luca's first race on this game, and he's doing well so far, up into fourth place in GT3 AM, and he's going to hope to keep that momentum running. And well, he's not too far off with Tommy Teasdale ahead, 22 seconds between himself and the car in front, so not exactly worlds between them, as they've got a car trying to come through and lap, and well, giving them a little bit of a flash. They were caught up in the incident they didn't quite want to be caught up in. And they were stuck behind these two for too long, in their opinion, and just giving them a flash as they go past to make sure Luca D'Amico doesn't cut across. But yeah, YouTube chat coming in saying Luca's first race on RF2, and he started just 1 month ago. So fair enough then to be already battling in this GT3 AM and battling pretty high in there. P4 is what he's just taken with down the inside as they headed through, and it was just about getting the traction on the exit. The outside line spoke for itself for Luca D'Amico, and he moved up into fourth place. And now he sets his sights on potentially Tommy Teasdale on a podium ahead if there's any issues there. But Francesco De Gaetano, the car behind, causing some issues there for the car behind that was just trying to unlap himself, or was just trying to lap those cars as well. And well, he's made his way through as we've just ticked under 2 hours left in this race. It's all to play for.
saw how he went down for the inside through no name, and he's just went, he had the inside line, so it's not been optimal. So he wasn't be able to carry enough speed, but just the fact that he's made a bit of that maneuver whenever there was a prototype behind him must have been a bit scary. And you mentioned before, a little bit impatient as well, as through the closing stages, I think these drivers are going to be ended up getting a bit more desperate in the die-in stages whenever there's potential positions in order to be made, because again, it's just it starts off in the same ground and then it breaks apart into different races, and then it slowly crescendos into everyone's races slowly starts to join up again, and then suddenly everyone's in the way. But we're already seeing a bit of signs of that already. Just under 2 hours left to go. It's going to be interesting to see if any more developments happen.
It certainly will be, and well, there's close fights at the top of LMP2 Pro Am between second and third, Simframe and ARMS as the number 47 and the number 42 tussle it out. There's about a second splitting them, which after 6 hours is pretty impressive, to be fair, and they're going to continue to try to fight throughout this race for that P2, as they will be sharing the podium unless there's any mistakes made. This is Paolo Penimpede. This is the driver just in behind in P3 at the moment, just in behind the Simframe car of Andrea Riccielli in the number 47. He's currently holding that lead, but it is close between the two, and Penimpede is going to try and get past soon. It's the blue car versus the yellowy car, the blue car being that of Penimpede, if you were unsure, and blue flags being waved for a car just up ahead, as now the outside line potentially for Paolo Penimpede as he tries to get through, but he can't quite do it, and he's going to have to wait another lap, as that is the car that was just in front of them diving into the pit lane. There's a GT3 in front of them. They're both going to split, one to the outside, one to the inside line, and they are going to be side by side as they head through into turn number one. Why not? And it's the inside line for Paolo Penimpede, and it's P2 for Paolo Penimpede as he makes his way through on Andrea Riccielli.
I think that was Riccielli going into the pits that we've just seen earlier on. I think this was him just trying to lap the team Shiba, if I am not mistaken. But yeah, Riccielli's now into the pits, so that's going to be strategy call. But that will allow for, mentioned before, Penimpede get himself up into class second, though. Riccielli, though, has done really well to make that overtake earlier on to get himself up into second place for the meantime, and it has shown that that car is overall better than the 47 car in itself, but it's just a matter of, is he able to do it again? Looking over with Mascalelli, though, still has not pitted, and that gap between himself is splitting up even further. It's now 96 seconds. He's made the pit stop. That's how it happened. Yeah. So he has done the pits, has got himself up with new tires. So that's going to be really good. I think he was just trying to, prolong it as much as he possibly could to, maybe try and look for another code 80 pit stop. But it just simply wasn't there. And unfortunately for Pescara, it is now 96 seconds between them and that class lead for the GT3 Pro. But yeah, you got to feel for them, because they just got hit with bad luck in the positions on where the code 80 was hit, and as a result, they're a bit off the back foot. But still the fact they're on the lead lap in that class with about less than 2 hours left to go, it's not all doom and gloom for that team.
No, and I mean P2 wouldn't be a terrible result, all things considered, because we've got to look at it. Even though they're not taking that victory, they do have Simframe ahead, the championship leaders. So. It is very difficult. However, when you look at the championship standings, there is 5 points between Simframe and Pescara as they head through now. And it will increase that gap if the results stay as they are here around Spa, with the number 99 on 130, the Pescara on 125. The top four actually were split by just 6 points. It was incredibly close there. But the number 8 is down in P7. And the number 75 is down in P4, so they will lose even more than the Pescara is losing out on. And the number 75 still in pit lane, and we'll see how long they hold it in there. But for Pescara, for Simframe, for the Simframe junior team at least, it's going pretty well, all things considered. The main team less so, but it is what it is, and they're still going to take P4 home.
Yeah, absolutely. For the junior team, though, in which is the highly contested championship that we currently have as it stands in terms of championship contention, it's actually a dream for them to be able to pull off from not only just from luck but also good race pace as well throughout the course of this Spa race, that they effectively go into the final round with 10 points of a cushion between themselves and Pescar, which is still not comfortable but is still just about the most cushiest in compared to the rest of the championship battles that goes on through in the other classes here in this championship, though. But for Pescara to give them just a run for their money as much as they can, if they be able to swap positions with Simframe, then they headed to the final round in Le Mans on equal points. And I think for everyone in that team, it's what they really want to be aiming for. And it was that case actually a few hours prior, but as it stands, it's not quite like that. But with picking up the pieces, though, heading into the final round with only just a 10-point deficit is not actually that bad.
No, it's not, and it's probably the closest battle we've got in those championships, as the Hyperion is in the lead of the LMP2 Pro, and they'll extend that as it stands at the moment, a lap ahead of the number 7 Go team, which is in P2 in those standings. And then the LMP2 Pro-Am, that championship is a little bit more close with Simframe 33 points ahead and in third place. They will lose a little bit of ground with the number 42 closing in and the number 40 in third place in the championship in first here. So they're actually the other way around. But as it is, it's not too bad in terms of that battle. There's a brief yellow there, not sure what that was for. But then the GT3 Am and its Carloni racing team, who are going to try and close in on Team Rookie Monsters. And I think that one will be quite close. We head into Le Mans, but of course 24 hours means there's a hell of a lot more points on offer, and the championship could switch around on a dime. Looking further up, and Ground Effect, it'll be very, very difficult to topple Ground Effect from here. Simframe, of course, not having the greatest of starts, and they're 4 laps off the lead as it stands, and 12th overall Danilo Smariglio in that number 1 car, and they're in P4 with the other 2 hypercars retiring from this session. So Smariglio in last place, by far of the hypercars, but if he can keep going, then he could keep that championship alive, with Ground Effect looking to come home in that race victory, or with that race victory in that race lead, and extending their championship to Le Mans. It's 50 points for a race victory around the 24-hour Le Mans, so it would be difficult to seal this title here. But Ground Effect have done all they can to try and do just that. And they've gotten, I'd argue, pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about, the form that Ground Effect has had over the course of the last 3 rounds, like almost domination exactly with that hypercar class, with, started off with round 4 and then, accumulated just all throughout the second half of the season. And it even shows here in SPA Francorchamps, even though it almost looked like Sweet Force was going to take it away and maybe clinch their first race win of the season, it's turned out just not quite to be. And, with a 2-lap gap between themselves and Ground Effect, it more or less just shows about, the sheer performance that Ground Effect has been putting through over the course of this season. And it's, it's absolutely been remarkable if you've been an rFactor 2 Endurance fan, just to see how well Ground Effect has been able to kick the grass running and, head into Le Mans with as big as it almost seems to be done as it is. Like with that amount of points that they have scored in the second half of the season, and then heading into Le Mans with like near certainty, is pretty ridiculous, and really hats off to them for that.
Yes, it's it's been very, very, very strong in terms of performances from the Ground Effects team and their drivers, and Paolo Panampetto just getting going again after coming into the pits, and what could be his penultimate, if not last stop in this race. He's going to come out of the pit lane, and where is he going to come out in relation to the Simframe?
He's going to take him up. We're going to see he's going to head for a Rouge. See in the background there with Raquel. There's Raquel down in the background. It's going to see. I think the only thing is, here he goes. The only thing is that Raquel has got a better tire advantage now and will carry more speed now. So is he going? I think he'll be able to make the move before even Lacombe, and it even does so. I think he will. we'll have to wait and see. Oh, it actually goes side by side, making contact actually, and he has to make evasive action and go off the track.
Yeah, not what they would have wanted at all.
I think though that will allow for Kelly though just about to get ahead of Panipede. That was way too close for comfort, and that was really, really close. Wow, I'm astounded. Like
Yeah, they came close.
It almost didn't work, and they nearly went ugly between those two. But yeah, just incredible.
Certainly was, and well, I'm sure that's not the last we'll see of them in this race, with just a second splitting the two, still battling for the P2 in the Pro-Am, as he came out just a couple of laps later, and now has the opportunity to warm his tyres, does Paolo Panipede, and then he can try and fight with the Sim-Frame driver. But this is Gianluca Gabbiani in P2 of your GT3 AMs, and well, this is the leader of the GT3 Pros. This is the Sim-Frame Esports Junior team looking to take their title home. Of course, Sim-Frame competing in 3 different series, the LMP2 Pro-Am, the LMP2 Pro, and the Hypercar as well. They are the leader in... no, they're not the LMP2 Pro, actually. They are in the GT3 Pro, is what I meant to say. But yeah, they are in the lead of the championship in the GT3 Pro. They are in the lead of the championship in the Pro-Am, and then their performance in the hypercars has been pretty good, but they will take it. They will take it to the finale. But it looks as though Ground Effect have taken that title. Panipede closing in on the Sim-Frame of the number 47 as they head up Eau Rouge and Radion. I think he's going to try and attack one more time.
I think so. With the problem with Panipede though is that his car is just not suited up for that long corners though, from turn 7 down to I think it's 7 to 16, but the rest of it is just, you know, his advantage. But the thing is that overtake where it happened just before that you came in though, Joseph, is that it was a crucial overtake for Raquel, and for Raquel to do that and just be able to pull away enough, I think it's just more or less cemented. The thing with the advantage for Panipede though is that it's got about a couple lap tires newer than Raquel's though, and it might come down to that advantage in the closing stages of the stint. But we'll have to wait and see though if they're going to make... I think they'll have another pit stop amongst those two, but I'm not entirely sure. Have to wait and see how it progresses.
Yeah, we will certainly have to wait and see how it progresses, but at the moment this is a battle that's been going on for a very long time between those two drivers. This is the leader of the LMP2 Pro, and he is absolutely dominated. He is 107 seconds ahead of the Sim-Frame in P2. And he's going to try and establish that lead even further as Riccelli and Panipede are continuing to fight. He's actually trying to go and lap them soon, I'd imagine, as the leader of the GT3 Pros. The other Sim-Frame, the Sim-Frame Junior team, dives into the pits. And, well, for Simone Rabitti, it is the opportunity now to get everything suited for the next hour or so, if not the hour and 45, until the end. And I think he's got a pretty good margin in the lead of the GT3 Pros, to be honest. I think he may well come out in the lead of it, as this is Tim Hock doing pretty well as well, keeping within range of the cars ahead and staying on the same lap as the LMP2 Pros. In fact, he's actually ahead of 3 of them and on for a P7 overall. So pretty good performance from him.
Yeah, Boy Transport Racing has been eyeing to get their first LMP2 Pro-Am race win in this season, and hasn't been quite close at all. But things to be everything aligned. The stars have aligned for them here. It's SPA Francorchamps for them, and it's all in token to their great strategy that they've had, and as well with the driving talents of Tim Hack and company. So it's going to be really good for them, as you mentioned before. On the same lap as the LMP2 Pros is no easy feat whatsoever, especially given that, the experience and stuff. So it's definitely something that BTR is going to be really, really happy with, to maybe come out from Spa with their first race win and, maybe get themselves a 1 foot onto the championship podium.
Yeah, and I think that would be exactly what they'd want to do currently. They do sit in third place, but they'd confirm it even more. 22 points ahead of Shiba at the moment as Simone Ribiti comes out of the pits with a quite considerable margin to the Pescara behind of Eros Masculi. And yeah, about 8.5 seconds, I'd say, is the gap between the two. So not too terrible, all things considered. But now he has the opportunity to push and try and take maybe more on-track positions, although he's quite far down. He's 8 laps, or 9 laps even, off of Arco Holostelli in the LMP2 Pro-Ams. And that demonstrates the difference between the GT3s and the LMP2s. Just the massive margin that they're split by. The LMP2s and the hypercars, not split by such a big margin, but it's still a pretty similar gap. And that's why multi-class racing is so good, because you can get all these drivers that can get involved in battles, even if they're about 22 laps down. If they don't get out the way straight away, then they can have an effect on battle, and it really does test the driver's racecraft. And well, Simone Ribiti, he's doing pretty well at the moment. I think he's on to confirm a GT3 Pro victory, if not for any mistakes towards the end of this race.
You can see the way that he wrestles his car. He's just trying to get that car up into temperature. As there's Tim Hawk heads into the pits, though. Actually been 78 seconds, so I believe this might be a scheduled pit stop, if I'm not mistaken. If it should come out from the pit, still just ahead of Raquel and Penapende in amidst of that class on their own, but gonna have to see what sort of pit stop it's gonna be looking like for that team exactly. Slowly gonna be waiting for the confirmation though. Just see there with Raquel though, he's put that down. It was like 100 seconds before Tim came into the pits, and now it's slowly coming down to about 25 seconds now. Just 25 seconds now as soon as he comes out from the pits. So I think he'll be able to exit out from the pits about 15 seconds ahead of both Raquel and about 25 seconds ahead of Penapende. But it is a very long pit stop. It's a very long pit stop though. It's not just the Grand Prix pit though, it's the endurance pit out. So that's why mentioned before about I had the problem too. Whenever you exit out through Rouge, that's the pit exit there. So see there with Raquel though. And I think that's a driver swap then. So that's going to allow for Raquel now to take into the lead now at the moment. But the thing with Roy, though, is that he's got a bit of a time to gain a bit of momentum, gain a bit of a rhythm, and then because he's been less on track in comparison to Raquel and Penapende, he's a lot more fresher. So that means he's a lot less fatigued, and that means he'll be able to maybe make some more aggressive maneuvers. I'm not sure if you've had any endurance racing experience, Joseph, but do correct me wrong on this, but fatigue does definitely play a role here in endurance racing, doesn't it?
Definitely, and that's why the more drivers you can have, the better, as they'll just be able to swap around and keep each other fresh. And I think that's what the Boyd Transport Racing team have done. As soon as the one driver starts to complain about fatigue, even that little bit, Royton goes and jumps in the car and has his opportunity to push now. And when they come back out, they are so fresh. It's not necessarily the fatigue that you start to feel. Of course, you do. But it's so gradual that you don't necessarily feel it. It's like when you get that new driver in the car, the lap times they can put in will be so much quicker. And that is the effect of having a new driver and having a driver to swap to in the car. And that's why teams stack themselves with all of the different drivers they possibly can. And Royton, another one for Boyd. And well, it's just when one driver's not feeling it, it's the chance for the second driver to come in. And that's been one of those things that has been really interesting about Ground Effect being so dominant at the top of the hypercar standings. They've only got 2 drivers, but those 2 drivers they've got are so fatigue resistant that it's just genuinely impressive to see them right up there every single time and taking those victories. And well, for Sander Callas and Ilaria Alpius, it's just so good to have 2 drivers you know you can trust.
it's definitely a balancing act whenever you have to pick out teams for endurance racing, because yes, with more drivers you can have, less fatigue being there, but it also just means that if there's way more than one sort of driving characteristics for each of the drivers, then your setup becomes a little less refined, a little less precise. But with ground effect, though, having reduced it down to 2 drivers that are, as you mentioned before, resistant to fatigue at such a degree, it means that they'll be able to, refine their setups into both of the driving styles. It's going to be a lot more similar than compared to like a 4-driver team, for instance. And I think part of that success is sort of down to that sort of formula that we're seeing here. But meanwhile, though, for the Sweet Force 37, I think they're going to make their scheduled pit stop as well. The only one that's kind of close to ground effect, though, is still about 2 laps down. But yeah, as it stands, it's still ground effect, still in the lead, very, very comfortably. But actually, Sweet Force, I think, has recently... No, my bad. They were 3 seconds faster, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just they now come into the pits and box. They were on that last lap, as you were correct, 3 seconds faster, but Grabelny comes into the pits, number 37, having a switch of some sort, whether it's tyres, whether it's drivers. It's a switch nonetheless, and that's the point of a pit stop. They don't have much pressure from behind. Mirko Lucchini, 132 seconds off as they entered the pits. And, well, that's just... It just makes it so easy for you to just head through and just, make any sort of changes you need to without any pressure. Knowing that they're going to try and consolidate P2, and they won't get to P1 unless Ilari Algpius makes a mistake around the final hour and a half of this 8 hours of Spa. But we cut to Danilo Smeriglio, who's still trying to make something of this race in the Simframe car, and still 4 laps off. But moving to unlap himself or potentially lap other cars, it's difficult at this point. He knows he's basically got to overtake everybody on the circuit, regardless of who it is. And even if it's a hypercar, he's still potentially going to try and get past, although he knows that he should yield. But if he feels as though he's faster, absolutely, why not? On that last lap, he was he was a second faster than a couple of the leaders. However, Ilari Algpius going in with a 1:58, he was actually quicker than Smeriglio. So it's a balancing act that they've got to take. And Danilo Smeriglio at the moment, I think he's going to try and unlap himself from everybody, apart from those hypercars. I don't think he's quick enough to catch up to those hypercars. But anything he can do to salvage anything out of this race, I think he'll be pretty happy with.
Yeah, he's about 5 seconds or so from the LMP2s. So it's going to be interesting to see how that would progress for Smeriglio and for the Simframe eSports, though. No point in retiring, though, because they still get points onto tally into the table heading down through Le Mans. So it's effectively just to see what the best they could do. And by staying in the race, you're effectively thinking about the long term, about what if there's one of the hypercars, for instance, got into trouble. So they were down in like a lot worse position, but now they've promoted themselves up 2 positions just by staying in the race, because Level 1 Esports and Team Iris, for instance, they've had their retirements now, which as much as we thought they were running smooth sailing from them, had their 2 retirements. And actually it's been our most recent retirements, though, as slowly the sun is starting to set over in SPA Francorchamps. That also means that the temperature gets a bit colder, and that means that it's going to be a lot more harder coming out from the pit stops to warm up the tires as well. And outside of that racing surface as well, there's going to be a lot less grip too. It gets a little less optimal whenever the sun goes down.
Yes, and that means that we could be seeing mistakes drawn out from the drivers, that they've gotten so used to the conditions gripping up, but now there is less grip on offer, and they're going to struggle, I think, as they head on, especially as the tyres get more worn. They're going to struggle to hold on to the grip that they had before, as you say, the sun sets, and we should be getting some great shots of the Ardennes Forest over the next hour and a half or so, as the lights flick on for almost all of the drivers, if not all of them. If they don't have their lights on, then I think they're a bit stupid, because how do they see where they're going? Anyway, yeah, an hour and a half left, as I said, and the sun is certainly setting, and it should make for a very, very attractive spectacle. As well, racing under lights is always great for the Ardennes Forest. Just makes it that little bit more special.
Yeah. Weather forecast though for the temperature says for 20 degrees, and then that's going to drop down once the sun goes down. I think it might be as low as 14 degrees if I'm not mistaken, but have to say though, as you mentioned before, prone to be a bit of the sum of mistakes. So there's a good chance though, because desperation does escalate in the closing stages as well. So sometimes whenever you be a bit too hyper, sometimes you don't take into account as well the change in the racing surface, the less grippy surface. So that means that any deviation away from the racing line, as desperate as it might be to gain positions, means that you're putting all the more risk into it on the closing stages, and you know, having that desperate maneuvers to try and make those last minute position gains, or you know, trying to claw up time again. It's all going to come down into effect here in SPA Francorchamps, and that's Luca D'Amico. Wait, oh no, that's just a lag issue. My apologies.
Oh, that would have made everything more exciting, wouldn't it?
I thought it was slowing down for a minute, but yeah, that was just a latency issue that scared me for a minute and a half. But no, the Ferrari driver is still okay. Luca is still up into fourth. That was that was just a latency issue.
But yes, I mean that would have certainly made things more exciting. Luca D'Amico in fourth place in the GT3 AMS at the moment, and 16 seconds off of that podium. The team recommends 62, holding that one at the moment. But yeah, that would have thrown everything out. Surely it would have been a code 80, you'd think.
Yeah, that's the stuff I see in my nightmares, Joseph. That jump scared me. It was like, how?
Especially if you're the one driving the car. That's what I see every time I load up an rFactor 2 or an iRacing or an ACC or something like that. I just see the wall. normally it's SPA Francorchamps as well.
Honestly, Joseph, same. Genuine mood. And
that's why we're here in the comms box.
Yep. To tell others how to drive, or try to make the race more exciting in this case. Consider that as a Sparks fly, though, it's very beautiful, though. Hyperion eSports, though, it's done very well, and about 60 seconds ahead of the CMT Go team of Roland Sux, just behind. 60 seconds, though. It's very comfortable for that pro team, though, and done very well over the course of the Spa race, would you say?
I think they have done. I think there's been a number of teams that have done pretty well, but Hyperion, of course, they have been superior as to hold on to that lead of the LMP2 Pro standings by 60 seconds ahead of the CMT Go team, number 7. So yeah, they've done pretty well. I think all of the leaders have done pretty well, especially them, the Ground Effects, and the Carloni Racings, just to build up that gap. The Carloni Racing number 82, that is, just to build up that gap to everybody else. And they've just made the most of their opportunities at the front, and have stayed out exactly where they want to be in P1, of course, in their respective tiers. And as we head throughout the rest of the race, a lot of them have made imperious positions that I don't think they can be toppled off of.
Just looking here for the timing screen, might be something that might be developed later on stages, but we'll have to wait and see. That Team Sheba car is on the same lap as the Sweet Force one, but Lucchini has been making about a second of a lap quicker, or was about a second of a lap quicker than the 37 cars. So was a possibility for a fight maybe mustering up. But then other than that, Cybra and Le Casecu Sim Racing, I think, might be in the midst of their own battle in the closing stages. They've been fighting a bit for a good while, I think, beforehand. So I think I can feel that might continue later on. The Fuel Savers, maybe with KCR, with Pay, the 88, the 888 car, might also happen. It's just nitpicking. It's just trying to see like the gaps and trying to see what might close up, because again, everyone's on different strategies, and it all crescendos down to a final one. It's very hard to calculate and see from afar, even from the commentary box that has seen or watched for the past 5 hours, because again, it's still just anyone's game. It's just anything can still happen, really.
It really can. If we have a moment like we thought Luca had, then we would be in for what would be a very different race to the one we've got at the moment, and everybody would close back up under the yellow conditions, and it would cause a few strategies to really be cost. We're watching Francesco De Gaetano in the MR Motorsports 66, somebody who's had to be lapped quite a few times today. He is off of the 63 Rookie Monsters car by 113 seconds, so almost 2 minutes behind. But yeah, I think it's difficult to get momentum going when you're in a position like this in the GT3 AMs because of all the cars that are coming round, and well, because of the amount of cars that we have, it's so full, the circuit, all the time, that you just feel like you're having to get out of the way constantly. It's difficult to get that momentum up, and if you drop off the pack of, for example, the 63 Team Rookie Monsters, it's very difficult to get back in.
Wouldn't say that you have to be let out the way, because there's no obligation for you to do so, but you become less willing to do it whenever you're in the midst of a fight for position. Seen it before many times whenever a hypercar was in the midst in the way of a GT battle, but because the GT battles value more about their own positions than caring about the hypercar trying to close up the time, you get that sort of urgency a bit from both of them, because let's face it, us racing drivers are selfish.
Yeah, I mean, we are. I say we, they are, but yeah, they won't care about any of the other battles, as that's De Gaetano going wide, letting the car, I think, through potentially, but that could also have been a mistake coming out from the MR Motorsport car as he heads on to the next lap of this race, and yeah, that was a very interesting moment for him there, and not what he would have wanted, I don't think, making a mistake like that. But heading through now, I think it's just a case of trying to get home without annoying any of the other cars too much, because of course, if you don't yield to the cars behind, you're going to get treatment like that, where they're going to flash their headlights at you, urging to get past. And when there's low visibility anyway, that can just really throw a spanner into the works.
That's a good point as well, because it's hard to be able to know whether it's easier to tell if the car is moving out the way or is just going to stick to the racing line in the daytime. But in the night, whenever there's low visibility and the visibility is limited, it's even more harder to distinguish for the hypercars. So they need to be able to make those overtakes safely and quickly in the long scheme of things. But Francisco, though, having to go deep onto that final corner has unfortunately put his charge against Sandro Manfredi, that's up in fourth for the GT3 AM class, on hold. He was actually catching up quite a bit, down to, I think, within 9/10 between the two at one point. But now, because of that mistake, he's lost that momentum. It's now up to 4 seconds now. So, yeah, just a little bit. Almost went back onto the racing line a bit after moving out the way. Just proving my point with how hard it is to be able to determine the characteristics on the GT3s and the hypercars as the night falls.
It's really difficult to gauge when and where you should be getting out of the way, and Francesco De Gaetano making it look a little bit easier than it actually is, as the night has almost completely full. It's almost completely black around that circuit, save for a few of those lights, and you can see really there, when you get into the depths of the forest, which is really around just a couple of corners on the circuit, so for example that one just there, it can really be very, very difficult to see. Blanchimont is very low visibility, and you can see just up here as well. It's just sort of that third sector, so it's Stavelot, Curb de Paul Frere, Blanchimont, and then, well, the bus stop chicane, there's a little bit more lighting, but as the lights flick on off of the circuit, it is very low visibility, and it's going to get even lower, which could cause potential incidents in that third sector, especially as cars just take to the racing line and others potentially try and get through.
Yeah, so good possibility that we might see some, wouldn't say collisions, but scary moments definitely is a certainty, I think, in conditions like this. Mentioned before with the visibility, only a few areas within this track are lit, so those ones are going to be a little less of a problem for these drivers in comparison to, say, Blanchimont, for instance, or Campus, for instance. But oh boy, I now thinking about it, I'm worried there might be a crash.
I think there's certainly the potential for it. Not that I'd want it to happen, but I think there is certainly a potential for it as we head through now, throughout the rest of this race. It feels as though it's cooking up. Luca demonstrating that it is potential, and we're just waiting. It seems for it to be possible. I hope it doesn't happen, of course, but it would certainly spice this race up. Is all I'll say.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, with Bascolini though, 12 seconds between himself and Abiti though, but still just not quite making that time up. Both being on different strategy with the junior team of Sinfrem eSports up ahead on a much fresher tires and a much fresher strategy in comparison to the Pescara team. But I mean, the fact that still, again, within breathing distance is all good and doesn't keep that junior team, completely safe. Still have to be on their toes throughout the course of this race. And I think for Masculini now, as it stands, it's exactly what the Mercedes driver wants in the end.
I think it is. There's a case for it, certainly, that it is exactly what he would want to see, sitting in P2 at the moment, waiting for a mistake if he is to move up to P1. If not, I think he will be happy with P2, and it's a very comfortable P2, with 97 seconds splitting the Pescara and the Tamelli in behind. So, yeah, I think he will be happy with that. I think the team as a whole will be happy with that, and then they can take, of course, the final couple of rounds, or the final round, even the 24-hour Le Mans, with the championship still on. Of course, there won't be any championships decided today unless the Simframe number 1 does retire from this session. There will be no championships decided today. I don't think so, anyway. But that could be my maths failing me, and that is the one that I mainly discussed when I was on here at the first time. It's the ground effect. Taking that championship charge to the final round, and they will take it to the 24-hour Le Mans with everything on the line. But yeah, I think this race has the potential to be spiced up very soon. Whether it's an incident, whether it is drivers closing up together, it just feels like we're cooking up a storm as we head now almost into the final hour.
Yeah, I'm just looking here for the championship stands. I did this a bit of math about a stint or so ago. That you are absolutely right. That if that number 1 car does retire, Ground Effect has effectively got the championship sealed and in the bag. But as it stands, that gap, if finish, is up to 40 points, and then that will mean that if Simframe wins, for instance, I think Ground Effect just effectively needs to finish to win. So that's what's at stake here, really.
Yeah, I think that's that sounds about right. Not my maths is not the greatest. I worked out that 9 was 4.5% of 36 the other day, while mid comms. But yeah, I mean, the less said about my maths, the better. Ilko Bussink coming out of the pits, the number 62 Team Rookie Monsters, swaps down to P3 behind the Team Shiba 67. And we'll now be looking with fresh tyres and a fresh opportunity to push to catch back up to that McLaren and retake that second step on the podium.
I like that wordplay. Fresh tyres, fresh momentum to overtake. It's going to make a fresh overtake.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
He's going to make a fresh overtake. Oh, goodness me. That was a scare and a half. That hypercar just pushes the McLaren just out of the way, but or the Porsche out of the way, but still keeps it on track though. Every time I see those hypercars on board, it just scares the living bejeebers out of me. And still the same case here. In fact, it's even scarier at night. There's a reason why I don't do endurance racing, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, because you don't see the hypercar, you just see the lights as it goes past you and probably flashes you on their way through, and that is what's so scary about it as well, because they just have such a menacing aura to them in that sense, and that's what makes for some insane photos of these hypercars. So that was just another flash towards the car in front for Pele. Not even in the hypercar, in the LMP2 Pro, and it still looks quite scary. I think the GT, if I was driving a GT3, I'd be very intimidated by all these aerodynamic looking, well-designed cars in the GT3. It's just lacking that little bit in terms of out and out aerodynamic design for this kind of racing. But yeah, it's a bit like when you see the safety car on track in a Formula 1 or Formula E or IndyCar or something like that. It just looks a little bit out of place, and the GT3s there, I think visually they look a little bit out of place, as well as that is the Sweet Force going past once again, another car being lapped, and Apo Rouge and Radeon probably glad that they didn't have to go side by side.
Do you think they'll ever make a racing movie or a horror movie on you're a GT driver and you have to avoid getting, I don't know, I wouldn't want to say killed, but I guess flashed by a hypercar?
Yeah, there's worse things to be flashed by. Anyway, that sounds more gamey than a horror movie, but yeah, either way, that sounds like content I'd like to consume. I mean, there's a lot of content around F1. There's not enough about endurance racing, and that's why I'm glad we get to put on broadcasts like this. So thanks to Pit Lane TV, thanks to the eSport Endurance Series, thanks to everybody involved for allowing us to run series like this, just to get endurance more out there. And we've got 44 current viewers, which is great. Saw it jump up to 50 earlier, which is great. And well, half a century of people watching at one time. Endurance racing is well and truly alive, folks. And Andrea Riccielli jumping into the pit lane, the leader of the LMP2 Pro-Am, probably going to drop down to P2, potentially P3, if he has any fixes that need to be done to that Sim-Cream car. But this is a good opportunity.
I think it's definitely going to be down to P3 at the moment, but I think Boyd Transport Racing has pretty much got their strategy a bit down to a T. I can imagine that Raquel has to be stayed on for this final stint, because I think it might just lose too much time if you're going to do a driver swap this late in. But again, putting into a new blood will probably help, rejuvenate some of that momentum that if you may have lost in that sim-free esports car, that can inject some of it into it. But have to wait and see, though. But he's done very well in terms of his stint, in terms of fending off from Pende. Had a great fight midway through the race, and even though he's effectively lost, I think that was more or less down to the car characteristics, more or less than anything. But Andrea has done very well, and I'm sure he'll get a big pat on the back there by his teammates for what he's done. But as it stands now for the LMP2 amateur class, Pende now is up into the lead with right on over in second place, and then Andrea Riccielli stays onto the car, and he'll eventually exit out of the pit entry in third.
Yes, and as I said, it is going to be third place. He exits in behind both the 42 and the 40 as he heads up Eau Rouge and Radeon, and he will get lapped, or either cars unlapping themselves, and he'll have to make his way past them. But yeah, we'll see how the Sim-Frame does as he jumps out of the pits. Eros Musculi, we've got a lot of onboards from this Pescara sitting in P2 in the GT3 Pro, and he will be very happy with that. But this is a great onboard that demonstrates just how dark the Ardennes Forest gets. And this is in Sector 2 now, so that light is really going.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just going to be, with that low visibility, it's going to be hard to navigate through those corners, not just for turns 12, but also for 13 through 16 as well, because require a lot of visibility to be able to look ahead and to see where to get your apex. And I am a bit familiar with sort of that in terms of racing theory, but with those sort of dim headlights, it's not at all quite an advantage, I must say.
Yeah, it's not an advantage. I think it's one of those things that's difficult to weigh up for some of these drivers. As the lights go down and the headlights come on, it'll be more difficult as well to pick your braking points because you cannot see anything in front of your headlights. Depending on the power of your headlights as well, that can be very, very dangerous as we head on towards what will be the final hour of this one. And you will have Amir, of course, staying in the comms box, Ed as well. But we've still got about a quarter of an hour to go towards that, maybe just slightly less as we head up with Masculi, who is 13.7 seconds now off the SimFrame 99. There's a brief yellow in Sector 3 again. The only yellows we've had over the last few minutes have been very, very brief. And, well, the only real scare we've had was that one with Luca, where it ended up just being a little bit of desync. But, well, Luca's now out of the car and will not be scaring you anymore, Amir, don't worry, as we head on towards the end of this penultimate hour. Team Sheba's 288 and the SimFrame both come into the pits, and we've got a couple more pit stops coming from the hypercars. Of course, Sweet Force came in a couple of laps ago. Ground Effect still yet to pit within the last hour or so. And, it'll be very interesting to see when they do come into the pits. I know they have a big margin at the moment, but if they do end up making a driver swap, something like that, of course, it would be a little bit late to make a driver swap, especially when they only have 2 drivers. But if they feel as though, for example, Sander Callas is going to have that better advantage, and that's just that little bit of an edge that they might need heading into the final stint, then they will gladly hand that car over.
Maybe as a possibility, they have enough to, adjust the car enough in the pit stops for a fastest lap if they want. But no points are awarded for fastest lap here in this series, so it's effectively just a bragging rights at this point. Gain fastest lap in the dark is one way to tell your class that we've got this championship pretty much in the bag heading into Le Mans. It's a bit of psychological in this case rather than just for points to get the fastest lap, I think, in this case. But whether or not if they'll ever attempt it, it's a debate up for the Ground Effect team in itself. But done very well, though, with a 2-lap deficit between themselves and the Sweet Force car. They were on the lead lap, but with unfortunately how strategy has been planned out for them, and over the course of the race, it's now down to 2 laps. But they've done very well to hold on to second place, and Team Sheba still holding on to their paces, and they'll be in third. So very great racing so far from all the classes here, and it's been a very chaotic race in the early stages. Calmed down a little bit, but still a lot of action here as this goes for the closing stages, and we've got collision now in the back. Oh wow, what's happened? That's the number 7. That is Daniel Giagallo, and that's the racing white car.
Yeah, the Daniela Cicciolo in the Naya racing white going round, and that has really cost them a lot of time. And you can see there, this is the problem. We couldn't see anything there apart from the car for a very long time. And, well, that's probably what the problem with what's happened to Daniela Cicciolo is. That's probably his steering broken there, which is why he's slamming into that wall.
The suspension is gone. Yeah, the suspension is gone. He's lost the rear wing. It's been the drivers here has been, a few drivers have been lucky and a few drivers have been unlucky that the fact that this collision has happened down through, I think it was from 18. And then you had to see how he was driving onto the grass, heading down through the pit straight. But had that happened, like through Eau Rouge, for instance, then that would have been a guaranteed code 80, and it would have had the race completely flipped on its head. But because that happened just in the third sector, there was no need. And as a result, it's a very quick pit stop for that team. But for other ones that may have been relying on it, like Mascalini, for instance, that has always been dying for one, for instance, it's not meant to be.
Yeah, disappointing then for some, but for the number 7, a lifeline thrown as that happened at a time that wasn't too bad for them. And well, they come into the pits to change that, or to put on, essentially, a rear wing, and I'm sure he'll drop down. He was in P7 overall of 9 of the LMP2 Pro-Ams, and he'll drop down surely to the back of the LMP2 field completely, as Arco Holostele is P19 overall, and P9 in the LMP2 Pro-Am standings, but he's 10 laps ahead of Simone Robitti. And if Cicciolo's still in the pits in 10 laps' time, then there's something else going wrong there. As you can see, Danidra Lazuardi moving up into P17 overall, P7 in the LMP2 Pro-Ams, and that is Cicciolo dropped off of the top 7 in those standings. But yeah, that is a mistake. That could be the first of many in this final hour of action that we have ahead of us. But yeah, lucky that didn't happen, as you say, up Eau Rouge or anywhere in the first part of the lap. He's lucky that happened around Blanchimont, I believe it was, which allowed him to come into the pits ASAP and switch that wing.
Yeah, that was a complete scare, I think, for both of us, because even we couldn't be able to tell just from the visibility about whereabouts within the track it was, because it was off on the grass and it just looked very violent. So that pit stop is definitely going to take a very long time. I doubt it will take 10 laps though, so I think they'll still be on track P19, but they're definitely out of the LMP2 AM class picture for any gains at the moment, unless by some miracle there's another collision up ahead, as Penipente, he himself also goes into the pits. He's currently the class leader, so you're going to have to see from Boyd Transport Racing where eventually he'll come off. It's now down to 11 seconds, so I think now down to 7, so I think he might be able to leapfrog the Cybercar up for that class lead now in the closing stages of it. You can just see, look at the floodlights here as everyone tries to navigate through the traffic as quickly as they possibly can. Yes, there you go. See the confirmation of the timing screen to your left as Royton gets himself up into LMP2 AM class lead back up once again. And Penipente, I think, is just going to try and focus onto Rick Kelly now, as they'll probably have another duel once again for P2.
Yes, and well, there we go. There's Penipente in the pit lane, taking an opportunity to come into the pits once again. Is the Cyber driver, and well, it's an interesting call towards the end of this race, as with 6 minutes left to go before the final hour. This could surely be their final pit stop as the leader of the LMP2 Pro class as well. The Hyperion coming in, and well, Patrick Schwajowski in P4 overall, P1 in the LMP2 Pros, is a lap ahead of the number 7 CMT Go team, and I don't think he'll be dropping down a position, but you never know if he has something that he needs to fix along the lines of what the other driver needed, what Cicciolo needed. Then it certainly will be, as in the pits as well is the number 4 Pescara. So a few drivers into the pits on this lap, and well, that lane's looking a little bit more busy.
Yeah, with these positions at the moment, I think it makes sense for a lot of these teams, even if they're on a deficit, like in comparative of their strategy to how the race has been actually panning out, to make a pit stop within these dying stages, because it's just going to be a bit hard to, or logistically, make it hard to be able to pit within about an hour or so left to go, because you want to finish with your tires depleted. You don't want to finish the race with having still life on your tires for still like a good 2 or 3 laps of fuel in your car. I think that's what all the teams are probably looking for whenever they try to make the pit strategies, and saw a bit before with that unbalance and how everything on the course happened. So someone would do like a driver change when the other wouldn't, for instance. It's because they had different predictions on how the race would pan out and when the code 80s were going to happen, for instance. But everything will slowly come back down to a level playing field, well, level playing field quotations, in about the last 30 minutes or so. So we can expect to see a lot of teams heading into the pits very shortly.
Yes, and I'm sure we can, as well, there's only I'd say it's probably the last time that they're going to be able to come into the pits with or I say last time they're going to be able to, or it's more likely that it's the last time they should come into the pits, was with just over an hour to go. It's their last chance saloon, I think, to stick on a new set of tyres. Otherwise, they would be going for splash and dash. I don't think that would be the ideal strategy, going for a splash and dash towards the end, because then you're just it's not ideal at the end of the day, because you're just trying to push when you don't necessarily need to. The only cars that can probably get away with pushing is the hypercars, because everybody else will probably at some point catch up to a car that is at the end of the day quicker than you. And yeah, it's just, they shouldn't be doing that at this point, especially with the pace deficits they've got at the moment. The hypercars about 1 to 3 seconds a lap faster than the LMP2s, and then another 16 odd seconds back to the GT3s. So a big split between them. And yeah, I think they're just going to try now and get to the end, as that's another car coming into the pits that was just behind Patrick Schwarzkowski into the pit lane. You've got the Boyd Transport 40 in from the LMP2 Pro-Am lead. You've got the Cyber number 4, and you've got the Team Rookie Monster in 6th place in the GT3 AM standings at the moment. The number 63 of Daniel Scott diving in. And well, those are the final pit stops, you would imagine, for those teams. We've got a mix of pit strategies between 3, and the highest pit stops I can see is 10 for the Hyperion number 44 and the Black Hawk 30, and as well Danilo Smariglio. But I know they've had different problems throughout this race. But yeah, interesting to see such a wide variety in strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a bit surprised that number 40 car for the LMP2 class has come in just so. I think so earlier than I predicted. I would have imagined they would have a good run on that stint, but it seems a bit too short. It feels like it's been a bit too short for how much that they've been able to push. I think they could have done a lot more, but that will allow for Achille to inevitably take over the class lead. And I think that will allow for Cybra as well, as slowly tickling down to just about under an hour left remaining. Still a lot here to pray for. There comes out one of the Cyber cars for the GT3 Pro car class, over at overall 26th, class 6th at the moment. It's about 75 seconds away from the next car ahead in Sebastian Chico, and with Di Maria's up ahead, and for the GT3 AM class, it's done actually pretty well though to get himself amidst, and Carloni, actually the team itself, has done pretty well to get themselves up in that mix between the GT3 Pros. It's a bit like a GT3 Pro sandwich looking at it.
It is, and well, there's worse sandwiches to be in, I'd imagine, but the car's going through quite quickly then, and I mean, GT3s, you really don't want to be stuck behind, if any car, because of course they were, as I mentioned, 16 seconds slower per lap than the LMP2s, let alone the hypercars. So you just want to get through as soon as you possibly can, and well, for those drivers, they've been able to get through pretty quickly, all things considered. But yeah, I mean, we're heading towards the last stretch. It's going to tick down soon. There is 3 counters on the top left of your screen. It will tick down to 2, as we will have 59 minutes left and 0 hours left. It has been a long stretch of racing, but we're coming towards the end now. So just 10 seconds on the clock until we reach that final hour, and then the action will really begin, as we have our last few pitters, the Naja Racing car from 4th in the LMP2 Pro-Am. So there you go, 1 hour remaining, just 2 counters. I don't want this to end, but it's going to have to in less than an hour's time.
Seen 7 hours of incredible racing action here in SPA Francorchamps. Now it's down to just under an hour now, 59 minutes and counting, as it slowly drops down over to 0 now. We can see the action going on here in the series so far, and it's been nearly more or less cemented now, but still positions up for grabs though, and still opportunity for the race to still turn on its head, as we've seen countless times in the early stages of the race and midway through as well. This is going to be the same case here as night dawns, the temperature gets colder. Still anyone's game, really, even though we've got so many gaps ahead and such. No one is still safe though. I think anyone can really win here still, but for the cars that have been ahead and had that gap, they've done really, really well up until this point, and yeah, it's just been absolutely incredible to see.
there was an extended yellow in Sector 2 for a moment there. Not sure what it was, but just not running off the circuit. But, well, we don't know what it was, do we? As the yellow flags were out. Probably somebody, or not parking up, but getting out of the way and just doing so as quickly as they can. Potentially meaning that they did pull off to the side and park up. But, of course, not wanting to sacrifice too much time. Especially if you're a driver in a battle, and there's a few drivers with battles cooking. You look at the GT3 Pro, the GT3 Pro podium. Of course, the SimFrame driver 93 seconds up, and then the Pescara and the Tomelli that are just 8 seconds separated. And one mistake could bring them right back into contention. Then the Void Transport 40 and the Cyber 42, less than 10 seconds splits the two. And yeah, should be very good battles towards the end of this race. Still on offer if there's any mistakes made or any issues with traffic. And that car's had an issue with traffic. Had to go off of the circuit to try and get past Simone Rabatti and continue to try and push forward now. Trying to get rid of... They are very, very desperate to get through. So that is somebody who is desperate to keep their race going. A little bit of a wobble there for Rabatti, but it may well have been a slight lag issue. And, well... Some of these hypercars, some of these LMP2 Pro cars, they're getting a little bit demanding, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. It's just it's again, whenever that time ever ticks down, you just want to try to end on a high, and if you see a position that you think it's completely doable, you go for it. I think that's what has always been the case for endurance drivers. They always want to end on a very high note and end strong. But the thing is that sometimes aiming for that at times can... Sometimes a bit goes the other way around, that you take too much unnecessary risks on a position that you're already good at, and then as a result you come off a lot worse than what could have been if you played safe. So you're sort of gambling in that case if you're trying to make such desperate maneuvers as we've seen before. And you know, we have seen it before previously, a couple of laps back actually, just how bad it can really happen. But yeah. It's been pretty incredible so far. Yeah,
it has, and well, these drivers, in particular in this car, have been supreme. I mean, ground effect have been so good throughout this race. So, well, Sweet Force taking their sweet time in the pit lane. 3 minutes 36 now is what they've been in the pit lane for. So they've clearly got a big issue there. I
think it's a timing thing.
In that pit lane.
I think it might be a timing thing because. Yeah, I believe it is, because I think they're still racing in accordance to the timing board, so it sometimes happens like that, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, it says on mine that they're still racing, but yeah, I mean, a 4-minute pit stop would not be ideal, especially when you're in P2 and hoping to hold on to it. Team Sheba as well, allegedly still in the pits, but that timer is actually frozen. But yeah, the hypercars, they won't be facing too much pressure from behind. The only hypercar off of the hypercar podium is the SimFrame number 1, and yeah, that's one of the championship contending cars, so not ideal from that front, but yeah, it is what it is. There was no fuel, by the way, in that Pescara, which is why they came in so early into the pit lane, according to the YouTube chat. Of course, keep interacting in the YouTube chat. I will be reading it, and the more interaction I get, the more I will read it. And as we head through this race now. It's interesting to look at the conditions exactly an hour ago. You could still see the entire circuit. So the sun has really fallen rapidly here in Spa, and you really can't see anything anymore, which in this final hour could throw some surprises up, as we've mentioned already. And, well, it's just going to get darker and darker and darker as we continue through. And I think now the only thing lighting the circuit is the headlights of the cars and the street lights as well. And there we go. Some sparks are also flying off some of the really low cars. It's one of those interesting things, I think, in particularly cars that are designed for racing. They have to get so low to the ground that they will throw sparks off. But what sort of balance do you reckon they go for at Belgium? Because, of course, the lower they go, the quicker they go down straights, but the higher they go, the quicker they go through the corners. What sort of balance do you think they'll take through Spa, as Sector 2 and arguably Sector 3 are a little bit more pertaining to the cornering, but Sector 1 is all about those straights.
I mean, we have seen it before between the SimFrame eSports and the Cybercar. Whenever they were fighting for P2 over in the LMP2 amateur class, about an hour and a half back or so, because those cars were up against each other, but they were catered very, very differently. Had the Cybercar, for instance, being able to cater towards cornering, so as a result, it's not going to be as low to the ground as it possibly can, but it facilitates for that high-speed cornering with the the suspension adjustments and the and having a bit more wing. But meanwhile, the other one facilitated more on the speed, and as a result, it did really, really well on the Camel Straight. And that's someone off. That's the second person in the hypercar. That is the Sweet Force 37. And I think he's still be able to keep it running, but that is quite a scare, actually, for Chris Kazmovich. Can have a look for a replay, though, to see what happened. This is coming out for the third sector. I think that's the GT3 car coming up ahead. Does he just hit in the back of him? I think he just hits in the back of him.
And this is the problem with the lapping cars. They can sometimes get a little bit just expectant of everybody else to go through, flippant as you were, because as you said earlier, they have they don't necessarily need to let anybody through, and that for Chris Kazmarkovic is just exactly that issue as now. That is a car letting him through, and he's going to continue on trying to make up that time that he's just lost there. Hasn't lost too badly because of Team Shiba not being in sync with them, but they're going to go all over again, I think, for the car ahead. They this time are going to have to get out of the way. I think they're going to be bullied out of the way, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, it's that gap, though, between second and third is not at all comfortable between first and second, though. Maybe that sort of thing is exactly what Team Shiba needs to try and maybe get P2 in the hyperclass. Had it been even worse, then that would have shifted the course entirely, not only for Shiba, but also for the number one car back in fourth. They would have gotten themselves pretty much onto the podium if that had gotten any worse. But that's like the second accident that we've seen under these nighttime conditions, and it's going to get even darker from here. So that means that we can definitely see some cars struggling under this situation.
Yes, and I think also fatigue will play into it. You mentioned it earlier. I think fatigue is going to play into it with this last hour to go. Of course, they're not going to switch any more of the drivers, but they're going to have to remain hyper-focused in order to not only overtake drivers, but also pass them in terms of on-circuit, if that makes sense. So it's, just trying to get through on them as they head through and try to lap them, because you don't want an issue like the Sweet Force and Chris had. You want to be able to pass them nice and cleanly, and so you've got to be hyper-aware until the last moment, even if you're, for example, the Hyperion number 44, even if you are Patrick Shakovsky, you are 70 seconds now ahead of Roland Shuksh in second place in the LMP2 Pros. But one mistake, running into the back of somebody, that could cost you so much time and actually lose your position. So even though the gaps are big, the margins are still very tight.
Absolutely. Just about under 50 minutes left remaining onto the circuit. We've had our first big scare on the closing stages with the 37 car just having a bit of a moment with lap traffic. But now it's just slowly coming down and starting to get a bit more relaxing again after that moment. No positions have been lost or gained as of yet within the last 10 minutes, but still all to play for here. Thank you very much, though, Joseph. It's been a pleasure having you here to the side of me, and I've really enjoyed your company here.
Yes, and well, I've enjoyed commentating with you as well, even if some of the jokes that I've made haven't necessarily been the most appropriate, as we've got a little battle going on for P2 in the LMP2 Pro-Am. But I shall leave yourself, and I shall leave Edward Hunter to it.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Joseph. It's good to hear you've been so productive while I've been away, especially in the inappropriate jokes department, of course, none of which I would have taught you beforehand. But anyway, 49 minutes left to go on the clock, and we are looking at the LMP2 Pro-Am battle between Ricardo Moretto and Roy Tun. course, it was looking so good earlier for the Boyd Transport team run by Roy for the overall lead. Now they are 36 seconds adrift from the championship leaders in Pro-Am. Simfree Sports number 47, and very much under attack as Moretto fancies more positions, Amir. And Roy Tunn standing in the way here. You sense that Boyd Transport are starting to run out of drivers at this point. All the heavy hitters are there, and Roy, with the greatest of respect, is in a difficult position here.
No, absolutely. I think it's just been the case of they had their strategy right, but I think it was the scenario that they had pinpointed. It wasn't really as ideal compared to what Cyber and Simfrem had predicted on. We've seen that battle between Simfrem and Cyber earlier on in the last few hours, and that was, you know, really, really exciting itself, was the Boyd Transport Racing was just up in the lead. But now, with everything coming a bit crashing down now, Roy has got a lot on his hands now, because he has to fend off a more aggressive and fresher driver as well. So it's going to be a lot harder for him and able to defend under these conditions.
Yep, you always hate it when some fresh-faced young kid comes in and starts trying to steal not just your job, but your position as well. And Ricardo Moretto just cannot quite get up the inside into the bus stop because there's a bit of GT3 traffic in the way. Just keeping an eye on the GT3 battles. I am, by the way, working out what the standings provisionally are going to be going into Circuit de la Sarthe in a couple of weeks' time. So, yeah, that could be interesting to keep track of. Certainly, some going in with big gaps, others going in where it's looking very, very tight indeed, as little as maybe 5 points, no points in it. in GT3, definitely going to be nip and tuck, really. And now we see Moretto down the Camel Straight, gets the arm Cerber into the slipstream of the Boyd Transport once again, pulls out very early to the right-hand side, feeling confident on the brakes as Moretto. The 42 has got the line, it's got the position. And there we go, that's heartbreak for Roy Tunn's second position, slips through his fingers, but Moretto had to judge that well.
Had to see with Moretto, though, we've known that the armed cybercar has always been tailor-made for that straight line speed through the Camel Straight, as we saw whenever it was attacking Rickelli a few hours ago. So this is exactly the same case here that we've seen here on that overtake onto Roy, because it's got just such a better exit, and then with the slipstream able to facilitate that as well. He's made the move before the corner even happens into the entry, and as a result, it was virtually done before it was even happened. No chance for Roy to go side by side. Great move.
Yeah, definitely was. And with high stakes there, even if you're the driver with the better tyres, the driver that's less fatigued near the end of an 8-hour race, you've still got to make sure that you are aggressive, that you judge it well, and that you don't accidentally just clatter into the side of someone and ruin both your races. So, yes, under a lot of pressure with a championship very much in the balance between these three teams, Simfree, Armsibber and Boyd Transport. And with Armsibber desperate to get the jump on at Boyd Transport, because if they were second and third in the other order, there would only have been a point between them as well, basically. But now this changes the picture completely. So the maths that I've been doing for the past 30 minutes just before dinner is completely irrelevant. I'm sorry that dinner was so late, by the way. What happened was there was a power cut back home, which is my brother didn't go, he was on holiday. So he's like texting us saying, why is the power gone off? And is it just a me thing? Have I messed up the house somehow? Or is the local area down? It turns out it is the local area. So
that's always fun. That's always fun. Like the power's done back at home, and you're just like, what? Has there been an alien invasion now? What's going on?
Yeah, it sort of makes you grateful to go on holiday, isn't it? As there we go, splash and dash with 44 minutes to go for the race leaders who built up a 3-lap lead on Sweet Force. Chris Kazmarkovitz is going to try and get the Sweet Force 37 home, but Alpius it was interesting because earlier when there was a code 80 and Sweet Force pit under it and Ground Effect were moaning, oh, we lost 40 seconds under that code 80 because we didn't get to pit under it, and the gap was as little as a second at one point during like the first hour, and then since then they've just been immaculate, as they have been the last 3 races as well. And it's incredible that Ground Effect have gone from a season and a bit where it was so strong but they didn't win at all. Their best result was 1 second place, and I think that was basically the only podium they took last season, to being barely off the podium and winning 4 races in a row. That's an astonishing feat if they can pull it off, although in fairness to Sweet Force, they're now only 2 laps down rather than 3 due to that pit stop that Ground Effect have just done. So there we go. And good on Team Sheba as well, because they kept Sweet Falls within 90 seconds. They were, I think, just over a lap down. And to get back on the lead lap within 90 seconds, I think is a pretty decent. I was going to say day's work, but it's definitely transitioning into night, isn't it? So
all in the stars work.
So
yeah,
what should we focus our attention on then?
Though. Has been impressive for ground effect though, because if you compare that from last season compared to the second half of this season, we talked a bit about momentum for Le Mans, about how this is like one of the last chances you get to score points coming through what is the maximum points you could possibly score throughout this championship. And ground effect for the second half of the season have won all the races, and this is going to be another one added to the books. So you can imagine for their emotions heading to Le Mans will be at a sky high. And for, well, Sheba and Sweet Force, that are the only other ones in contention. Actually, Simframe, actually back in number 1, down in 4th, are the only other contenders for that championship. They know they had to stay into it, so they're the reasons why they've kept on running despite being 4 laps down, or 7 laps down compared to ground effect. They know that it matters a lot to them.
Yeah, certainly there was giving up was not really an option for Smook though. And Symphony number 1 is... that's the GDM leader. That's Carlin Racing 82, missing the rear wing. Is that the top of Radion there? But the 82 is stranded, and Team Sheba a lap down. The 67 is going to inherit victory.
Yeah, that is... I think that must be towards Radion, because...
it might be the back end of the circuit here through Blanchimont. So the 82 had built up a huge lead, was a lap ahead. Everything seemed to be going neatly and smoothly. Paolo Di Maria was doing an absolutely superb job, as is the whole team, to be honest, at Carloni Racing. Into the bus stop he comes. A little bit on the grass. And he's just out of control. And then, cannot avoid the wall. And that is absolutely heartbreaking. He's going to have to either do a whole lap without the rear wing or retire on the spot because he's gone past the pit entry there.
He's retired, I think. Yeah, he's retired.
And with 40 minutes to go, that is one momentary lapse in the darkness of concentration. And that was all it took to absolutely destroy their car and their race. At Pierpaolo Di Maria, that is going to be heartbreak for the Italian there. He's going to be kicking himself after that one.
We saw this a bit earlier with the LMP2 AM class with the 58 car that had a sort of a similar moment nearly into that. It was actually Blanchimont, I think, or heading over through the bus stop chicane, but it's almost exactly the same way except sort of mirrored in different ways. So the fact that this is our first retirement within an hour left to go, it's going to be a little bit worrying for the rest of these drivers because they need to be on their toes and be highly alert in this situation.
Tell you what this also does, because remember, Team Rookie Monster 62 were 25 points ahead of Carloni Racing 82. It looked like the 82 was going to close in. They're out now, so if Rookie Monsters can just keep going and in that second position that they currently are, about 8 seconds behind Team Sheba number 67, they'd gain another 25 points, and that would put them 50 points ahead of Carloni Racing 82, and that would be championship ceiling territory. 50 points would be exactly what they need, because if you look, let's look at the relative wins. No wins for Carloni Racing 82, and 2 wins for Rookie Monsters 62. So yeah, that we are looking at GT3 AM champions potentially about to be crowned in the next 40 minutes, Amir. That's an incredibly dramatic development.
And that's a shame because Carloni was doing so well being in the midst of that mixture with the GT3 Pro as well. They knew they needed to win, and it was just one moment in the dying stages as well with about 40 minutes left to go. And it's put all that great effort that they've had pretty much to waste. And as you said, Team Rookie Monsters just doesn't need to even finish at Le Mans. They'll still win on countback with the amount of wins that they've had. And what a way to seal it.
Yeah, it's gutting, and you never want to be the one that messes up under that kind of pressures, especially when you had such a big lead as well. And there was no need to push. That's the really heartbreaking thing. That Di Maria had it under control, could have coasted it home, but good soldier that he was, he wanted to build as big a gap as he could, and unfortunately, in that final sector, just too close to the grass, like Icarus, too close to the sun, and the wings are well and truly burning off of Carloni Racing's championship challenge. The Flip side of it is down the Eelco Busink is looking at unexpected tunnels. Oh, the 41 is under attack, and it's Sebastian Zico who wants another go at trying to get into fourth position in the GT3 Pro class. So Le Cassicou having won their best races of the season, and Francisco Geniale, let's see if his defenses are genial or less than genial, because I think Zico is looking a bit impatient here with that dive into La Source.
Jesus Christ, Edward.
Is that worse than what Joseph was doing?
I don't know. That was dreadful.
I know, but to be fair, I had to scoff down some pizza. So anyway, there we go. Confirmation then. Team Sheeper 67 leads with Rookie Monsters 9 seconds in arrears. And I wondered, these last 38 minutes, are Rookie Monsters number 62 thinking about mounting a victory challenge, or are they just going to coast it home knowing that they've got this in the bag now, as Simone Rabiti serves what should be his final stop for the Simfream Junior team, and they should emerge from this pit stop ahead of Piscara Sim Racing here, as Go Team are also being serviced along with Kisatria Sim Racing's LMP2 entry.
Yeah, Simframe Junior team has done very well too. They have been advantageous with their code 80 pit stops in comparison to Piscar, but the fact they've timed it perfectly and still hold on to the lead means that as the way it stands, with just about under 30 minutes left to go, it's more or less pretty much sealed for the Aston Martin team, unless something drastic happens in the remaining stages. And again, we've seen it before with the leader in the GT3 AM, so I wouldn't say they'll need to push it as much, but looking at this fight though with Sebastian though.
Yeah, here we go then. Zico fancies another go at Geniale then, as he shadows him through Blanchimont. You can see in the darkness the arms supercar kept it, trying to keep Le Cassicou at arm's length, certainly, but Zico tries to get the inside for the second part of the bus stop, but the 94 not quite able to get the overlap, and Zico in that BMW thinks the Aston Martin didn't give him enough room, clearly, because he's flashing his lights at him. But yeah, you can tell Le Cassicou feeling confident then in these closing stages, whereas the 41 looks like it just wants this race to be over.
You saw that Francisco heading out for the final corner just immediately shut the door on him. He knew that he was going to go for the inside, so he made sure to hold that off, and that's why he flashed him, because he felt that it was too much of it was too close to call, that he kind of shut him off. Yeah, you can see with his brake lights.
Yeah, it was aggressive, Zico trying to dive around the outside there, and there was that contact at the apex there, wasn't it? That prevented the move from happening. Now they've got the Sweet Force hypercar in between them, so that will give Geniale a little bit of breathing room. Meanwhile, here's another battle. This is Blackhawk, who've been caught by Roland Zux. And certainly it's been back and forth, isn't it, between Go Team and Blackhawk. But Loic Moynier getting on board that Blackhawk, of course, he just won his first Super League race literally a couple of days ago, didn't he, in Grand Prix Virtual, and his confidence is sky high right now, so no wonder that Zux has struggled to almost struggle to keep up with him. Look at the lap times. Swakowski in the class lead 2.09, Loic Moynier 2.07, and then Roland Zux 2.09, so I think Zux might have just come out of the pits behind Moynier then.
Yeah, Moynier just about an hour or a half ago had a bit of a scare with I think it was with a GT traffic just ahead, and with that, I think it has been a bit of a hindrance towards the Frenchman's driving, but still.
Final stop for Simframe 47 as well. Federico Suave gets on board for the final half hour or so, and that puts Moretto in the Arm Super 42 into the lead. And is Suave going to come out ahead of Roy Ton or not? That's the big question here, as here comes Zico again. No, Roy Ton gets through, so this is a long final stop for Simframe right when they didn't need it, and that's going to consign them to third, I fear, as Zico is going to try again and hope for a different result, but much deeper into the corner goes Francesco Geniale this time at the bus stop. That's very defensive, and big snap for Zico as he thought there was going to be room opening up for him. I'm not sure why he was putting his nose to the outside there, because that was a gap that was likely to close.
Oh, so aggressive from Francisco. Once again, really does not want to let go of that P4 class position, but absolutely great racing. Very, very on the edge, though. Very on the edge. I'm sure they've got some few words to say after this, but shows with the dying stages of the race remaining. All to play for, though, Edward.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the way we like it, because otherwise it's a bit of a foregone conclusion, isn't it? But yeah, just trying to figure out what sort of championship standings we are looking at here in terms of how this is all going to filter out. So I think I'll go back to GT3 Pro later because it's easily the closest one. What we're looking at the moment, if it finishes as is, with Grand Effect winning, Simfream #1 in 4th, they are making their final pit stop now, along with Shiba. That would be 195 points Grand Effect would go into in the finale, with Simfream #1 on 155 points, the only ones that could challenge them. So that means it's going to be a 40-point gap. So essentially, Simfream #1 would need to win with Grand Effect. I think very, very low down the field. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's 50 points for win. I think about 38 for second, which is around about that 40. So I think second or third would probably clinch it for Grand Effect, so long as Simfream didn't win. So it's a very comfortable situation, as that does not look comfortable at all. Oh, and into the gravel goes the LMP2, and Sebastian Zico gets flashed aggressively by that prototype, who is clearly extremely unhappy that he didn't give him enough room there. Let's see who it is as they breeze past angrily.
That was so...
It's one of the P2s, isn't it? Oh, he's going to have to do it again and go off track. There we go. Is that the Carloni Racing prototype black? It is. So that's the car in 5th in class. So who's at the wheel of that at the moment? That would be Gardinetto, isn't it?
Yeah. Number 15. Yeah, you're right.
I would say Gardinetto, and is not going to put Sebastian Zico on his Christmas cars list after that one.
That was really aggressive, but it was very good from Francisco Gardinetto, though, to keep hold of that track. And whenever you go from the corner, at least he didn't speed up too much, that it hit up to the wall. So that's good that the prototype driver managed to keep that in control, though. But it just shows you how fierce this battle between fourth is, that they'll just push prototypes out of the way.
Yeah, you have to wait your turn. This is more important. It seems to be the message of that. Royton. Oh, he's gone off track there, and that could potentially has allowed Simfream number 47 through. So Suave back into second in class, and Royton looks like he is just absolutely struggling there through Pruhon. So something bad has happened here. He's about to is that the Simfream junior team, number 99, through No Name. Oh, big hit with the wall there. And that was Roy taking, I think, a risk too far there to try and keep Suave behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the GT car just simply was not expecting to overtake that sense. I don't have any awareness, but you could just see there with the suspension, and it's going to be a long way back into the pits for Roy. And unfortunately, that chase that they've tried to get for a race win is pretty much all but done here at Spa. It's such a shame because they did really, really well, Ed.
Yeah, certainly great stints from Snowden, Bintz, and the whole crew, actually. It's just Roy making one mistake under pressure, but he was the one in that the last stint is always, no matter who you are, the toughest one, isn't it? Because that's where suddenly everyone realizes that there's 30 minutes to go and there's points at the end of this up for grabs. And yeah, it's very easy to sort of build a gap, very hard, but much harder to maintain that and keep that progress going. Yeah, you got to feel a bit for Roy there. Because luckily, the Simfream Junior team not too badly affected, but Corazari, that was near the curtains for our GT3 Pro Championship leaders as well. They're still 19 seconds ahead of D'Alessandro. So, yeah, that battle isn't quite over yet with 29 minutes to go. Royton, with some repairs, should still be able to get out in third in class, because I think it's quite the gap to the Naha Racing Italia lap down. So that should be fine as we cut back to the Pro-Am leader, the 42. 33 seconds now ahead of the 47. Let's look at the lap times between the two. Suave, having got through all that traffic on that previous lap, 2 minutes 7.0. Moretto, 2 minutes 3 seconds 0.1. So that's a couple of seconds quicker then. And you have to say, Super 42 were not looking the favourites literally half an hour ago. Suddenly it's opened up for them.
It's just the point. It's the joy of endurance racing, really. It's like it's not over until the checker flag drops. Has always been the case. Something that seems like such an outsider's, an outsider's chance, and then suddenly you're excelled right into it by sheer luck or by sheer situations that happen around you. And it has always been the case here in endurance racing, especially here for this series. And we're seeing that all in its glory here in the closing stages of the 8 hours of Spa.
Yeah, we certainly are. So the other development that I believe is going on, as we see Black Hawk having made their final stop, but that's put them back to 61 seconds down on Go Team. So in terms of LMP2 Pro, the gap going in was 14 points. If Hyperion win with Go Team second, we'd go with Hyperion 44, 210 points. As Chris Kazmarkovitz has dropped it at the top of Radeon, and the steering was that a little bit bent there. I might as well just carry on, but it did not look particularly fun to drive there. And with the lap to Team Sheba, this is really a difficult decision then for Sweet Force to make. They're staring down their best finish in Hypercar yet with second position. Do they pit to repair the damage? Oh, and contact there with the 288. That's the car that they're technically in a battle with now, because they just unlapped themselves, the 288.
They have to pit. I feel like they really need to pit. It's absolutely, there's no way they'll be able to keep this up for the remaining 20 minutes.
You saw the 288 is already halfway down the road there, about 2 or 3 seconds, and I think you're right there as Kazmarkovitz almost goes into the wall. So this is a really costly mistake with just a handful of minutes left to go. They're all fatiguing here.
Do you think we have to see maybe another code 80 on the dying stages of the race, maybe? But we have to see. Have a look for the replay, though. We mentioned before, has lost it through Radeon, but how did
so close to the fuel savers car, I think, or is that the Naha Racing car? And that's what puts him off. It's a big impact.
Traffic ahead, yeah. I think it was a fuel savers car. I think you might be right.
He was really lucky not to lose a wheel, to be honest, in that impact.
There is no code 80 though, so that allows a lot of. That's actually going to allow for Team Sheba then to get second then.
Almost certainly, as Moret. Well, I think it would have happened anyway because the code 80 would have ended the minute he gets into the pit lane, wouldn't it? But Ricardo Moretto is doing his final stop, so this potentially hands it back to Owen Boyd Transport. Sadly, have had to retire then, so it was a really, really big repair job then for Roy Tunn. And as the 42 is in the pits, the 47 is going to breeze through and take the lead in these last 26 minutes. So this is surely a splash and dash from Moretto, but I feel fear in my team. There we go. There is Suave just going through now. So yeah, our championship leaders reassert the lead then, and Arms Subra could not get the field the last 25 minutes.
Seeing here with Sheba now, they've got try to put in a lap of all time to try and get to take second place from Sweet Force. I think it's definitely doable. Sinfrima's too far away to make any positions for the hypercar class. But look at this, Ed. It's just absolute pandemonium here at the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, for everybody apart from Alari Alpius, it seems. He's just staying well out of trouble and has now got a 3-lap gap to Sweet Force, or what will be Team Sheba, depending on the speed of the Sweet Force mechanics. They are cramming all the sweeties into their mouth that they can on the biggest sugar rush ever as they try and repair this car in time. But can they do it quickly enough? I think it's too big an ask, but also huge shame to lose all of our Boyd Transport cars now with that crash for Roy Tunn. It does promote NAR Racing Italia onto the podium, but you've really got to feel for the Boyd Transport crew, because they put a great race together. And like so often in endurance racing, if you're not on the ball, you make little mistakes that have big consequences like that.
Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate, and it doesn't look very good on paper whenever you've raced your heart out and then it just looks and it says a DNF when you know that it could have been more. I think you probably had this experience before as racing drivers. There's a bit of sadness to it. But as mentioned before, I've done very, very well though, with all things considered. But and hopefully they should lift their spirits up for Le Mans, because I know they haven't been doing fairly well this season. But the fact they were on contention for the win should means that hopes should carry on through. But now you can see on the time screen there, Team Sheba has indeed overtook for third place now. So that means they are guaranteed second now. And I think the Sweet Force 37 is slowly going to be coming out for the pits very shortly.
Oh.
See, someone's off! That's someone off! Who's
It's
that?
one of the green LMP2s, possibly the fuel savers car. But yeah, certainly Team Sheba getting up to second. They wouldn't have had that on their bingo card at the start of the race when they fell down quite a way. And yeah, was that another victim of a no-name corner then? Or no, it was Lecom, wasn't it? Somebody was facing the wrong way at Lecom.
It was Lecom or turn 10. I'm not quite entirely sure, but it looked like pale to me. I thought it was the Ninja Racing White again, but
it could well have
that was
been
very close. That was very close. Not quite sure what's happening though, but still tickling down for just under 23 minutes left to go. Still very hectic though, Ed. Still very hectic.
Yeah, yeah, certainly. Ever since that I came back in, all of a sudden everybody's been crashing out, haven't they? And it's probably the biggest name was poor Pierpaolo Di Maria and Carloni Racing 82 losing victory. We've had Royton and Boyd Transport lose the podium, and now we've had Sweet Force potentially. They should get out before Simfream catch up because they've got 4 laps. We might actually see Hyperion 44 as Kuzmarkovic now leaves the pits. It's going to be close, but yeah, Patrick Swakowski is very close actually to taking the overall podium here. Which
he's done it. Oh no, he's into the pits. Damn it!
Oh, there we go. Well, the dream is that. Well, to be fair, they did do it in Istanbul. It was literally the only car that didn't hit trouble was the Team Iris car. So it was
they did it
Hyperion and Go Team that rounded out the overall podium on that occasion. But,
they actually, fair give credit to Hyperion though, they've actually did it for 3/4 of this race as well. So this is no fluke whatsoever for how well they've been doing, especially in LMP2, which is like 4 seconds a lap slower. It just shows how good their strategy has, have been not only in Istanbul but also here in Spa. So, and we can see here the Sweet Force now comes out the pits comfortably.
A lap down. Look, that's Stikutis just ahead of him, a lap ahead now. Before he pit, they were the ones a lap ahead. So that really shows you the length of the repair job that had to be done there. So one mistake by Kuzmarkovic. I think it was just, they didn't need to lap that LMP2 through Radeon. I think Chris could have easily backed out, waited for the end of the Kemmel Straight into Lecom, and would have been one position better to his name. But Sweet Force, it's still been a really encouraging day for them, hasn't it? And they still look like they're going to get a podium out of this, provided Chris doesn't do the same thing again immediately on the next lap. But yeah, Dekutis, I'm sure he won't mind one bit, because this is a brilliant for Team Sheba on their return. With 20 minutes to go, they're looking at the runners-up spot, which would be the first time ever they finished that high.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And as we mentioned before, it's just Sweet Force has actually done very well throughout this early part of the race and closed up to about a second from Ground Effect, which, given the momentum that we've seen, is no easy feat whatsoever. Granted, luck still, but did very well and kept the pressure on. But it's unfortunate.
I'll tell you another story to do with Team Sheba. Remember, at the very first hour of this race, right as we were about to hand over, Maximilian Pinter was in a huge crash with, I think it was the GR Simfrost number 8 that dropped it out of Blanchimont, and poor Pinter had nowhere to go. Huge incident, big damage repair. He's now with Stefano Bonato pitting, and now coming out about 57 seconds behind him. Pinter is now back on the LMP2 Pro-Am podium. So yeah, all it takes is 8 hours and 20 minutes to make a comeback, doesn't it? Or no, not 8 hours. Sorry, it's
7 hours and 20 minutes.
In 20 minutes, it will be 8 hours. That's what I'm trying to say. But my brain somehow added an extra 20 minutes to the race.
It took 7 hours 20 minutes and Royton DNFing to get yourself back up to the podium.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I mean, Roy may have helped a little bit, but I still think Pinter has done a great job.
Absolutely, and the fact that he's kept it clean despite all things considered, and early on they've played their cards right, and the fact they got themselves out to the podium is very good.
Splash and dash for our GT3 AM leaders and championship winners elect. Ilko Busink going into the pits for a splash and dash with less than 20 minutes to go. So I think that means Team Sheba number 67 are on course for what would be their second ever GT3 AM victory, because they finished on the podium before in round 2 at Imola this season. Last season, I think it was the 67. They were driving a Callaway Corvette of all things, and they won at Istanbul against all the odds. They beat Carloni Racing, and here it's Carloni, ironically enough, that have handed them victory essentially. But look at Francesco Tontaro. He would not have even been expecting this about an hour ago, would he? To be leading this race, and now Ricky Monster's pitting, having run out of fuel essentially. It means they can coast it home, and they are in a very enviable position indeed. But yeah, this is turning into a very, very good day for Team Sheba, and I think they needed this, especially because the number 13 in the pro class, ironically enough, very, very unlucky. So
been a good day for Team Sheba as a whole, despite the pro DNFing. Got the prototype onto the podium, and then with also them gain a amateur class win, which they've not have accomplished at all this season. It's going to be very good for them, and I'm sure they'll be taking it off with strides and with great glee and happiness. Tontaro has done very well indeed throughout this course of the race, as well as all of the other Team Sheba drivers, to consistently get themselves up into no man's second, but still a very, very, very comfortable second, and well deserved for that win in the end by keeping it clean when it matters. Head into the pits for a splash and dash.
Well, maybe having seen Rookie Monsters do it, they've decided, right, it's not worth taking the risk in 17 minutes left to go. Because they pit, that's created a gap for us to pit into and still come out in the lead. So it's game theory, isn't it? Rookie Monsters couldn't really have risked it any more than they did. So, yeah, this is a sensible decision from Tontaro.
Yeah, absolutely. But their hoping is that Team Rookie Monsters, with the pit stop that they've had earlier, doesn't do a godly undercut to make it work. It's just a simple change with tires to prolong until the end with about less than 16 minutes or so left to go now. Yeah, he's too far back, so it's pretty much fine for Team Sheba to just make an extra pit stop and just prolong the gap even further. So that's very understandable.
Certainly is then. Not long now until, as we see there's the number 1, still keeping their slim title hopes of retaining that title alive. But Alpius is on the way to what would be a pretty amazing 4th victory in a row. I can't remember if Simfreen were able to do that last season. I think they might have gotten 3 in a row. I don't remember them getting 4 in a row. I'll have a look very briefly as Tontaro exits the pits and should come out a good 20 seconds ahead at least. Let's have a look. Yeah, 25, not 25 seconds. 18 seconds. There we go. So yeah, I was looking at the GT3 Pro lead, which is 25 seconds exactly. So
you're good, yeah.
My goodness, yeah. You come back and then suddenly the race comes alive, doesn't it? So I'm looking at the win. Yeah, Simfree number 7 won 3 in a row last season. Simfree number 8 won just 2 races, but they were the more consistent team last season. And some of the same drivers like Nello Pastorino, I think, have carried on in the number 1 squad this season. So yeah, 4 in a row. I think it is a big achievement we're seeing here, because make no mistake, it is not easy at all to win. It was so hard for Ground Effect to win 1 race. And now they're making a habit of it. They're addicted. They cannot stop winning. And I know team owner Jose Ignacio is going to be just over the moon with this result, going into the final race of the season with what's it going to be? It's going to be at least a sort of, it's a 30-point lead now. It's going to be over 40-point lead, essentially, over Simframe, which I don't think they could possibly have dreamed of at the beginning of the season. It's an immense achievement if they can pull it off. And they're 3 laps ahead. I think even if Laurie Alpis decide to go into the pits for a lube break or something right now, I think I wouldn't really bet on DeCutis being able to catch up in time, especially if Alpis came back after the lube break.
Or if he crashes into a wall. Just saying.
That's true. I think Alpis could probably crawl around and still make it over the flag.
Alari, if you're listening to this, please.
I think he would get very frustrated with me if I said that and then he went on to do that. But I'm not watching his stream right now, so we'll see. But there is Riccardo Moretto. Let's see what the gap is. It's 17 seconds. He is gaining. He gained about, it's 2 minutes 3 last lap, 2 minutes 5 for Suave. So that's nearly 2 seconds gained on the last lap. But even if he keeps gaining at this rate, he's going to run out of laps here, I fear.
And it's back to the same position that we've seen midway through, where you not only have to catch up to the person, but you also need to make a good overtake. And the fact that we've seen before with the armed cyber car having difficulty trying to overtake, no, it was the Sim Free eSports car having difficulty trying to overtake the armed cyber car. It's going to be the same case the other way around, because they're both catered towards different racing styles. So it's just going to be very hard for Moretto, even when catching up to Federico, to try and make an overtake and make it stick. Even when catching up, he's still got about 2 minutes or so to try and make the overtake. It's going to be very hard.
Yeah, and this has basically got huge championship implications as well, because this is the difference between Federico Suave and Simfrey number 47 going in with a what would it be, a 37-point lead in the or 38 maybe point lead, because it'd be 33 plus 5, which would be 38, or Supra 42 closing in by 5 points and making it a 27-point lead instead of the 33 that it currently is. So you never know, depending on how Le Mans goes, if Supra can get 2 wins in a row here, it might be enough to swing the title in their favor, but it's so difficult to predict that far ahead. Then for now, the 42 have just got to keep pushing. They've got the gap to 13 seconds now. They're taking 2 seconds a lap out of them, but on those fresher tires, of course, because Simfreen pit quite a while ago now and are sort of stretching the field at the end. Both of them on the mediums, so it's a pretty even situation. Last lap from Suave was a bit better, 204.0. Let's see what Moretto has got under the covers here that he's hiding as he goes through the bus stop chicane. Can he get into the 202s? He needs to just keep gaining 2 seconds a lap.
Good, try and see if he goes across the line, if there was any improvement. It's a 203.6. So he is trying to gain as much as he possibly can. He just needs to push just a little bit. I don't think he needs to reach for the 202s or anything earth-shattering whatsoever, but I do believe that he just needs to put the floor down just a little bit.
Oh,
that even
there we go. 202.1 for Moretto.
Oh, wow. That's 1.5 seconds quicker. So he's still got a chance. So Federico will probably need to push it down just a little bit more. I wonder just how much, though, Ed, they'll be able to push in the dying stages of the race. Because, again, we've seen desperation before and how that can breed mistakes.
Yeah, well, the other thing is as well, Moretto knows if he pushes Suave hard enough, he could put Suave in a position where he runs out of fuel. Because remember, none of them know how much fuel their opponents have got on board and how much they can afford to use to defend. So that is a bit of a factor here as well, as tire wear and all the rest of it too. We also see Chaim Korthoff has gone on the softs, and Danidra Lazaradi, so that's the Fuel Savers car and the Cassandra Sim Racing car are both going for glory runs on the softest tyre. Also looks like Michele Rizzo for Virtual Drivers Alliance 74, who are still going. Good on them, because I thought they'd retired a while ago. They've had all sorts of issues in this race. They're refusing to give up and say die. So 10 minutes to go, and they're still setting personal best sectors. So that is heartening to see. But
it's the points,
anyway,
though. Like, finishing the race scores you points. So we've seen it before with with a lot of cars that may have retired or decided not to retire, especially from the mistakes that they've had in the early stages of the race. They know that if they keep the car running, it's very valuable points that they score ahead. So it just makes all the more sense why it's good not to retire the car.
Oh, and another splash and dash from Grand Effect then. So I thought when they pitted 40 minutes to go that was the splash and dash, but it feels that was the regular pit stop and this is the splash and dash. So lap 222. Yeah, I really hope Alpius hasn't hit issues that we haven't seen off camera there. But yeah, there's not long to go now. 9 minutes to go. That's maybe 3 laps or so. So yeah, Decutis will be sort of thinking, oh, maybe I can get a lap back here. I don't think he'll be thinking he can win this at the moment, but stranger things have certainly happened as we see. Oh, got to thread the needle as Suave. That could so easily have been a plane crash if he'd misjudged that. So that was really, really good, sort of instinctively being predictable, going for the middle of the road and threading the needle there. But that was a decision he had to make extremely quickly because due to the closing speed.
I think the correct term, Ed, is car crash.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the amount of downforce on these prototypes these days, it would have been a plane crash. So then, 8 minutes left to go in the 8 hours of SPA Francorchamps, and Ilaria Alpius exits the pit, still 3 laps ahead, and Danilo Smeriglio for Sim3 number 1. A tough day for the reigning champions is compounded then by a drive-through penalty in the dying minutes of the race. We are looking at Francesco Tontaro, who's about to take a very unsurprising victory for Team Shiba number 67. They're actually lapping quicker than Rookie Monsters behind them, which makes sense because they pit a lap or 2 after them, didn't they? So, yeah, Tontaro's got pretty fresh tyres. He's got enough fuel to get to the end. He's looking pretty comfortable at the moment, but you have to say Suave might well be under all the pressure here. It's not just the fact that Moreto's catching him at a rate of knots of nearly 2 seconds a lap, but also the more he catches, the more pressure there is to push it on those older tyres with that lower fuel tank, and the more danger there is of making a mistake while he's fatigued and under maximum pressure as well. Moreto will realise that, knows he's just got to go for broke, doesn't he? Because championship's on the line, you cannot afford to hold back here and just bank second position when you're behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel for Federico. I would imagine that the team would be telling Federico to not push. Don't push so excessively that you're effectively racing against the limits that you're capable of. Because if you do that, then, as you said before, more prone to mistakes in that case. But with 12 seconds and about under 10 minutes left to go.
11 seconds now. Oh, now it's 10. This is not a good lap for Federico.
Fast, but it is, yeah. It is catching up very quickly, but I personally don't believe that Federico has got much to worry about, because nearly half of 10 minutes left to go, and it is 10 minutes, so he's going to be hoping that Moreto doesn't gain 2 seconds a lap compared to himself.
Look whether he's lifting and coasting into some of these corners, because that could tell us if he's saving fuel or not, especially if he's doing it early here. Lots of support for Ilko Busink from the Rookie Monsters team. Tommy Teasdale cheering him on in the chat. Mike Bell says, "We're chasing you, Salvatore. No mistakes," to Salvatore Pastore. So, yeah, Team Shiba are going absolutely nuts as well with this sudden winning position they find themselves in, which is not the norm for them. Although, in fairness, they did take their first win in GPV Formula Sprint 1 at Suzuka, didn't they? With Lorenzo De Cutis as well. So, yeah, Lorenzo, he's got second place in Hypercar and victory in GT3 Am that he's staring down the barrel of. So, yes, it's certainly been a good week or so for Team Shiba, hasn't it? Because they just seem to keep racking up these brilliant results.
I personally did not know we were allowed to acknowledge other leagues, Ed, but thanks for reminding me. It's good to learn about these.
Well, I thought you would know as a GPV man, so it would just be like appropriate to mention to you. If people on the broadcast don't care, then that's fine.
I didn't know. I didn't know we were allowed to talk about GPV WC or FSR. Or
the race is nearly over. No one cares. Anyway,
no, I thought people would be more invested that the race will be over.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Oh, look at Suave flashing his lights at the Tamelli ERT, desperate for it to get out of the way down the straight. I don't think it could have really got in the way given the difference in speed and the ease of opportunity to get through there. But yeah,
did we pay attention to the fuel saving on Federico? Because I was trying to do it a little bit, but I can't see him saving so much excessive fuel in comparison. He's doing it a little bit, but not a lot.
Yeah, I think the tyres are also just I think it's more tyre wear than anything else. We also see Moreto set a 2:03.2 last lap around. That was only 0.8 quicker, so the charge is starting to halt here right when it needed to accelerate with 4 minutes to go. I think Suave is doing just enough to hold on here, but it's going to be tense.
It's going to be close.
Well, that's exactly what we want.
Stuff here.
We didn't wait 8 hours for a limp finish, did we? Well, sometimes we do. But, nonetheless, that doesn't seem to be what we're getting in LMP2 Pro-Am. And Pro-Am, what often happens is there's one team that dominates LMP2 Pro-Am, and it's really nice this season that that's not really been the case. We've seen the likes of Boyd Transport, the likes of Sim from Esports, Arm Cerberus, even Team Sheba on occasion have had good performances, and even the likes of Sunset Motorsport, who had such a good LMP2 Pro-Am season last season as the reigning champions, moved up to LMP2 Pro, didn't have a great time, and then I think they've had a lot of connection issues as well from Turkey. Since moving back to Pro-Am, their pace has come back, but their fortune has still deserted them, sadly. So anyway, Alpius starts what should be the penultimate lap here. Remember, it is a fairly lengthy lap, just under 2 minutes in these hypercars. And this is going to be a very, very sweet feeling for him, because that's going to be the last couple of months. Every race he's done since Daytona, he's got in that car for the final stint, inherited a huge lead, and waltzed to victory effectively. Waltz makes it sound easy, but it's been a really fast, high-speed, energetic waltz, more of a tango, maybe. But after all the victories in the Americas, it's good to see them coming back to Europe, and Grand Effect haven't forgotten anything that they've learned over the past couple of months. They're a much stronger team than they were last season. The mistakes have been ironed out, the confidence is there, and it really feels like they can just make things happen as they almost go 3 wide there with the LMP2 class leaders as well. Luckily, nothing bad happens.
They're overhearing you. They're overhearing you say, not much, too many stupid mistakes, and then they go 3 wide, almost giving us all a heart attack. But the thing about
did they mishear? There's not much stupid mistakes, there's too many stupid mistakes. It's like, oh, I'll show you, stupid.
The impressive thing
I somehow doubt it.
The great thing about Grand Effect, though, and I think this has been showcased in the course of the race, is since you have been watching and commentating throughout this race too, is that even whenever fortunes are not in their favor, they just keep their head down. They don't really, well, I was going to say they don't complain, but they did just complain. But they kept their cool behind the wheel and just race their own race and just don't be concerned about the other cars ahead of them. And it's why they've been so far ahead of like Team Sheba and Sweet Force, because they just kept those head down. And it has been the case for the second half of the season, and they've got 2 very good drivers. I must say, it's a really, really strong roster that they've had. And I was talking about this with, I think it was Joseph, I believe, or Ryan, but it was, these drivers are so nearly like invincible or less resistant. No, they're more resistant to fatigue. And in a case like this, whenever you have to swap between 2 drivers for 8 hours, that pays a big dividends. And because you've got less drivers, that means that your car is more tailored towards, 2 drivers instead of just 4. And then that way you could be a lot more precise in how you're to plan your race and stuff. And you can see here, they have perfected it down to a T. And they'll be very happy with this race win as it slowly tickles down to the remaining seconds of the race.
I love whenever you say slowly tickles down instead of trickles down, but or ticks down. Well, it's the clock ticking down, but tickles down makes it feel like this is just a sort of somebody's got their fingers on the back of your neck, and you've just got to get to the end of this race without laughing, essentially. Which, as you can tell by our commentary, we have comprehensively failed at that. But anyway, Alari Alpius then, and it's interesting you say about just the 2 drivers. We'll have to see Circuit de la Self at Le Mans for 24 hours, whether they did 12 hours with 2 drivers. I think 24 with just 2 might be a bit of a bridge too far. I think they should probably they have got other drivers at Grand Effect. I think they should probably employ at least 1 or 2 to get through the 24 hours. As the clock runs out now, and just 1 more sector to go for Alpius. Him and Sander Callas, 2 very complimentary characters, I find. Callas is he's not very showy, he's not very flashy. Sander Callas is just all about what happens on track. He doesn't bother with a helmet or any other flashy nonsense. He just likes to get on with it. As we see Arm Super 42 within 5 seconds of the 47. So very close to the LMP2 Pro-Am lead, but 1 bust-up chicane to go. and it's going to be 4 victories in a row for Grand Effect, and this one puts them within touching distance of the EES Hypercar title. Towards the line comes Alari Alpius, and him and Sander Callas take victory in the 8 hours of Spa. What a superb performance. Federico Suave just holds on to the LMP2 Pro-Am victory from Arm Super number 42, and it's the 44 of Patrick Swakowski that wins in LMP2 Pro. And that's our 3 prototype winners, all leading the championship one step closer to those titles. Here comes another championship leader, Riccardo Corazzari for the Simfream Junior team. They're going to win by 34 seconds over Michele D'Alessandro, as long as he doesn't hit the back of the rookie monsters there that backs off, so it doesn't have to do an extra lap, I guess, the 63. But here comes Corazzari, and it's going to be their second win of the season as well. The Simfream Junior team have fought very hard for this one, and that is a justly deserved reward that they've earned there. And here come the ultimate underdogs, Team Sheba. They're going to win in GT3 Am.
Just has to navigate through one sector, and then that is going to be all the classes more or less cemented. It's been a very exciting race, though, Ed, I must say.
Don't forget about the 62, because they're going to win that AM Championship at the moment, because they are 50 points clear, over 50 points clear now, if they finish this race from the Colony Racing 82 that sadly retired from the leaders. There we go. Tontaro takes Team Sheba's second ever GT3 AM victory. Unexpected, but they had to fight really hard for that. They drove intelligently, measuredly throughout the 8 hours, and that's richly deserved. And there goes Roland Zux to take second. Their Tyler Hope's still alive, and right next to them, I think, was Ilko Busink, who I think we can confirm now is your new GT3 AM champion, Rookie Monsters number 62. 50 points ahead. They cannot be caught mathematically. And they have driven an absolutely brilliant season. And we see the rest of our points finishers and podium finishers crossing the line now. And there we go. Mike Bell says, congrats, 67. We tried. Storm number 7 says, congrats, 67. Very nice racing. They don't seem to realize that they've won the GT3 AM Championship yet, do they? Right. So Alari Alpius wins the hypercar class. That's 4 in a row for Grand Effect. That's never really been done. It's unheard of in the hypercar or the top class history in EES. So what an achievement they have put on for us today. Lorenzo De Cutis, Team Sheba's best result in hypercar on their first appearance in hypercar of the season. So that was really, really great to see them profit from Sweet Force's mistake laid on. Nonetheless, because Markovits, I think, can feel proud of the job that him and the entire 37 job have done today. That's their first podium as well. So loads of feel-good stories there as Smeriglio comes home a distant 4th, keeps the title hopes just alive, but it feels like Simfream are not going to win that Hypercar Championship for a second year in a row, as Ten Lure and Franz Jan Rom both failed to make it to the finish. In LMP2 Pro, Patrick Swakowski beats Roland Sux by 79 seconds, I believe, in the end. So it was quite the dominant victory for Hyperion yet again. I think they've also won 4 in a row, if I'm not mistaken, Amir. So, yeah, it's not the hypercar where the records are being broken. Roland Zux behind him was Loic Moynier for Blackhawk. Moynier gave it a good go, a lap down in the end, but rounds out the podium. Mateusz Zbinski for Hyperion 45 was 4th, and then it was Francesco Gardinetto in 5th for the Colony Racing Prototype Black, and Team Sheba 320 of Davide Lupi was in a distant 6th, rounding out the LMP2 Pro field. Then in LMP2 Pro Am, it is Federico Suave for Simfream Esports number 47 who takes victory to extend that championship lead over Riccardo Moretto and Arms Zebra number 42. We're still looking at the LMP2 Pro results. Apologies, ladies and gents. There we go. Oh, and it's gone. Right, so then Maximilian Pinter took 3rd for Team Sheba number 10. So a very good fight back from them after a tough start to the race. Stefano Bonato takes 4th for NAR Racing Italia, so close to the podium, but just missed out in the end. Martin Brolt was 5th for Flying Goat. Then Shane Kortoff got the Fuel Savers car home in 6th in class, with Antonio Lapadula in 7th for NAR Racing White. Lazarati was 8th for Cassatria Sim Racing, but not making it to the end. Roy Tun crashing out from that podium position. And then Emir Kiradimir not getting very far at all for Sunset Motorsports. So it was a case of what could have been, especially for Boyd Transport today in Pro-Am. In GT3 Pro, it is Riccardo Corazzari that takes victory for the Simframe Junior team, number 99, from Pescara Sim Racing. They fought the entire race, but in the end, 30 seconds to the good was Corazzari and Simframe, and that's extended their championship lead. Their very narrow 5-point championship lead is extended to 10 points going to the final race of the season. And Dragandosi gets up to the final podium spot for Tamelli ERT, beating Sebastian Zico. It was a very good drive from the Casacu, get their best finish in 4th. Francesco Geniali holds on to 5th with Caspian Motorsport missing out on the podium. They are 6th in the end. That is going to compromise their title hopes. Arta Sikula, good to see GR Sim first after a horrendous start to the race. Stick with it and get home in the top 7 ahead of Michele Rizzo in the Virtual Drivers Alliance number 114 team. But unfortunately, it's the 74, not the 114, sorry. Felipe Lapaglia for MR Motorsport did not get to the end, and neither did Nico Barkley for Team Sheba number 13. But for Team Sheba 67, it is jubilation and joy. Francesco Tontaro takes victory from our new GT3 AM champions, Team Rookie Monsters number 62 of Ilko Busink. Second place was enough to get them 50 points ahead of the Carnoni Racing team. Francesco Di Gaetano for MR Motorsports number 66 was behind Alfredo Manfredi for the Virtual Drivers Alliance 115, who rounded out the podium. Robin Mulling in the second of us Rookie Monsters got that car home, the 63 home, in 5th position, with Prez Mislor Mattia for GR Motorsport, our final GT3 AM finisher, in 6th. But what could have been for Pierpaolo Di Maria leading with 40 minutes to go. One mistake on the grass at bus stop led to a horrible moment there and a race-ending collision with the barrier. Matthias Zaleski also not getting to the end for Boyd Transport. Neither did Bruno Reyno, who ran out of fuel in the pit lane for Grow Racing Team, and Andre Setiawen for Cassatria Sim Racing, failing to meet the checkered flag. So that's all 5 classes accounted for, and just one more challenge for the EES field to face then in Season 7, and that is Circuit de la Sarthe. Amir, it's been a really, really exciting day. Some big results, big surprises up and down the field, but for Grand Effect, they know they've got one hand on that title, haven't they?
They absolutely do. Sorry about that. They absolutely do. And I think it has been the case for how well that they've handled for the second half of the season, with another race win to their name. Just means that they go into Le Mans with, which is, let's agree here, Ed, the most unpredictable race in the entire calendar that has to offer. They come in here with a bit of, I wouldn't say they know they have it in the bag, but with so much composure and comfort with their points lead that they have, that not everything within their game plan has to go right for them in Le Mans, but even in not the worst case scenario, but in a lesser case scenario, they'll know they'll still walk away with a championship win. And I know they're not the only ones as well. With I think we've mentioned it beforehand. I think it was with the Hyperion eSports car as well. I think they're sort of a little bit into the same situation as well with their 4-race win streak as well. It's kind of the same mindset for them. But honestly, it's just been very incredible to watch those two teams effectively lead on in the SPA Francorchamps and show why they have been doing really, really well over the past few races, and they still continue to impress us commentators and impress the fans.
Yeah, Hyperion 44, by the way, taking 5 wins now this season, because they won round 2, round 4, round 5, round 6, and today round 7 as well at SPA Francorchamps. So what's up next on the 13th of June? So that's just over 2 months' time. We got qualifying for the 24 hours of Le Mans, and then a week later on the 21st of June, we have the actual race, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, of course, ending on the 22nd of June, because purely due to the fact that the race takes a whole day to complete. It's always a really, really great experience, and after such a long season, I think it deserves to end in style. But certainly there are a couple of teams that only need a couple of points, and in the case of GT3 Pro, just 10 points between our championship leaders of Simframe and Pescara. I think that's going to be really, really exciting. But for Rookie Monsters number 62, congratulations to them, because we're pretty confident that they have sealed it already. I think even if Carloni Racing get a sort of sympathy point for retiring, and they weren't quite, if you retire 40 minutes ago in an 8-hour race, is that 90% distance? I don't know. But we'll have to figure that one out.
89. I think it might be 35 to 89 if I'm not mistaken.
I think we can. I'm going to call it. I'm going to say Rookie Monsters are, as I said earlier, GT3 AM champions of Season 7. And I feel pretty confident in saying that. If I'm wrong, well, we'll be back in June and everyone can point and laugh at me. But they might do that anyway, but even if I'm right. But nonetheless, it's been quite an 8 hours. So let's say congratulations to our 5 winners. Grand Effect, Hyperion, Simfrom Esports number 47, the Simfrom Junior Team number 99, and Team Shiba number 67. Congrats to Rookie Monsters, who are all but confirmed to be our GT3 AM champions of Season 7. We'll see you for qualifying and the race at Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans in just over 2 months' time. From me, Edward Hunter, from him, Amir Oates, from everybody else in the commentary box that helped out today, including but not limited to Ross McIntyre, Ewan O'Leary, Joseph Black, Ryan Ferris, and of course Mariano Callo on broadcast direction. We thank you very much for watching the 8 Hours of SPA Francorchamps. Tune in for the exciting conclusion, the 24 Hours of Le Mans on the 21st of June. We'll see you there. Thank you very much for joining us.